Okay, so then answer this question. Is there any crowd of that side that could be present in that situation that would not be potentially dangerous?
No, but that's why.
Okay, so then it doesn't mean anything.
What's the point of talking about it?
Again, if I can.
We have not seen the message.
He's probably talking to the stream right now.
Oh.
It's like that thing. Have you ever heard the joke or like seen this? I've seen it in a couple movies where you hear someone in a bathroom at like a public place that you think's talking to you, but they're on the phone. I do that all the time on stream. I'll be like, "Oh, you're muted. You're trying to talk to me," and they're like, "No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to my stream." I'm like, "Oh, my bad."
Sorry about that, squad. I didn't realize that there's a separate private room that you can't see, so I was waiting until I saw people in Discord rooms. My apologies for being late. It's not like me.
You are completely fine. All right, so are we good to go, guys?
I'm ready.
All right, cool. So let's go ahead and get started. So first, I want to thank everybody for being here on the Wednesday nights normal debates. They happen every single week at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. In case anybody wants to come by, check it out. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for taking the time out of your days. I know I can speak for Rob that we really appreciate it, and we hope you come back in the future. Today's show is going to be a little bit different. For today's show, this is the way it's going to work. It's only going to be one topic, and it's going to be for 2 hours, give or take. We'll be covering the Chauvin trial, which will consist of many things, such as the evidence presented, the verdict, how people have reacted, like BLM or what do you call it, like Nancy Pelosi and AOC, etc. Anybody. Okay, so first I will let each panelist introduce themselves, their political leanings, where to find them, all that good stuff. After which I'll present the topic. Then each panelist gets to give their thoughts on said topic in a short 2-minute intro. After the 2 hours have ended, I will ask each panelist to give their closing thoughts. 2 minutes for outros as well. And during the outros, I ask the panelists to not don't rebut anything any other panelist has said. Just give your opinion and your opinion only on said topic. And we'll get into the arguments during the roundtable debate. So I'll be moderating and I'll be interjecting when either there's a miscommunication and maybe I can help with that, or the discussion is maybe getting a little bit too messy and we need to get things back in order. If you have any links, any pictures, videos, etc., provide them in the chat and I will screen share with the panel once you start talking about that said source. Now, this is for the audience and the panelists. Once the topic has come to a close, we will take a couple of questions from the audience. I'm in Fanatics chat. I'm in Rob's and Pisco. So if you have any questions, just tag me in them and ask the panelists the question and everything. Yeah. So, and if you want to ask, you don't have to. As far as language goes, please, no insults. As Dylan likes to say, I won't moderate niceness. But as John Burke says, please debate the topic, not the person. And I'm sure it goes unsaid, but I have to regardless. When I talk, no one else does. It doesn't matter if you really want to rebut, if you guys are yelling, or you want to finish a thought. If I stop, everyone stops. If not, I'm gonna have to mute. That's about everything that needs to be covered. Does anybody have any questions? No? All right, so let's start off with just intros, your plugs, where we can find you. So we'll go ahead and start with Rob Noor. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Rob Noor. I stream about every night. It's going to be Mondays and Tuesdays. It could start at 8, but it'll be at 10 o'clock every weeknight, 10 p.m. Eastern time. I consider myself a populist conservative. I think that we've had a corrupt system in our country that hasn't worked for working class people and poor people for the last 50 plus years. That's regardless of your race, your sexual orientation, your political orientation, etc. And I think that until we end that corruption, the debates that we have about economic policy or other things like that are kind of irrelevant, because there's just a few elite people that are really running the show. So I'd love to end that corruption, and then we could have discussions when it comes to the rest of the stuff. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the debate tonight, even though the verdict already happened, and hopefully we could cover a wide area of the topic. I think it's good having one topic for 2 hours. I actually like that. So.
Yeah, all right. Well said. Mr. Fanatic, go ahead, sir.
Hey, my name is Fanatic. I'm a musician. I dabble in politics every now and then. In reality, the way I make my money and what I do with my life is I'm a musician. But I'm mostly featured on Primecast channel, and sometimes I do stuff. I just hosted my first panel. It was an ADOS panel. on my stream, twitch.tv/Mr. Fanatic. I'm really here. I just like discussing things and like becoming more informed and trying to reach some form of like new ground in these discussions. So I'm looking forward to it.
Nice. All right. Cut sleeves. Go ahead, sir.
Yep. My name's Cutsleeve. You can reach me at Discord. And as for my political leaning, I really don't identify with the right. I just really hate the left. I'm anti-left wing, anti-socialist, and I'm anti-liberal.
All right. Pisco, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me and everyone for participating. So I'm Pisco. I'm a 3L. I'm a third-year law student. I stream on twitch.tv/Pisco95 a lot about the law. Even though I'm not a lawyer, I'm not giving legal advice in its intersection with politics. People probably associate me with the left, although probably not the kind of more communist-centered left on this platform. And so, yeah, I'm happy to talk about criminality, the justice system. Those are topics that deeply interest me, and so I'm very excited for this panel.
Nice. All right, guys. Well said. Nice. So, the first and only topic, the Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin trial. On May 25th, George Floyd was arrested for using a counterfeit bill. And in the course of the interaction with the police and George Floyd, Floyd was taken to the floor where he was knelt on by Derek Chauvin for over 9 minutes, and sometime within the altercation, George Floyd unfortunately died. After which, the country faced a division that was fueled by police brutality and the role that race plays in it. The use of force was put on trial where the jury yesterday found Derek Michael Chauvin guilty of second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter. We will go into everything surrounding the trial, but as of right now, panelists, give me your thoughts on the evidence, arguments, counter-arguments, and ultimately the verdict. We will start with Pisco. Go ahead.
Sure.
2 minutes.
Opening is that
Yes, 2 minutes.
This trial was extremely deep in terms of the evidence for the state. Causation was one of the biggest challenges and hurdles for the prosecution because there were some bad facts for the prosecution. Namely, there were drugs that were ingested by Mr. Floyd, which complicated the causal pathway. And there was eventually it came out that there was a tumor that Mr. Floyd had, potential heart disease that Mr. Floyd had, and other kind of complicating factors which made their causation argument, which is one of the necessary elements for all three of these crimes, tricky. However, that hurdle sort of being stated, I think it was a slam dunk for the prosecution. There was, in my mind, overwhelming evidence, one, that the conduct exhibited by Mr. Derek Chauvin was way beyond police standards, excessive, something that an objectively reasonable police officer in his same position would not do. And also all the other elements of the crime. I don't take to heart the use of force expert that the defense provided, who suggested things like the knee hold wasn't even an application of force because it didn't, quote, hurt or wasn't likely to be painful. I think the jury saw that. You saw the prosecution use the defense's own expert to discredit him and their justification argument. And on causation, what I feared would have been and there were some tricky situations there, and there were some contradictions even in prosecution's own witnesses. Dr. Tobin, the pulmonologist, essentially went unrebutted by the defense and gave a very plausible and credible causal pathway, which I think overcame some of the inherent difficulties of this trial. And at the end of the day, I think the video evidence was the most emphatic. And for that reason, I think this was a just conviction, and I'm glad it came out the way it did, though obviously we still have challenges ahead.
All right, nice. So let's go ahead and go to Cut Sleeves. 2 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'll start off with a quote. The authorized use of force is a complete defense of all charges in this case. That's a quote from the state. There are three things to note in this case. Even if he didn't abide by the laws, the question is whether his actions were outside of the scope of reasonability. Even if Pisco and Fanatic win the debate, all I have to give in the audience is a doubt in their mind that Chauvin was innocent, which I think I can do today. I believe that he died of cardiac arrest. This is supported by the state's witness, Brand Vierder. This state's witness Langford and the state witness Baker. And the state used conflicting testimonies to a still unknown cause of death. And this trial was all out of whack. 3 deliberations, 45 witnesses, and the fact that they found a unanimous verdict in 10 hours, you can't even process that information in 10 hours, much less use a unanimous verdict. So because of that, I find this trial insane. Here are 3 questions that need to be answered in this trial. How did Floyd die? What position did Chauvin hold Floyd in? And how is Chauvin trained to deal with these situations? In this debate, I'll present 7 key witnesses to attest my claim that there is a reasonable doubt that Chauvin didn't either intentionally or unintentionally murder George Floyd. There are many things wrong with this case, and even if you agree with the verdict, this trial was all out of whack.
All right, nice. So let's go ahead and go to Mr. Fanatic. Go ahead, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think the idea that justice was served is a beautiful one. I think in reality, we still have to wait for sentencing to get that. But at the end of the day, there was witness testimony. There was plenty of people. Obviously, all the cell phone footage very clearly revealed what happened. We've never had an experience in which, like, literally the chief of police comes forward and says out loud, like, yes, this is way beyond, like, beyond the way we should do things. Like, this is not the way they're trained. This is not policy. So the idea about whether or not this was something justified is obvious. I think that the jury, seeing all of these witnesses, recognizing plenty of the accounts that were just unaddressed, noticing that the defense was coming up with all sorts of nonsensical, fanciful ideas in order to try to, like, obfuscate, like, the very simple, very obvious truth that we all saw, that we all knew intuitively, before the evidence came forward, that this man was guilty. I think it's pretty obvious. I like the idea that one of the people doing the autopsy very clearly testified that he wanted to be somewhat sequestered. He'd already seen the video originally, just initially when the rest of the country did, but before he did his autopsy, what he did was he decided not to watch the video again, so as to make sure that it was like a distant memory, so that he could go ahead and do the autopsy and not be biased. And the fact that he could do that, I think that was a beautiful thing to do, because he still came away with this conclusion that it was very obvious that that knee to the neck was literally the cause of George Floyd's death. I'm very, very glad that he was guilty. I think it's obvious that he was guilty, which is why his peers actually convicted him. I think they said in the history of policing, there's only been 32 convictions of this kind. So it's really insane to me that, like, this actually happened. Insane in a good way, like recognizing that finally people actually got some justice, and this was the appropriate thing to do.
All right, nice. Rob, go ahead. Go 2 minutes.
Okay, so first I just want to say this. I have no skin in this game. When I saw the original video, I initially thought going into the trial that that Derek Chauvin was guilty of manslaughter. And regardless if he was found guilty or not, I didn't like what I saw. I'll be totally honest. And I challenge anyone to find anything I've said besmirching George Floyd or his family. I know there's a lot of that went on. George Floyd seemed like a pretty unsavory guy. Anytime a life's lost, it's tragic. So I just want to start there. However, the way our legal system works, you have to prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And I felt in this case that if I had been a jurist, that I would have not found him guilty of any of these charges based on the fact that there was reasonable doubt that he operated outside the scope of what his training illustrated. Cut sleeve, actually, for once, it seems like I have a partner that knows more about this issue than me, which I'm very pleased with. The quote that he opened up with is devastating. And that is a quote actually from the state. He's actually correct that if this was a legitimate use of force, then that's a credible defense to all of the charges that were presented. Now, our feelings on whether or not that his training should allow for something like that is irrelevant to his guilt. Note that after this situation came, and about 9 months before the trial, Minneapolis actually changed their training manual to say that things like chokes and respiratory holds and things like that were no longer legitimate. That seems to me to be an indictment of the fact that even they understood that possibly some of the training that they were issuing that Derek Chauvin could have been reasonably applying that training when these actions happened. I agree with Pisco, and I do think that the worst witness for the defense was their use of force attorney, and it is outrageous that he claimed that it wasn't a use of force to pin someone on the ground like that. And I agree that discredited him. However, this was a unique trial, and that I felt that when it came to use of force experts, the defense's witness was worse for the defense, and the prosecution's witnesses were worse for the prosecution. To me, the most important testimony was that of Mercel, who actually developed the curriculum, and he gave a lot of information as to why there would be reasonable doubt that he operated within the scope of his training.
All right. Very, very great intros, guys. We're going to enter into roundtable debate. Let me remind you guys that as of right now, let's just talk about the trial, okay? I will transition us out of the trial, and we'll go into, things surrounding it and everything. But as for right now, just the trial. And anybody can go ahead and go.
I'm happy that...
I'll go first for a little bit. I just want to ask Pisco a really direct question. Why was the trial held in Minnesota? This should have been an obvious one. Move out of state. This was way too political for Minnesota. Why?
Constitution establishes that the jury trial will happen in the state in the jurisdiction in which the crime occurred, and so there are constitutional reasons.
It's too political.
I don't know the case law on waiving that right, or what's the deal with that.
He left it up to the another judge. It was what was it? He left it up to another judge to decide whether they should move, but it shouldn't have been left up to another judge. They should have booked it. And here's another question.
Yeah. Can I give a fuller explanation about what my thoughts on that, or do you want to just go by it? So I think given the nature of this event, it's a nationwide scandal, the marginal prejudicial effect of having the trial in the state in which it occurred versus having it in another jurisdiction is slight at best. You've seen... I
disagree.
Can you say more about it?
But for example, there were literally riots going on while the jury wasn't sequestered, literally out in the neighborhood of the courthouse. Right? So we know, for example, that your argument that it would have been equally prejudicial all throughout the country is just not true, because these jurors knew that if there was a not guilty charge, that there would be riots in this community. Mm-hmm. And regardless if this was a legitimate verdict or not, you can't tell me, jurists are human. And if it was, I was talking to my wife about this today. Look, I have no skin in the game. I thought Chauvin was guilty of manslaughter before the trial began. But I just want to be clear. If I was a jurist and it was 100% I felt he was innocent, I would have voted not guilty. But if I thought it was 50-50 and there was only a reasonable doubt, and I knew that myself, my family, and my community was at risk for violent riots if I voted the wrong way, I'd have probably voted guilty. And so there is no reason they should have been sequestered, and they shouldn't have been in that.
I just want to be careful. Two things. One is I don't want us to conflate the evidentiary prejudicial effect of the non-sequestering or the non-having different jurisdiction have the trial with the actual merits of the trial itself with the reasonable doubt question. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and number two is
let's try to stick to the trial.
And second, I wanted to clarify that I never said that there was no potential prejudicial effect of having. I said the marginal prejudicial effect to me didn't seem to be significant enough to warrant a mandatory sort of replacement in jurisdiction.
Just real quick on this question. Do you think, like, if we had some other trial and there was a possibility that riots would occur in that city if the trial occurred there, do you think that would be prejudicial enough to warrant moving it to another city?
It would be up to the discretion, I think, of the trial judge and the circumstances of the case. I can't comment on what are those considerations. Another consideration the judge has to keep in mind is these are essentially policy goals as well. I mean, why even have in the Constitution this right to have a trial in the jurisdiction in which it happened? Precisely because we think that there's some policy goal that we're vindicated by having that. And that's recognized in the Constitution.
But you know that there's room to move, that they've moved these trials in the past.
Right. Yeah, I know.
And I'm just saying, I promise I'll leave cut sleeve, then I'll back down. But I just want to say this. If ever there was a reason to think that a jury could be prejudiced, it would be the predictable riots that would occur given a certain verdict in that city. And that was entirely predictable. And it's not just that they didn't move it. They also didn't sequester the jury. That's undefensible.
I'm happy to address that. On its own. I'm happy to address the sequestering issue. I was convinced by the argumentation from the state on that case, and also what the judge said in his denying of that issue. Essentially, he noted that one, They were close to closing arguments. And so that was one reason. Another reason was the effect of sequestering at that moment might give an impression to the jury that their life was in more danger than it was before. And that change in circumstance might itself be more prejudicial than the act of maintaining where they were. And also the presumption that the juries follow instructions, which is true of all these cases. And so there's a presumption that the witnesses are following the judge's conclusions. And he felt that news events just they happen and they can't upend the court's procedures because of what happened. It might be a close call, but certainly not enough to get at the merits of the case. And if that's an issue, it's an issue on appeal, and it's not one that I think that we ought to deal with right now, which are more the merits of the case.
So here's the thing, two things to note. One, we've moved states for less political trial, way, way less things. And also on the sequestering thing, I think this is total BS. Forget about a sequester. This is a whole mistrial. When the president of the United States goes down in essentially...
Okay. Stop. I understand that this is stuff that's surrounding the case and stuff, but right now I want to get into the evidence, the arguments that were made in court. I understand, and that's definitely something we should talk about, but let's talk about the arguments, the evidence, what the witnesses were saying. Let's do that. So I'm cutting off the whole riots and stuff now. Yeah. Let's go into the evidence.
It's an appellate issue. It's an issue for after the fact, and I'm glad that we're getting into the merits of the trial.
All right, so let's start with this. See if everyone can agree on this point, and maybe this will be a starting point to go. Can we agree that there are two separate things that the state needed to prove in order to get a manslaughter or second-degree murder charge, both of which that was two of the three charges.
More than two, but yes, I said two predominate.
Two basic areas, right? And that area was one that the primary cause of death had to be Chauvin's actions.
No, you're misstating the causation rule.
Okay,
it's not primary.
Regardless, there's debate on the
it's not debate on it. It's settled law in Minnesota, and it's not primary.
We'll discuss that. But the second would be, as Cutsleeve correctly said, and as the state said, that they had to prove that Chauvin's actions were out of line. So, for example,
what's the standard for that? You should state the actual standard for that. Do you know it?
Well, it's each charge it's different. So, for example, the third degree murder charge, it had to evince those are the elements of the underlying crime, but that the justification standard, as you both rightly stated, that the prosecution stated, is a complete defense to all these crimes. That's one is getting at the mens rea, the intent of the actual person who's committing the alleged offense, and the other is a justification on the standard from the term is objectively reasonable from the perspective of the police officer.
Please go. No, I think you're wrong on this.
I'm wrong on it.
Yeah. Let me explain.
Then he could look that up, but I'll just say real quick. The point of the is. Do we agree that, as the state said, that if Derek Chauvin operated within a reasonable realm of what he was trained, then he's innocent of all charges?
If it was an objectively reasonable use of force, then he's cleared of all charges.
And they had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's correct.
Okay. Right. And so here's the thing about the mens rea. I think you're actually wrong on that, because the charges that he were charged, I don't think either of them had to include mens rea. The second degree felony, it wasn't. You don't have to prove a mens rea. You just have to prove that he did an assault, which doesn't require mens rea.
Assault requires intent.
Wait, let me finish. The third degree murder charge does not require mens rea. It just requires negligence. It requires extreme negligence.
Well, I think you should be careful, Cutsleeves.
What does mens rea mean to you?
So for an example of a third degree murder charge, if you throw a brick out of the window and it kills someone, that doesn't require mens rea. You didn't intend to harm.
What do you think mens rea is, Cutsleeves?
Mens rea. Well, there's four elements to mens rea. There's the purpose, knowledge, recklessness, and negligence.
So they're not four parts of the same thing. And so those four things are references to the Model Penal Code, which lists out four different types of mens rea: purpose, knowledge, recklessness, and negligence. And absolutely, third degree, an important part of this case was demonstrated a conscious disregard for that the actions were dangerous and reckless. And mens rea was critically important, both of the third degree charge on the depraved heart murder, which you need to have reckless disregard. That's a form of mens rea. And obviously, in the felony murder, there's no intent to kill. You're correct there, which is why I was curious in your opening. You said they never proved that he intended to kill. None of these cases are premised on intent to kill, but they do have to prove for the second degree murder intent to commit an assault. And so mens rea is at issue here, and it's separate from the discussion about justification, which is taken from an objectively reasonable police officer, not having to do with the subjective intent necessarily of Derek Chauvin.
Like all of that, the mens rea argument actually goes towards actually being. It's not an argument that's going to make Chauvin look more guilty, right? But I do agree with you. I was actually surprised to find that the second-degree murder charge, it's kind of unique in Minneapolis in my reading of it, where you don't have to intend to murder. You have to have intended to commit a felony, right? And then someone died as a result of that.
That's not unique. There is a unique aspect to it. So what you're talking about now is the doctrine of felony murder, and that is there's many states that have felony murder where you don't need to prove specific intent to kill, and you just need to prove the underlying qualifying felony, which can be usually an inherently dangerous felony or some sort of category of felony that the state lists by statute. What's odd about Minnesota is they don't have the same murder doctrine.
This is Peace Coast debate. I'm just here.
And so assault is allowed as a predicate felony in Minnesota, where that's typically not allowed in other states because there's a fear that every assault that ends in murder just becomes a murder, and then it's just it's a weird kind of.
But for example, a manslaughter charge normally, if they could say, but you also committed assault, now becomes a second-degree murder charge.
It makes it easier. It is a weird part of Minnesota felony murder rule that we have the assault charge there, and it made it easier for the state to charge them on that.
So anyways, the reason I break it up is because I think that something that's happening, and let me be quite clear, I will default to Cutsleeve and Pisco that I think know more about the specifics of the law because I'm not involved in law other than I watch a lot of First 48 and Law and Order. Other than that, though, I'll admit that I haven't studied law. But the reason that I bring this up is I think when you see laymen talking about this case, oftentimes two things happen. There is the idea of, well, did he die of a fentanyl overdose or did he die because of Chauvin? And then there's the separate idea of, did the action Chauvin take operate outside the bounds of what he was allowed to do? So to me, if you're the defense, that first argument is the best argument. And I think the argument the defense did best on. People want to get bogged down in this question of, was it fentanyl or was it a carotid choke or was it an asphyxiation or positional asphyxiation, et cetera, et cetera. To me, though, where I think that the reasonable doubt comes into account is I think that the prosecution's own use of force witness, including Lieutenant Mercel, gave enough reasonable doubt that Derek Chauvin operated within a reasonable doubt of the scope that he was trained, given the extenuating factors that we saw surrounding the arrest.
So can I respond real quick to that point? Yeah. Because I think you're stating so on the question of, well, that's what he was taught to do. I just want to state clearly, police guidelines can be bad. I mean, you can have a police guideline that says, it's okay to shoot anyone you want. That wouldn't necessarily, I agree that police training is relevant evidence of what an objectively reasonable police officer can do, but it's not dispositive evidence of what they're going to do, of what you're allowed to do under the law. Just because some non-elected police official writes something down in some policy book doesn't make it law. Second, I want to know kind of more specifically, why did you think that particular witness undercut the prosecution's argument on use of force justification?
So on for clear, when he's talking about Officer Mercel, he got undercutted because what the prosecution did was avoid all context in the situation. The undercutting came to when the defense added context to the situation. So
I had the opposite impression. To be honest, I felt as though Attorney Nelson was asking questions like, "Is it ever reasonable to put someone prone?" And it was the one who was taking away context from the questions and soliciting answers which sounded good from the force witness, saying, "Yeah, it's sometimes okay to use your knee. Yeah, it's sometimes okay to put them in the prone position. Right. Yeah, it's and in that way, kind of removing context." So I had the opposite impression.
So on the Officer Mercel thing, especially, this is clear white and gray. So the prosecution goes up, and you can tell this because it will be cross-ex. So the defense has the second chance to speak, but on on direct cross, he
on direct cross.
I mean direct. He asked,
on cross or direct.
No, direct.
Is it a process? It's okay.
No. On direct prosecution side.
Okay. So on direct examination.
On direct, he just asks, "Is it okay to put someone's knee on some guy's neck for 9 minutes?" No context, none of that at all. Of course, the Mercel said no, which would be then presided with 3 other officers who also said no. But you just saw this repeat happen and happen again. Cross-examination comes up. He says, "Is it okay to put someone's is it okay to apply neck compression in a situation where the crowd is, deadly. And say, maybe, like, what's a deadly crowd? They describe the crowd. Mercer would agree that that crowd is deadly. McKenzie agreed that the crowd is deadly. And they also said, would it be okay to put someone's knee on someone's neck until you wait for the EMT? Mercer actually said that he does this. He does the same exact thing that Chauvin's being accused for. He puts his knee on people's necks until the EMT comes down. And he actually defended the idea of putting someone's knee on their neck. He actually said it was it was justifiable in code red situations. And one of those code red situations that were brought on cross-examination is when the crowd is pretty deadly and waiting for the EMT.
I think you're mischaracterizing.
Go ahead. No, I'm good.
Okay. I think you're mischaracterizing some of the use of force evidence here. Every single one of those officers that the prosecution brought up, to my knowledge, I will say I didn't hear every single use of force witness, although I read about, I think, all of them. I didn't actually watch every single one of them, but to my knowledge, I have my understanding is every single one of them, with all the context included, said that this was not within standards. So when they included all the context. Okay, so
one more point. I think their description of like the crowd in that case, I yes, in general, if the crowd matched their description, then that would make sense. But that crowd was very obviously not deadly. They were literally chilling in the back.
But even that, Fanatic, I don't think it actually would necessarily. I agree that it would influence your decision making on use of force, Fanatic. I absolutely agree that a deadly crowd would, and I think it was weird for one of the late witnesses, the firefighter, who would say like, "No, I'm never distracted. I don't care about crowd no matter." Like, of course, I think crowd matters, and if it's a quote deadly crowd, of course, that's going to influence your decision making.
Yeah.
But I don't think that the actions. Think about this: the actions of a third party, which Mr. Floyd had no control over, determined how long it was acceptable to use that neck hold on Mr. Floyd through no fault of his own. That seems to contradict basic policy concerns, fairness concerns. What's that?
You don't believe this. This is so you're.
I don't believe it. I'm saying it.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And this doesn't even hold up to normal standards of reasonableness. You said because it was a third party and Floyd had no control, that shouldn't be, that shouldn't affect how long you hold a certain position. But this doesn't even hold up to normal hypotheticals. So say I'm like, say I have the same position Chauvin did, knee on the shoulder blade, and a third party comes in and says, keep his knee on your shoulder blade for 30 seconds longer, or else I kill your whole family. In that instance, you have a third party who has no control. Floyd had no control over that, but it would affect the position you're holding and for how long the position
cut sleeves. You got me. There are hypotheticals for which it would be justified to do a lot. I would say it would. I mean, you could give me a hypothetical where it would be justified to shoot 20 innocent people if you said there was a nuke on the other side of it. And so I totally agree that there are hypotheticals under which my general rule of not letting third-party people's conduct affect the application of force on you, but those are general rules that I'm providing, and not.
But okay, so if I could jump in here, right? Like, I agree. There are hypothetical. Like, if we're talking about the hypothetical, so let's talk about the situation that actually occurred here. So again, the reason that Mercil's testimony is the most important is he is the only person that testified that was involved in either directly training Chauvin or directly creating the training program that Chauvin was trained under.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that premise that's what makes it the most important.
Because if Chauvin operated within the scope of, if he reasonably thought that he was operating within the scope of his training, then that would be enough for a reasonable.
No.
Yes, it's certainly.
No, but it's an objectively reasonable police officer in the shoes, and we can't count for the idiosyncratic training techniques and decision making of other officers in that line. When we apply the standard to a police officer, the standard is one. Objectively reasonable. Now, the personal training of Chauvin is influential insofar as it affects the particular subjective intent, and that's why they introduced it for mens rea purposes. But in terms of the objective standard of reasonableness in this case, I don't think the idiosyncratic training techniques of particular officers makes it the most decisive evidence when it comes to justification.
Well, I disagree because
Real quick,
Well, the law
Rob,
disagrees.
can you, Rob, because you're next. I'm stupid. Could you explain mens rea? I'm not.
Oh yeah, I can explain it for you. So
Pisco,
Yeah, mens rea is
Just 'cause I
basically.
you just misstated what mens rea was by conflating the 4 different standards and not understanding that a reckless crime requires mens rea. Do you want to explain mens rea?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So mens rea is definitely
didn't
it's
understand
levels of
the
intent,
insult
right?
that-
It's generally a synonym of intent, and there are 4 parts to mens rea, as I'm gonna repeat over again: purpose, knowledge, recklessness, and negligence. But essentially, when we say mens rea, we're just using a synonym or a replacement of the word intent. Did I miss anything there?
Yeah, you did actually. I mean, you're quoting the model penal code, which isn't followed in every state. Certain states diverge from the model penal code, such as Minnesota. It diverges, and it doesn't.
Okay, for anything because
So,
states have
it's
different.
not
Pisco,
co-extensive.
go ahead and define it, and then we'll go to Rob so he can.
I think for the purpose of this conversation, though, Cutsley, you can generally reduce it to the level of intent. But so good job on that, Cutsleeves. But don't. That's not just like there's 4 parts to it. That's it. That's what mens rea is. It's an oversimplification of it, and I want to make sure the audience is aware that that's not all there is to mens rea. There's other forms of intent as well in the civil context. Negligence is not the same as criminal negligence in this case, and in fact, states differ on how they define different levels of intent. So it's an oversimplification, but we can call it intent for this purposes. Right. So what I said in response to Rob was the particular training that Derek Chauvin received is relevant insofar as it plays on his mens rea, his subjective intent for the elements of the crime. But when we're looking at the justification defense, which takes the perspective of an objective officer, that's an objective reasonableness standard. We can't take into account the fact that you were mistrained and use that as maybe that's a defense for some other reason, or that's a factor you can include in sentencing. But when we're talking about justification, it doesn't make it the clincher argument. It's some evidence of what the police standard is and what's a objectively reasonable person would do, that a trainer would say that, but it's not conclusive or dispositive or the strongest evidence.
So here's the thing, and I do think.
Hold on, because Rob needs to come back, and then we'll go to you. We'll go Rob, Cutsleeve, and then we'll go back to Pisco, just because I don't want Rob to lose his thought.
Again, the standard of objective reasonableness, if he was trained, if he operated within the scope of his training, then it was objectively reasonable, despite what other officers would say. It certainly is.
I mean, if you have a renegade
maneuver, if you're trained to give the Heimlich maneuver in a certain particular situation, and you give that maneuver and that person dies, even if people say, well, I don't think that when I look at this, I don't think I would have done it the same way. It doesn't matter if that's how you were trained. The indictment's then on the training and not on the officer.
Rob,
and by the way, as I said, they changed the training manual after this because I think they understood
that's post
that
hoc.
an objectively reasonable officer. For example, so let's talk about some of the specifics. You wanted to talk hypothetical, so you kind of poo-pooed.
What Rob is saying here is not falsifiable. We can't say for sure that this guy directly trained him, and that this guy said that this was what the training was.
So in this examination of Mercil, for example, they asked whether or not the mob would be something that would be considered that would justify continuing to pin someone down or to restrain someone even if they were motionless, and the officer said, Mercil said yes, that would be the case. Upon redirect, the prosecutor says, yeah, but if they were just taking photos, etc., would that be a reason? And Mercil says no. And then upon recross, right, the argument was, what if someone was yelling, I'm gonna fuck you up, pussy, that was an MMA fighter that was coming at them, that another member of the crowd was holding back? And Mercil says yes, that would fit the criteria of a hostile crowd. So you yourself admitted that it would be objectively reasonable to continue to pin someone if there was a hostile crowd, and this witness testified that this would meet the definition of a hostile crowd.
I wouldn't agree with a couple. First of all, on your framing of what Attorney Nelson said in that case, from what I can recall, he said, would it be reasonable to hold someone in a particular position, even with your knee? That's not giving the full context of what happened. And saying that it could be objectively reasonable, and the proof is in the pudding, because the witnesses all invariably said they're prosecution witnesses. Rob, they all said, with some variations, all and true, and some things that didn't look great for the prosecution, such as when they said you should include the crowd in your force calculation. But they all came to the conclusion that the force applied was not within the training. So I don't know what we're arguing. The hypothetical that Attorney Nelson provides.
So again, Cutsleeve already made this argument.
Okay.
The direct When they asked Mercil, for example, do you think that putting your knee on someone's neck for 5 minutes, is that within the scope of training? Of course, the prosecution witness says, no, I don't. However, it was upon cross when the more specific details of the case were given. So the first question that was asked was, are there times when it's reasonable to operate outside of the scope of specific training if there are factors that lead to heightening the situation? Mercil says, yes, that's the case. Then they get into all the specific factors, right? Again, Cutsleeves already, already made the argument. So, like, I'll just go through a couple of them real quick, right? Like, for example,
you're saying a lot of wrong stuff on the way there. I just want
to. Okay, what did I say that was wrong there?
So the fact, no one disagrees, for instance, that it's a totality of circumstances test for objectively reasonableness. And so no one would ever, and the prosecution never claimed that you should always follow the specific training in every case. And so to present it as though he was finally exposed on cross that you have to consider more than training is nonsense, because the prosecution never claimed or implied that you should always follow training. Second, training isn't dispositive. There's a foundational problem here, which is you're assuming that training is dispositive of what an objective, reasonable officer would do. And it's just not. I mean, suppose that you have an officer who's trained by a renegade trainer who teaches them all the wrong thing. The law isn't going to give the cover of justification because some crazy trainer trained a police officer to do crazy stuff. So training is not dispositive here on what an objectively reasonable person can do. And that's evidenced by the fact that that witness that you're citing said training isn't the only thing we look to. There's the totality of circumstances. So what you're citing isn't what you think it's doing.
And again, no, it is. It is. It would be. And I'm telling you right now, as a jurist, like the argument that you're giving is not what actually happened in this trial. No one's claiming that Mercil was rogue. Mercil's talking about the actual training program as it's written. No one's claiming that there was a rogue trainer. Mercil is one of the people that crafted this training policy, and he's telling you specifically what it would entail. Now, he's going through the specific situation and saying, again, so he talks a lot about, they ask him, like, if Floyd was on drugs, would that justify an increased use of force? Yes. If he was bigger than the officers? Yes. If he had just fought with 3 officers? Yes. If there was a crowd that was operating as if this crowd was operating? Yes. All of that would justify. He literally says that he himself has been in situations where he's pinned people down until EMS arrived. He literally says that, yes, this would be justified. And like, I can give you the quote. Nelson at one point says, given everything, this isn't an exact quote, but I can find it for you in a minute. He says, given everything that we just saw, can you see a situation, or do you think that this sort of situation would be justified to use that sort of restraint? He says, yes. And he says, even for 9 minutes. And Mercil says, possibly. Right? Now, all we need is reasonable doubt. All you need is reasonable doubt that Chauvin thought he was acting possibly objectively reasonably. And that's a defense to all these charges.
Attorney Nelson is not providing the case in front of us at bar. He is not giving the actual facts of the case. He's giving, as you mentioned, hypotheticals that are like, if there's a crowd, yes. Is drug something that a reasonable officer would take into consideration? Yes, it's a factor that a reasonable officer would take into consideration. Is the fact that you just fought something that a reasonable officer would take into consideration? Yes, it's something that a reasonable officer would take into consideration. And they're leading questions precisely because it's not a bad thing that he's putting words in the witness' mouth. You have to be knowledgeable of that and look out for the predicates of every question. The questions don't naturally flow from each other. He's giving independent answers from that are asked by Attorney Nelson to give the impression that he's talking about this case, but he's speaking about factors in isolation and to present them as though they're one cohesive whole and say, well, the prosecution's own witness, who they prepped the witness, is saying that this was therefore reasonable, is wrong. They're not. They're giving evidence that shows that these are things that you take into consideration, but they're not giving conclusive evidence.
Again, this is really quickly, if I could just quote: are these circumstances like those already discussed where would be appropriate to maintain presence of leg across shoulder blades and back in order to ensure control of the suspect? Answered by Mercil, yes. For as long as 10 minutes, yes, it's possible. You say that these were just individual characteristics, but not part of the whole. Again, Cutsleeves already made this argument.
Wait, Rob, read it one more time. Read that part one more time. You read it really quickly. What was it? One more time, read it.
Yes.
Go ahead. No, the original question.
Let me find it again. Are there circumstances like those already discussed where we would be appropriate to maintain presence of leg across shoulder blades and back in order to ensure control of the suspect?
Okay, stop. You see what they just asked? Like those already discussed. And the thing that Pisco keeps demonstrating to you over and over again is that they're asking these very general questions in a vacuum that don't necessarily apply to this case. And then after
Right.
they
Okay, so
ask,
then
hold on. And then after they ask very general questions in a vacuum, now that you have all of these ideas that sound good and obfuscate the exact factors of this specific case,
Right.
you then ask follow-up questions saying, now, considering all of these things that we discussed, would you say in those
There
things
are
that we
some
discussed,
situations,
right, that there's a possibility that you can, and then your
Yeah.
response is yes. That's not a
Okay,
win for the
so if I could-
prosecution.
if I
Thank
can
God
finish-
the
if I can
jury.
finish
Thank
with-
God the jury is more intelligent than that.
If I could finish with my point, the prosecution, as Cutsleeves already said, literally doesn't go through the actual facts of the case, as you don't expect them to do. They're trying to make it as simple as possible. Would you put your knee on someone's neck for 9 minutes? No, I wouldn't. There, end of story. They're not going through the litany of factors. This is how he was fighting before.
Wait.
Here's the
Rob, that's just untrue. I mean, they point blank for their expert witnesses ask, was this objective? Like, I don't know if they can ask the direct legal question, because there's question about whether or not I don't know in this case, but they asked the opinion about whether this force was necessary or was it reasonable, and they will give expert help and say, no, this was not reasonable because this is not what we train. I mean, they have the chief of police talking about it. They have the longest serving
again. And so if I could, I can't finish my point, so I'll just finish it real quick.
Sure.
They asked all these specific questions. You say, and all these specific scenarios, you say those are just individual things that don't tell the whole story. It's only the defense that's trying to tell the whole story. The prosecution's not doing it. So I'll allow Pisco or Fanatic, either of you, can you show me where the prosecution argued that the specific factors that Nelson was talking about that Merso agreed would warrant this kind of behavior? Can you tell me one? Where the prosecution
you just now
refuted that?
misstated
Or
it.
second, can you refute it?
You just misstated what those on cross-examination the prosecution witness said by saying that they would determine in this case that force was necessary. They're telling you. Can I finish what my
like? This is the type of thing that we see happen all the time. So I'll say something like this, and it's even happened in debates I've had with you in the past, Pisco. We'll say something like this: is it reasonable for the FBI to look in to Donald Trump for Russia collusion? Yes, it's reasonable. Okay, well, let's look at the specifics of what happened. Is it reasonable then for them if they use unverified opposition research? Well, is it reasonable if that research, the primary subsource, was a Russian spy? Now, people would say, well, if Pisco testified, he just testified that this was reasonable. But upon looking at the actual factors that happened, you get the person that's testifying to admit, yeah, I could see, given all of these factors, how it would be possible to think it's reasonable to have this use of force. It doesn't matter what they ultimately come to the conclusion if you interrogate the reason they came to that conclusion, and upon that interrogation, they say, actually, yes, it would be possible to be reasonable.
No,
and again,
there's a
we
more
only have to prove a
fundamental.
reasonable doubt.
So what you're describing, as I hear you, is saying that it doesn't matter if their conclusion it seems to be unconnected to what they're saying in terms of the individual pieces. Therefore, we should credit the individual pieces. I understand that, right? And I respect that argument that sometimes people come to conclusions, and when you break down their argument, it doesn't seem to make sense that logically they come to that conclusion. That's not what's happening here.
Sure.
The questions being asked by Attorney Nelson are, does a reasonable officer include the crowd in their consideration of use of force? Yes. Does a reasonable officer also consider factors like drug use? Yes. Does a reasonable officer also fill in the blank? And what you've just, those are factors that, of course, every officer needs to take into consideration because it's a totality of circumstances test for objective reasonability.
And
you're making it appear.
But Pisco, what you're leaving out, he asked the question at the end. Are
In
these
some
circumstances
cases
we discussed, would it be appropriate to maintain presence of the leg across the shoulder blade and back in order to ensure control of the suspect? Yes.
And so
he's asking, do we?
But I buy that in some cases. Give the cut sleeves example. Give another example that. Again, we're not. I don't know the predicate facts that Nelson is getting at in that particular quote, because there was a lot of use of force witnesses that were brought in by the prosecution. So I'm not remembering that particular line of questioning. But I know that Nelson, many points, asks hypotheticals on that are not at issue with the case. So, for instance, he'll ask, "Is it reasonable to use the prone position?" Sometimes, yes. Is it reasonable to apply force on someone who's in the prone position? Yes, sometimes. And that sounds like we're addressing the case that happened. But as you notice, other prosecution witnesses said it's not just a prone position that's unreasonable. It's not just handcuffing and putting in the prone position. It's not just applying force to someone who's down. It's the combination of those factors and being handcuffed. Again, that's another factor that on cross-examination that the hypothetical didn't include the handcuffing or didn't include the time table. In this particular case, as you cited, it appears that they did include the timetable. But be very careful because these questions are designed to trick you, and they're not what they appear. And so I'll let you respond. I'm sorry.
That's not true. I'll leave you.
Hold on, real quick, Rob. So we'll go Rob, and then we'll go cut sleeves because I want to get other people in. Okay. Yep. Cut sleeves. Go ahead.
Yeah. So on this direct question, I do acknowledge what Pisco was saying, and that did happen. I do think one of the worst defenses that Nelson had was just firing off random questions, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about when he just fired off random questions, because I did see a lot when he said, like, do you consider like drugs in your analysis? Do you consider this? And it just like led to nowhere. My specific contentions and what I specifically brought up are when times he kind of just directly addressed the case, and he just kind of built premise off of premise off of premise. Okay, in this case, with the drugs, with the crowd, would it be justified to use a force? And then they said like possibly, but on this specific point, because I do like to go point by point, was it a mob? Was the mob something that should have been a factor? I think this is one of you guys' honestly weakest points, because yes, the mob should have been a factor even by all of the.
Well, no one says it's not a factor. It's a totality of circumstances test. And so, of course, you would take into consideration the totality of circumstances, including the crowd.
No. When I say should it be a factor, I'm saying, was the mob a factor in this case? Were they so deadly that
you're saying mob? Do you think there's a difference between mob and crowd? I mean, the defense didn't go far as to say, I don't believe in reference to this specific crowd, mob. They called it crowd or bystanders.
In this crowd, so I do think the crowd was deadly enough to take into the consideration with the totality of evidence.
So you believe that this crowd was deadly? Well, I want to make sure that. So you believe you view the video of the crowd. You think that it would be fair to characterize that you think that this crowd was deadly, correct?
Potentially deadly.
What? Well, before you said it was deadly, was it deadly or potentially deadly?
Well, in this case, they mean the same thing. If something has
is deadly the same thing as potentially deadly?
In this case, it would, because those would be both factors in your analysis. Right?
Okay, I disagree that potentially deadly is the same thing as deadly.
Okay,
and I'll let the audience decide.
Maybe
on
I
that.
can. Maybe I can. So okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So this was potentially deadly enough. And this is just.
Was it deadly?
How about I'll phrase it like this: the crowd was, the crowd was in such a state where you would have to take their actions into consideration when you're improvising.
Well, no, we all agree on that. We all agree that we take into consideration everything because it's a totality of circumstances test. My question is, do you think that it's likely or prone to deadliness? That's my question. Getting at.
Means? Like, if I'm
you said it, you said it was potentially deadly. And actually, you first said it was deadly.
Yeah. This is just a basic yes or no question. If I'm
wait. I'm asking you about your characterization of the crowd. You said it was deadly. Then I asked you, you're saying it's deadly. You said potentially deadly. Now you're saying that it's something you take into consideration. No one disagrees that it's something we take into consideration. I'm asking you to clarify your characterization of the crowd. I can't move on until you do that.
Right. No, I think the crowd was potentially deadly, and in this situation, deadly and potentially deadly.
Was it likely to be deadly? I mean, everything's potentially deadly. Water is potentially deadly. Books behind me are potentially deadly. Was it likely to be a deadly crowd given what you saw?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I disagree with that fact that it was likely to be deadly.
Here's why. And this is just overwhelming. Only looking at the prosecution case, you would go with the same direct answer. When cross-examination of Mackenzie happened, she admitted that with a surgical accusation of the crowd, she admitted that the crowd was deadly. Also, you can use the EMT's response. Why did they do a scoop instead of?
I believe she said aggressive. Very aggressive.
I got to step in here, cut sleeve. I don't know that anyone used the word deadly or potentially deadly. That's not the standard that matters, anyways. The standard is: was it aggressive? Was it potentially dangerous? That's the it doesn't have to escalate to the level of
dangerous and deadly. Like, these carry similar connotations.
Really?
No.
Dangerous and
no one was armed, and you were saying so aggressive might be one thing. I mean, and you're right. A prosecution witness on cross characterized the crowd as aggressive without equivocation.
My bad.
Characterized it as a mob.
Yeah, take back everything I said. Let me replace the word deadly with dangerous. Okay. Can we? Okay.
But
Yeah,
I disagree with the fact that it was dangerous or aggressive or deadly. But I will accept that that's your
Okay,
characterization.
wait, hold on.
Prosecution
Let me just ask really quick,
disagrees
cut sleeve.
I disagree with the prosecution witness. I don't have to credit all the prosecution witnesses.
Okay, cut sleeve. I get it. So just to make sure we're clear here, is there ever a situation in which any crowd would ever be there that wasn't potentially dangerous? Because this sounds like such a vacuous statement you're making. The presence of people there is by your
It's always
definition,
potentially.
it's always potential, right? Like we talk about kinetic potential, just a rock being at the edge, like that. This literally means nothing.
You gotta listen.
I got you. I am listening. I have been listening.
No, you're not. Because what I said.
No. Answer my question. What did you hear my question? What was my question?
Well, I'm listening. That's why I have.
How do you distinguish
You literally
any
just interrupted
crowd?
my question, but it's fine. Okay, so then answer this question. Is there any crowd of that side that could be present in that situation that would not be potentially dangerous?
No, but that's why.
Okay, so then it doesn't mean anything.
What's the point of talking about it?
Again, if I could interject here real quick,
Wait,
this is an irrelevant question.
Because Fanatic is not listening. And it's very clear. He's been zoned out for the start of the conversation.
He
I'm listening to what you just said.
Yeah, he's repeating your words back to you.
No, absolutely not. Because I never once said potentially.
You clarified dangerous.
You did just switch it to potential. You started at potentially.
Okay.
You started at potentially deadly.
Okay. So hold on. So let me set this up. Okay. So the problem that we're having right now is we're going through the factors of what happened, right? So right now we're stuck on the crowd, right? And I agree, the Fanatic obviously with the left. Pisco and Fanatic, anything can have the potential to be deadly, right? So why don't we go into what was happening that created that feeling of
20 seconds? It'll take me. If you give me 20 seconds, then cut sleep can go on. Again, this is the argument the prosecution made. They said if people were just taking pictures, is that something you would consider dangerous? No, says the witness. And then upon cross, it was, but if they're saying I'm going to kick your ass, pussy, from an MMA guy that's saying that's being held back, would that be considered aggressive and dangerous? Yes. So Fanatic and Pisco, yeah, you're right. We could hypothetically say any potential crowd could be dangerous, but we're talking about the specifics of this specific situation and what witnesses that were law enforcement officers testified to.
They
weren't just taking pictures; they were threatening law enforcement.
Yeah, and here's the fact: they weren't listening. That's because I made it clear that I said take everything I said about deadly and dangerous back. And let me just replace it with the word dangerous, not potentially dangerous, because as you guys said, that's like kind of stupid, right? Okay. Anything has a potential to be dangerous or deadly. I said just dangerous. I do think the crowd at that time was dangerous. And here's what the prosecution said too. Multiple witnesses. Mackenzie also corroborated the story by saying the crowd was dangerous. The EMTs did a scoop instead of performing live. That's because they found the setting in the area of the crowd to be that dangerous that they couldn't perform they couldn't perform aid live.
There's a conflation going on right there. So one is and it was done by the attorney Nelson. So I'm glad that you're learning from Nelson. One is and this in the context of the question asked to the witness that Rob is referring to, it's danger of a crowd insofar as rendering aid. But that is different. That is to explain why Chauvin didn't render aid. That's different.
That's not true.
That's
not true.
No, that was the context in which the question was asked.
That's not true. He was specifically asked the context of continuing to detain someone.
No, sorry. With respect to the female officer, that was asked in the context of rendering.
Oh, that's a different. I'm talking about Mercel. I'm sorry. I'm
okay.
Sorry.
So let's take Mercel for a second.
I was doing it with reference to I thought we were talking about the crowd stuff, and the best witness for the defense on the crowd was the cross examination of the woman officer who construed it as aggressive crowd. I believe that was in the context of failing to render aid for Chauvin, saying if you're rendering aid and there's an aggressive crowd near you, that could explain why you don't render aid in that moment. That isn't precisely applied to the use of force.
Well, here's the thing.
She never said the use of force, that it should change how you apply to a party who has... Because the reasoning was this. The reason was this. If you're worried about the crowd, that might make you so that you're rendering bad aid. But that's not... The same kind of intuition isn't precisely there for the application of force on someone who has...
Here's the thing. And here's why that matters. And it's simple. Because he didn't have to put him in a recovery position. One of my main factors and one of my main criticism of Chauvin is like, why didn't you put him in the recovery position? That's probably why he died. Because after you kneel, after you put someone across your shoulder,
don't talk about causation. Just be clear. We're just talking.
Yeah. After you put someone's knee across your shoulder blade, whether it's the cause of death or not, you're supposed to render aid by putting them in the recovery position. Even after that.
That's not
And my
rendering aid.
criticism
That's put him
was-
in a safer position. So it's not rendering it. The failure to render aid has to do with the fact that he wasn't responsive and didn't
No,
have a
it was
pulse.
definitely about the recovery position. They asked specifically against McKenzie, specifically about the recovery position, and she said it was justifiable for them not to put him in the recovery position because of the state of the crowd.
Oh no, but what I'm saying, first of all, again, you have to be careful at parsing out the cross-examination questions, which are leading and tricky to deal with, and to hear the actual questions being asked.
Well, can you give me a specific quote? You're just saying this big, spooky, like everything Nelson said was potentially like dangerous.
No,
so
because I noticed in it, I don't have the cross-examinations memorized, but in order to really know the answer, you need to have the full question, the context of what was said before, and to see it in real time play out in front of you. And
well,
also,
I saw the cross-examination.
Okay, and so my memory of that cross-examination, and most of these cross-examinations were that Mr. Nelson wasn't asking questions as relates to the totality of circumstances as applied to Floyd. He was asking in general, like, might that justify you not putting someone in the recovery prison? Yes. Might you take an aggressive crowd into consideration for failure to render aid? Yes.
Can you, like, give me the direct quote where he said, like, where he left stuff out of context and he put things in a vacuum? It
happened a lot. It happened almost in every question. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, no.
I mean, if I could interject,
like a good defense attorney should. I'm not saying he did a bad thing. That's what an attorney should do, but you should be careful.
Yeah, give me some seconds to finish. You're saying like, okay, everything he said, every single direct cross, he probably just asked the question in a vacuum. Can you bring up the direct quote? Can you bring up the direct site? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. We bring up direct quotes, we bring up direct sets, and you're like, he probably had it in the vacuum.
No, I'm telling you that all these questions are, for the most part, leading questions. For the most part, if you're a good cross-examiner, most of your questions are leading. Okay? And so when you're taking, he's literally putting words in the witness's mouth, and you're not considering the redirect either, you brought up the redirect a couple times. So I'll give you an example of just one example of removing context.
After Pisco is Rob, by the way.
Yeah.
So we can keep.
Isn't it true, officer so and so, that that it's sometimes reasonable to put someone in a prone position? Yes. That is a question. That's a vacuum question. That's an example of one.
He threw out a lot of vacuum questions.
But they're good questions, right? Because you're bringing some doubt, right? You're trying to generate some reasonable doubt that the circumstances were such in the particular case that a reasonable officer would do what Chauvin did. But the end result was, I think, when you're looking at all the evidence here, the use of force witnesses and experts that were brought, including high-ranking police officers, every police officer that they brought forth, all their experts that the prosecution brought forth, their end conclusion was the use of force was either out of training or not necessary or unreasonable. That was their end conclusion. And if you're going to
okay, so here we go. So if that's again, the defense only has to prove that there's a reasonable doubt. So the defense brought an expert that concluded that it was justified. There, end of story.
But he was right.
End of story. His conclusion was it was justified. Correct.
That is correct, but you have to look at
reasonable doubt. End of story, right?
No.
Exactly.
It doesn't mean that you ignore. I'm not suggesting that you ignore.
Real quick. So what you're doing when I'm talking specifically about the specific questions that were asked that said, would you consider this? Would you consider this? Would you consider this? Would you consider this? Yes. Given all those factors, can you see how it would be reasonable to put your knee over someone's shoulder blades in this type of restraint? Yes, I do. Even for 10 minutes. Yes, it's possible. Right. And you say, but ultimately they concluded the other way. The conclusion's irrelevant if the reasons that they came to that conclusion.
I see where the misunderstanding is, and I'll respond to it. So one is it is absolutely right to question, use the actual testimony on cross-examination. We don't just rely on direct examination, and we don't just rely on ultimate conclusions. You're right, and I don't credit the defense expert for a reason. And I don't just look at his conclusion and say I disagree with it. So the substance of the answers matters, but the questions being asked has to do with probabilities, what to take into consideration, and you're crediting those as though there's some big victory for the defense when we all agree that sometimes it's reasonable to use the prone position. Sometimes, yes, you have to take the crowd into consideration. Can you see a possibility in which it would be reasonable to put your knee on someone's back for 10 minutes? Yes, I would. But the questions aren't meant to solicit the circumstances of all the context put in front of you. And when you add that context, What's wrong with
Here's
that?
the problem.
What's wrong with
Here's
that? What I
the
just
problem.
said.
Here's the problem. One, in the context of this trial, the defense was clearly, every time there was a use of force witness, was more articulate about the individual circumstance surrounding this use of force event than the prosecution.
Be real, because they can't ask leading questions on direct. They have to ask very open questions, and so and with the one time they were able to cross-examine the use of force sections, it was devastating for the defense. So don't get it twisted. The reason why the prosecution isn't giving them the answer every time and giving these awesome sound bites that sound really good is because they're not allowed to ask leading questions. That's why you're not getting the same sound
They're
bite.
allowed to talk about the specifics. It wouldn't be.
They can't ask leading questions as a rule of evidence. You're not allowed to be like.
So let me ask you this. I could ask this. Do you think this use of force was justified? I could ask that as the prosecution, correct?
If usually they have to be like an expert witness to have like that kind of opinion stuff.
Okay, so we have an expert witness, like these use of force.
No, it wasn't. No, it was not. No, it was not. And I can't ask. I can't say.
So wait a minute.
Well, can I demonstrate
the prosecution was not allowed to ask their own use of force experts if Chauvin operated.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is they can't ask leading questions such that you get these awesome sounding answers. So just so you know, they can't be like, and this force was unreasonable because of right?
Right.
Yes.
They didn't have to do that.
So they have to ask questions that are harder for the witnesses to deal with. They'll be like, why was this unreasonable? Well, it's unreasonable because this.
Again,
right?
again, so let's go back to it. So when we're talking about in the context of what the jurists are hearing in this trial, only the defense is talking about specific situations that happened in this case. The prosecution's just asking.
You're wrong.
Like, is it that I'm not?
You didn't
wrong.
hear.
Like,
Did you hear the testimony?
I did. I listened to all of Mercel, Steiger, and McKenzie. I listened to all three of the. I listened to day 7
on direct.
To all of the use. Right. I listened to the direct.
Oh, okay. On direct, there were questions about what to take into consideration. Certainly on redirect, when the defense was hammering them on the crowd size, there were questions that were sort of taken in isolation.
And ultimately, that's true. On redirect, they did specifically.
That's their job.
That's right. On redirect, they did specifically bring that up, and then on recross, that was totally destroyed. So on redirect, and this is exactly how the prosecution operated the entire trial with the use of force experts. On redirect, on Mercel, this is what they said. They said, "Oh, here's a picture of the crowd. See how everyone's just taking pictures? Do you think a crowd that's just taking pictures is an aggressive crowd?" "No," says the person, or says Mercel. Then on recross, Nelson stands up and says, "Okay, but that's not what was happening, is it? Let's watch this video. See how he's saying he's going to beat these pussies up? Do you think that's aggressive?" Yes. That's exactly the context that was going on. You keep saying, well, the defense is asking leading questions and they're talking about all these things, but show me an example of what they were talking about that wasn't a factor in this case. So they talked about drug use. Let me finish real quick. They talked about drug use. They talked about fighting the police. They talked about the size of Chauvin. They talked about the information the information Chauvin had about the violent situation of Code 3, I believe it called, when they got there. They talked about the mob.
Factors, right? So you're repeating factors that it's useless for you to repeat these because everyone agrees that you take into consideration all of these factors. That is not.
So then I'll say real quick, are the circumstances like those that we discussed, would it be appropriate to maintain a presence of leg across the shoulder blades and back in order to ensure the control of the suspect? Yes. So given those factors that we just talked about, Mercel was directly asked, given those factors, would you understand a circumstance where it would be reasonable to put and again, all they have to prove is that Chauvin thought that he was operating in a reasonable manner within the scope. If there's reasonable doubt,
there's a confusion in your mind. So the fact that we all agree on the factors doesn't mean we all agree on how to weigh those factors. And that's the big question in this case is how do you weigh the relative factors? Yeah, the use of force could go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, here's just really quickly, it's just a really simple way that like they do this all the time in like basic logic tests where they ask you a bunch of questions about possibilities. Like in these situations, would this work? And you say some of these, like right? Like they always do this logic, the basic logic test of some of these are these, some of these are these. So then by definition, can you say some of these are these? And it's like, no, that does not work.
Right, exactly.
You can't do that.
So here's the thing, and I do.
Wait, hold on, let me just finish really quick. I just want to make sure. So when the cross-examiner asks in general, sometimes can you do this? Yes. Sometimes if a crowd is like this, can you do this? Yes. Sometimes, okay, so then at the end,
Can
now
you envision situations?
Right, and then now at the end, you're assuming the cell. I get some people aren't smart enough and don't have the logic to not bite that, like get that like hook, line, and sinker. But in reality, that doesn't work. You can't ask general questions and then try to come to a conclusion. It's just not the way
Right.
logic
These
works.
weren't general. They were specific questions to this specific
About the
incident,
factors
which they were
to take
again.
into
If you let me
consideration.
finish real quick, they were specific about this situation, which they were doing a far better job than the prosecution. The prosecution was as vague as possible, and when they tried
They
to get
can't be
specific in almost
specific.
every, yes, they
I've
can.
explained-
You're
wait,
just
I've-
lying. You're just lying. This is just a.
They
blatant
can't be
lie.
as specific
yes, the
as the
prosecution was allowed
defense.
to say. The
You're-
prosecution was allowed to say, "Here's a video of the crowd. Do you think we should have viewed this as aggressive?" You're full of shit if you're saying that they weren't allowed to do that. I'm sorry.
No,
That's just
I'm
a
saying
blatant lie.
they're not.
It's just a blatant lie. Were they allowed to take?
All right. Okay. Stop. No. Hold on. We don't even let each other finish sentences. Okay. Let me redirect this debate a little bit. Okay. We're going a lot back and forth on. He asked this question.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what Chauvin did, and it's happening on both sides. I'm not trying to say it's happening on both sides.
It is.
Okay.
But
But hold on.
Sorry.
I understand. Hold on. So Chauvin, what he did, he kept his knee on George Floyd for over 9 minutes. The righties, tell me why that was okay to do in this scenario, given the facts of what was happening during that time. That's what we need to do.
Yeah,
Go.
that's what we're doing. Lieutenant Mercer, again, the prosecution was as vague as possible. The defense was talking about the specific situation that led what was going on in Chauvin's mind. Like Fanatic says, well, just because that's potentially a situation where this would have been reasonable doesn't mean it was reasonable in this situation. Well, two things. The defense, in the context of this trial, was far more specific. So just the vague, I think it was unreasonable, doesn't seem to hold mustard. If I was a jurist, I would say, wow, the defense is talking about the actual situations that surrounded this use of force event, whereas the prosecution's just like, look at this video. Is it 9 minutes a long time? Right? So that's one. Second, the argument is, as both of them have admitted, well, yeah, these use of force experts did say that there are situations where this would be reasonable. Again, the question is, did Chauvin feel he was operating in a reasonable situation? And so
No,
if Chauvin...
That's not the question.
Again,
You're just wrong about the
again,
legal standard.
So we just talked
I'm
about
not going to let you repeat it.
Pisco, yes, that is the standard. It would be objectively
Not
reasonable.
subjective. It's not subjective.
Hold on,
You-
Pisco.
you're saying-
You respond after he's there. Just write it down or something, and you'll be like, "This is wrong."
You're right. The fact that you can't hear is your problem, not mine. I said objectively reasonable. If Chauvin thought that we could see,
It's not what Chauvin thought. You said it again. I'm sorry, but I need to demonstrate it. So we said if Chauvin thought what he was doing.
Okay, go ahead. I'm just going to interrupt. Go ahead.
Rob, because I have to stop because you're not going.
Chauvin thought. Okay.
So you're saying if
Okay,
Chauvin
that's
thought.
what Chauvin thought.
All right, guys.
Will
all
you
right,
get a chance to speak when
guys,
I'm done? Yes,
I'm talking about
yes,
subjective
hold on.
intent.
I believe
Both
you'll
of
get a
you
chance to
guys,
speak when I'm done.
hold on. Yes. If you have a rebuttal, just write it down. If you think Rob is saying, something that's completely wrong, just quote him and say that is wrong and this is why. Let's do that from now on both sides, okay? Because it's happening on both sides. So Rob, go ahead. Pisco, if you think he's wrong on something, say it after.
Yeah. So again, if we could see that they're admitting that, yes, in the context of all these factors, that it would be reasonable at times to do this, then it's clear that Chauvin could have thought that it was reasonable for him to do this, which means that he's not guilty of the crimes that he was suggested of.
So Rob is misstating the law because he's referencing what Chauvin thought. And what Chauvin thought is relevant insofar as his intent on the elements of the crime. But it's not relevant from the perspective of justification because it's an objective standard. And I know you're saying objective, but you're referencing it with if Chauvin thought what he was doing was objective, therefore justification. That's not what's going on here. We're not allowing an officer, and think about what it would be like if we had a world in which officers' own subjective intent about their objective reasonableness was affecting the actual standard. That's not how this works. It's objective standard.
Okay, so Pisco, let me try to
Yes.
because I'm doing it on both sides because I'm honestly in the middle here. I
Sure.
don't know what side to actually take. So you're saying that there's a problem if a cop believes like what a cop believes is not the standard that we should be using, but isn't that kind of like what if like a person reaches in his pocket and the police thinks,
Yes. So you take into the consideration from the officer's perspective in terms of like what he's seeing, but you don't take as given the objective, the subjective beliefs of the officer in their conclusion about whether their use of force was justified. If that was the case, no police would ever be guilty of over excessive force because I'm sure. Maybe sometimes they know they're being wrong, but most of the time, officers obviously think that what they're doing is reasonable. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it because people in general, right, do what they think is right. So it's not a subjective standard insofar as we're trying to get to the the reasonableness of the justification argument. That's what I'm trying to say.
Answer Aftershock's question. So, if you ask why was it okay for him to do 9 minutes, I actually reject the framing of the question because I have more neutral ground here. You have to prove why it's wrong for him to have that for 9 minutes, and there is no bright line, right? There is no. Would it be okay?
I'm happy to provide the evidence.
No, let me finish. Write it down. Would it be okay if it was 8 minutes, 7 minutes, 6 minutes? I think it's okay. He could hold that position until the EMTs got there because that's what he's trained to do. Now, I also kind of reject Pisco's framing and tell me if this is a mischaracterization. If we prove that the training did this, right? And if we prove that he was trained to do this, yes, that does take into account mens rea, but that's not all it takes into account. Like the state said, and I'll repeat this quote above, the authorized use of force is a complete defense of all charges in this case because it's the standard question of liability, right? If I train you to do something and then you do that action, it's not the person who was trained that is liable. It is the master of the institution that is liable. For example, if I have a karate lesson or a karate dojo and I teach this deadly move, but I mask it to be safe and I teach these kids oh, this is a safe move, right? And then they do the move on each other, they wouldn't be liable for anything because they were taught that this was a safe move. And that's why the state said if this was an authorized use of force, and this is what they were taught, it's a defense of all cases. And I do think that this is within the scope of reason because there's no bright line, because he was just waiting for the EMT, and because the crowd was so dangerous. I don't think there's no reason that 9 minutes would be not okay. So you would have to prove, the burden of proof is on you to say why 9 minutes is not okay. Right? And what is the time? Also, 5 seconds. What is the time? 4 minutes? 3 minutes? 2 minutes? 1 minute? 30 seconds? But
I'm happy to provide evidence about why this was objectively unreasonable. You're correct in saying that the burden is on us. I encourage you not to give me a lecture on the law in this case. I'm telling you right now that subjective intent doesn't loom large on an objective, reasonable test, and it's being used for mens rea. Okay? More to the point, your statement or your implication, I think it was a direct statement that training, when I say dispositive, when I say dispositive, I mean decides the case. And let me try to see if I'm clear about what you're saying. Are you suggesting that the mere fact that an officer is trained a certain way is dispositive? It decides the case on whether the force was justified, regardless. So they could be trained on anything. The substance of the training doesn't matter. So long as they were taught that way, that decides the case. Am I understanding you correctly?
No, but it's definitely a factor. If they're just to shoot people, then that wouldn't be.
Why not? So then it's not just training. So it's not just training.
Not just training, but that's a huge part. And to me, that's reasonable doubt. Right?
Okay. And so you think that the training here is a huge factor, but is not the whole answer on whether or not the use of force was justified. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So there are other factors to consider whether the use was reasonable, correct?
Oh, sure.
Okay. So the evidence that we have about why this force was unreasonable is, one, we have practically every cop with a relevance to speak on it saying that it's not.
I disagree.
Okay. Now, you disagree with some of the cross-examination questions. We've spent a lot of time, I think, demonstrated, Fanatic and I, why your interpretation of the answer to those questions don't lead to where you think they do. I can't help you anymore on that. And ultimately, I think it's up to the viewers to decide who, on balance, you think is more credible there. Another reason why is because officer after officer told us about the dangerousness of the prone position in that case, especially when combined with a neck restraint. In those instances, cop after cop told us about why it's trained to put in the recovery position and not leave them in the prone position. We know this was unnecessary because as soon as he left the vehicle, he could have been on his knees. There didn't appear to be. There were risk factors, certainly, that George Floyd was large, that he was on drugs. Those are risk factors, but they don't necessarily determine that deadly force or excessive force needs to be applied, or a certain level of force needs to be applied to him. generally. I agree that it's something you take into consideration always. But it didn't appear that George Floyd, at the moment that he would left the car, had sort of was offering active aggression. Even if you do believe it was offering active aggression, and most use of force experts agreed that putting him on the ground and having him the knee at any time was unreasonable. The fact that after hearing his fellow officer state, I don't think he's breathing or something to that effect, that he doesn't have a pulse, hearing people say he's not responding, below his knees, George Floyd had stopped breathing. Are you going to sit here and tell me that 9 minute and 29 second hold was justified after George Floyd had stopped responding?
Is that a direct question or is that like a symbolic question?
It's a question. You believe that after George Floyd had stopped responding, the continued application of that knee hold was objectively reasonable?
There's like 3 things wrong with that question.
Can I have an answer to the question? Do you think it was? After he had no pulse, after people were telling him that we're trying to render medical aid, do you believe that the continued use of force was unreasonable?
My opinion doesn't matter. I'm not a use of force expert. I don't have an opinion, right?
Wait.
So here's
What?
You're muted, fanatic. Sorry.
No,
Wait,
let me talk.
Let me. He asked me a question. Let me. So here's the thing, right? He said he had a hard time breathing before he.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking once he had stopped breathing, do you think that the continued application of that force was reasonable?
Wait, but you would have to say. So I know the other 2 officers said they like found him like not breathing, right? Because he had the aspiral gas, right? But in cross-examination of one of the medical use of experts, it could have been the case that like the aspiral gas or like the last gas you take.
I'm not asking about gas. I'm asking, so there were several minutes after we know that he was stopped being responsive. He was stopping to talk. I'm asking you a question. I would like an answer, please. Do you think after George Floyd had stopped responding, whenever that is, you can pick it when it's the last whatever, you can pick it, 20 seconds after, whenever you feel that Chauvin felt that he would stop responding or had knowledge enough from surrounding circumstances to know that he was not responding, do you feel the continued application of force in this case was justified?
Let me finish. The only reason why I bring up the last gas over the aspiral gas, and I will answer your question, is because it could have been the case that Chauvin actually didn't know, and he didn't believe his other fellow officers when he said.
You think that's reasonable to not believe your other officer, or not to believe people who are telling you? And when he stops talking, and the fact that he's not moving anymore, and he's not offering resistance to your knee, you think that's credible?
Well, that's another question.
Well, then I'll ask the first question again.
I'll answer the second question. It doesn't matter.
I want you to answer the first question, which is after he's unresponsive. Assume that it's either he's aware or he should be aware that he's unresponsive. Suppose that those are the considerations. I'm asking for the sake of hypotheticals. Would it be reasonable to continue to use force, knowing or should have known that he was not responsive?
I don't know. I'm not a use of force expert, so
you're unwilling to say so.
I can only go off the cross examinations. I can only go off what the use of force expert told me, and according to their cross examinations, according to their directs, of course it would be reasonable. Not in the way. Of
course, it would be reasonable. Not that there's a doubt. You just said it would be reasonable as according to.
Let's let him after.
Yeah. So not in the way you framed it, right? If someone's unconscious, then like get off them. That's the expectation. But when you have a crowd that dangerous around you, the protocol is to have them in that hold until the EMTs come. And actually, they said it was de-escalation for him to continue that hold. He could have tasered him.
Defense said that. I mean, you're only crediting defense.
Not defense. No, it was prosecution. It was prosecution.
Defense counsel said that.
May I jump in? So Cut Sleeves is getting to the heart of the argument there, right? There were several mitigating factors that several of the use of force experts admitted. Again, what Pisco's trying to do is just saying, well, if they ultimately were for the prosecution, that means that their ultimate conclusion was X. But we have to get to the reasons for their conclusion to determine whether or not. I just want to say real quick, as I know, the objective reasonableness standard, this wasn't a jury instruction that was given by I could be wrong about this, by the judge. This was just the preferred instructions that the prosecution wanted to be used. The defense
Supreme Court case. I don't know what to tell you. It's influential on all.
What does that have to do? Did the judge directly tell the jurist that they had to use this objective, reasonable standard? Did he?
I have the jury instruction. Keep talking. I'll
He may
quote you the
have.
direct.
He may have. I'm just.
Okay.
I looked for it the whole time you were talking. It didn't see. I'm not saying that I'm 100% sure, but the defense disagreed with what that means, and they talked about how you can't use hindsight 2020. You had to try to put yourself in the position of Derek Chauvin at that time with all of these mitigating factors. So again, there's also a rule that like you keep defaulting to, well, a bunch of experts said this, and you might know this legal term because at one point it came up in this, which is the idea that the prosecution can't keep calling expert witnesses that say the same thing. What's that called?
It's cumulative.
Cumulative,
it's prejudicial because it's cumulative.
Right. And so I would say that your appeal to quantity, well, a bunch of experts said this, that's kind of irrelevant in the way court proceedings are held because you're supposed to call your best witness. And again, we're getting to why they came to the conclusions they did. So when we look at Mercil, for example, he talks about how even if someone's unconscious and not moving, especially if they're on drugs, like in this situation, they oftentimes could stand up and become more combative. In addition, you have to take into factors things like the crowd, not just for the safety of the officers and for the safety of the crowd, but also for the safety of the person that's being detained. You also have to take into account things like the fact they were in the middle of the road. And if he popped up and was delirious, and keep in mind, the officers at the time even said on the radio that they thought he was suffering from excited delirium, that he could then run in traffic, harm someone, etc. Also, it's reasonable to assume Chauvin thought that medics were going to be there much sooner than they did come. And that's also true when you listen to the chatter that was going on from the officers. So it's entirely, and another thing is Chauvin actually at one point pointed his can of mace or whatever they use, pepper spray or whatever, at the crowd because he thought that the crowd was being hostile to them. So it's reasonable to assume that even though he thought that Floyd wasn't breathing or was unconscious, that he thought that the position, again, it wasn't on the neck as we was originally, that was the narrative that was told.
It was on the neck.
See that? No, it was even as Mercil admitted when looking at the video,
at
that
one
even though it looks like
still
it was
image near the end.
Not one.
So where was the testimony that it was on the neck at the time?
Dr. Tobin
He had stopped breathing. I will look at that testimony. I will.
Okay.
But again, like
let me know where you're done.
That's actually a very important point. Actually, so if he actually died from neck compression, why wasn't there any bruises on his neck? Usually,
Dr. Tobin explained that.
No.
That's a separate question. Like, we're not even going to get to that. Like, we're not even going to get to that. The level of the medical.
I have to respond to a lot of what you said.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, so all of those factors, it could be that a reasonable person would say, I have to continue to detain him because if I get on him, that the crowd's going to escalate this, that he could get up. The medics are going to be here every minute. And McKenzie also admits that they did a load and scoop because the medics, when they got there, thought that the situation was still hostile, and so they couldn't provide immediate care to them. And the last thing I'll say is, you said earlier, but that was just talking about providing care and not providing, not continuing to detain someone. But again, that's buttressed by the fact that both Mercil and I believe Steiger both testified that yes, it is reasonable. And Mercil himself had said he had done this where he had detained people even after they were unconscious until EMS arrived. So it's not just not providing first aid, but it's actually still continuing to detain people that are unconscious.
Okay.
So
I'll leave. I don't want to get back into what I think you're misstating the testimony of those officers and conflating it with let's not get into it. I have my opinion on what it is, and if you think that I'm wrong, I submit it to the rest of the chat. I don't want to just get back into the why I think you're misconstruing that specific testimony. On the neck question, the officer you're quoting stated that it was one still image where he was saying that it appears to not be on his neck or appears to be on his back.
That's not true. He went through it at least 4 times.
Hold on. You can rebut it. Pisco has a lot to respond to. Let him respond.
Yes. More to the point, I think it's beneficial for the audience for me to read the jury instruction on authorized use of force. So this is it's some sentences, 6 or 7 sentences. No crime is committed if a police officer's actions were justified by the police officer's use of reasonable force in the line of duty in effecting a lawful arrest or preventing an escape from custody. The kind and degree of force a police officer may lawfully use in executing his duties is limited by what a reasonable police officer in the same situation would believe to be necessary. Any use of force beyond that is not reasonable. To determine if the actions of the police officer was reasonable, you must look at those facts which a reasonable officer in the same situation would have known at the precise moment the officer acted with force. You must decide whether the officer's actions were objectively reasonable in light of the totality of the facts and circumstances confronting the officer and without regard to the officer's own subjective state of mind, intentions, or motivations. So that's the authorized use of force explanation. Obviously, expressly and explicitly disavowing subjective mindset, at least in the jury instructions, because that's just the general rule. Furthermore, I'm glad that you brought up the use of force, the EMT's arrival, all that stuff, Rob. So I'll put the question to you that I put to cut sleeves. At the moment, well, first of all, do you believe that Chauvin should have known that George Floyd was unresponsive?
Wait, why does that matter? He's not a use of force expert.
I'm asking.
Hold on. Can I just say this really quickly? Listen, we're not lawyers, and the only one close enough to actually becoming a lawyer is freaking Pisco. Yet here we are determining whether or not this is an actual trial that makes any sense. Like giving our opinions about this. Neither one of us are lawyers. None of us are part of the judicial branch. So when someone's asking you a direct question, don't try to run away from the question by pointing out, I'm not an expert on this. You're not an expert on any of this. You're not an expert on law. You literally misquoted mens rea. So don't run from the question. Actually engage with it. He asked the question multiple times. If you're not an expert in something, that doesn't mean you can't talk about it. Answer the freaking question.
And remember, the jurors are normal people, and the normal people are evaluating evidence. And I'm asking, you can make reference to experts. I'm asking you, Rob, on balance, do you think it's reasonable to assume that Chauvin should have known that Mr. Floyd was unresponsive at some point during the hold?
Easily.
Boy, can I?
Yes. Okay. Was the use of force after Mr. Floyd was non-responsive reasonable?
If the people that trained him said that there are situations where even someone's unresponsive, and those situations include a crowd acting like this crowd was acting, or someone that is of the size that Floyd was, or someone that had conflicted with police in the way Floyd was, or someone that had consumed the drugs that Floyd has, then yes, even though I, as a layman looking at it, say that seems entirely bad, which is why I thought it was manslaughter in the first place. Just let me finish real quick, which is why I thought it was manslaughter in the first place. I would say, well, geez, it seems as if that the people that trained him are saying, yeah, there are situations like the situations in this direct situation where, yes, you would still detain someone when they were unconscious.
So I'll take the moment right now to once again contend the fact that he was trained in this way. I don't want to rehash that, but there is a contention here, and I contend that he was not trained this way. But let's see how much this proves, Rob. So you say yes, since you believe that he was trained this way, your answer is yes. It was reasonable to continue to apply this force after he was non-responsive, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would it have been reasonable for 20 more minutes?
Probably not.
Why not?
But that would I would default, as a jurist, I would default to the expert. So if Mercel said, yeah, there's a situation where, again, Mercel was the person that crafted the training program that Chauvin was trained under. So if that person saying, yeah, I myself have detained people even when they were unconscious. Just real quick. I myself have detained people until EMS arrived. And yes, it's possible that it would be reasonable even for 10 minutes. If he would, I'm guessing 21 minutes, he would say no. So as a jurist, I would say, okay, clearly that's not reasonable.
Suppose Mercel came on the stand and said, it would have been reasonable to do that hold for 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And I taught him 5 hours.
Yeah.
So would you say it was reasonable to hold that for 5 hours? If he said, I taught Chauvin to keep that hold for 5 years.
He said these were ridiculous hypotheticals. He would.
I'm asking you.
But yes, I mean, again, the point is this: if the prosecution's expert was that ridiculous, then I would vote innocent anyway.
Well, no, wait, hang on.
It's clear that the prosecution is shit.
Wait, Rob.
You're literally asking me, could he hold that hold for 5 years?
Rob,
that's what the expert on use of force that the state is presenting to say that Chauvin is guilty said. But it would have been reasonable.
I disagree. He said
this
that.
This expert's so full of shit.
I have to. Every time you say he said that, I'm going to say I don't think he said that. But I'm going to ask you. It seems that what the training is dispositive in your mind. Suppose he said that it would have been justified in that situation. We trained Chauvin that it would have been justified to shoot him in the head. I mean, that's it, right? That's use of force.
Well, that's a case of liability. The liability.
Hang on a second. I'm asking Rob, for the sake of use of force, whether something is justified. He made reference to the training. And I'm asking, suppose that Chauvin was trained to shoot someone in the head in the similar conditions. Would that be justified?
No, it would be different because
Why?
because Any reasonable person, even if you're not in law enforcement, knows that shooting someone in the head that's detained would be something that, even if trained, would be unreasonable. However, when you're talking about detaining people, and you have multiple credible use of force experts saying,
you gotta slam dunk this, Pisco.
Detain people even that are unconscious, that's a completely different question. This would be like me asking you if we could come up with a bunch of absurd hypotheticals, but we're talking about the specifics of this case.
Right,
and as a layman, I understand that, yes, what happened looked really bad to me. Again, I still thought he was guilty of manslaughter. However, if Chauvin felt that he was operating in a reasonable manner, because the people that trained him said, yes, we train people to detain people even if they're motionless until EMS arrives, if the following criteria are met, such as the person was violent and conflicting with the police, the person is large, the person had consumed drugs, there's a violent mob forming, then I would say that sounds reasonable to me. Even though I don't like it, it sounds like there's a problem with the training.
So as soon as
I would think Chauvin was operating in what he considered to be a reasonable fashion.
So as soon as I raise the force to some arbitrary, you've just said you haven't explained why this is a distinction that is a difference. I mean, you've said that it's just so obvious to you that the gun would be.
Let me turn the question on you then. Let me turn the question. Let's say every use of force expert that came up there said handcuffing people is too much. That's police abuse, handcuffing people. Would you then say, well, as a jurist, I just have to say, yeah, I can't. I have to believe what the experts say?
Of course not. Jurors are instructed to also use common sense and also to credit testimony, even if, as you made a great point, Rob, that it's not the numerosity necessarily of the witnesses that determine whether or not you should believe them. I thought that was a beautiful point. And likewise, I would say, if a bunch of people tell you something that's inherently ridiculous, it's the job of the jury to also consider common sense and at times public policy. And so yes, I think that what I'm not getting out of you, Rob, and I feel like you're evasive on this because I don't know how you're going to resolve it. How are you going to resolve something like shooting someone in the face is just so obviously unreasonable, but having your knee on someone's neck for 9 minutes, it's not as obvious that it's unreasonable. Because what's your rule statement there? How are you applying?
Right. So you're making a threshold argument is what you're making. And yes, it's
you're
because
making that
my
argument.
threshold. No,
you're saying there's a threshold.
You're right. I'm making the argument.
Okay, guys, stop. From someone that is literally in the middle, I hate where this debate has gone. I really do. On both sides. Okay,
we're going to talk about the reaction.
I understand that. That's why I'm stopping it. That's why I'm stopping it, and I'm going to put it back on. I'm going to steer this back to where it should be. Okay, because I want to get into the facts of the case, which both sides have kind of strayed away from.
Aftershock's not safe.
It's fun though.
Hold on. The lefties have said he should not have done this for 9 whole minutes. The righties have said it was reasonable to do it because of the size of George Floyd, the fact that he was on drugs, the crowd, all of that stuff. That's why it was okay for him to do that, or at least reasonable for him to do that. Okay, let's stick to what actually happened. Okay, let's stick to what happened. So those were the facts of what happened, and why it would have been reasonable for them to do this. Lefties, counter that.
Okay, wait, really quickly. I just want to say I think it's absolutely feckless to sit here and over again as someone keeps continually drilling you on a point of trying to get you to admit to something, and you say over and over again, well, I don't know, I'm not an expert. I don't know, I'm not an expert. I don't know, I'm an expert.
Who said that in the past 10 minutes?
Cut sleeve, Jen.
I've been talking
hold on.
No
Here, let me finish. And then after, finally, he goes ahead and gets really hyperbolic with the examples. Then you say, well, of course not, because of common sense. That's why he had to keep on walking down that line of questions to get you to finally admit that obviously common sense says that this is something that's ridiculous. You want to appeal to common sense whenever we pin you on something, and then the second whenever he pins you on something, and then the second he actually pins you on something. I mean, as soon as he stretches that to its core, you go, well, no, it's not common. I mean, you appeal to experts and you switch to common sense.
That's not at all what I've done. Aftershock, I'd like to respond. So, right, that's not at all what was done. Here's the problem. The concession that Pisco's basically made here is what he's just said is, well, it's subjectively up to the jurors to think what they think's reasonable or not, right? That's what you're arguing. Doesn't matter what experts say. That's literally what you just said.
That's not my argument.
Real quick, you said it doesn't matter what the experts say. It's up to the jurors.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. I said
no,
so.
I
if
didn't.
they said yes. Yes, you did. I said so. If
No.
the officers all said that,
Did I say
no,
that we
the jurors
disregard expert testimony? This whole this trial,
so then, okay, well then, I'm glad you cleared that up. So again, I'll default to, as a jurist, I would look to expert testimony of the people that trained Floyd, and when they talk about the extenuating factors that happened in this situation, justifying people having this hold even at that time at the end, then I would take that into heavy consideration.
Yeah, and also Pisco, wait, you define like common sense. What is common sense? Who gets common sense?
No, stop. That was why what I just said, the righty said, that is why it was reasonable for Derek Chauvin to do what he did.
And let's give our response. Okay.
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. So we know about medical testimony and expert testimony talked about why the prone position is dangerous because there's risks for breathing. And so we were told, and the experts demonstrated that people are trained to move into the recovery position precisely because of the fears of breathing. There have been cases like this where death has occurred as a result of the positional asphyxia related to a hold and the prone position. So we know about that. We know that there are potentially sensitive regions in the side of the neck, which is actually the back of the neck is quite strong, as Dr. Tobin alluded to. And because of the way that Floyd had to move himself to start to breathe, he was at high risk in that position and hold for getting at those areas and not giving him the room and space to breathe. And also because of the application of force onto his back and from other officers at times, and the resistance from the concrete, all those circumstances together indicated that hold, as applied to George Floyd in the moment, was dangerous. Also, it's not just the moment while it's irrelevant whether or not the hold is dangerous.
Yes.
Why is it irrelevant whether or not the hold? I mean, is it irrelevant if the gun is dangerous?
Are police allowed to use holds that are dangerous?
Yes.
Given certain circumstances?
Yes.
Okay. So then the question of whether or not this hold was dangerous is irrelevant to the superseding question, which were they justified to continue to hold dangerous holds given the surrounding
You're absolutely right, Rob, that the other consideration that has to come into play is the level of resistance and the relative danger.
That's not all it is.
No, I'm not. Did I say it's all it is? I said the use of force needs to be proportional to the resistance, and the amount of resistance and the amount of danger that is imposed by a particular subject influences your use of force and whether or not that's justified. And so so sometimes using a machine gun is justified. Sometimes using a grenade is justified. It's dangerous. And of course, there's two sides of the scale. So one is, what was the danger of George Floyd in that position? He was handcuffed. He was on the ground. He was high. He wasn't going anywhere. You had 4 officers there. That's evidence that the experts brought out to say that he was a relatively not dangerous. He didn't have a weapon on him at all.
Mm-hmm.
There was no indication that he was certainly, I would agree that he did not want to be in that position. He kicked once or twice. I agree that he kicked once or twice. But you would agree that doesn't justify just shooting him in the head. And so I think you need to have a reason why this was proportional to his level of resistance. And then, right, so we're talking about the events preceding his initial hold and the first couple of minutes when he was responsive. Now you have to justify, why are you using that force when he's not responsive? And he can't offer any resistance because he's not conscious. And that's why when I get you on that, it seems like you're uncomfortable.
Again, I keep repeating. So I'll repeat the expert testimony. The experts testified, the use of force expert brought forth with prosecution testified that even when people are unconscious, oftentimes they wake up even more combative. Second, they had to take into account that they were in a high traffic area and they thought that he was exhibiting excited delirium, which meant had they let him go and he jumped up and ran into traffic, he would have been a danger to himself and others.
Can we do one at a time? I can address every one of those.
You keep asking me the question and I
know your response to this.
Maybe it's because you're if you know what my response is, then you're admitting that I answered the question.
No.
You don't understand my response because you keep interrupting. Third, you're asked to take into account the crowd as the experts testify. Then stop saying I didn't answer it. If you're saying I heard your answer.
No, I think you're on. Well, first of all, on the merits of those subjects, the excited delirium, there's conditions of excited delirium that were not met by George Floyd in this case. Including the fact that he was able to consciously make words is a reason, and to respond to officers in that way is evidence that he wasn't suffering from, quote, excited delirium.
But the officers didn't know. In hindsight, they don't know. They thought that he was suffering.
Are they trained on excited delirium? Yes. Okay, so given the fact that they were, you're referencing training all the time to define what is use of force and what's not. If they're trained on excited delirium, wouldn't you expect a reasonable officer to remember their training on excited delirium?
I would expect a reasonable officer, but someone that was acting as if George Floyd did when he was fighting the 3 officers previously, to find the drugs in the car and to see him acting so strange to the point where they questioned whether or not he was operating. It would be reasonable for them.
You're exploding now. You're exploding. What I'm asking you right now is, in the moment where he's handcuffed on the ground, about to be put down and held down, and then, but actually, I'm more specifically asking after he's not responsive, and you're giving me responses on why it might still be justified to use when that has no pulse. And so I'm not really worried about the drugs right now. And I've told you that one of the elements of excited delirium was obviously not met by George Floyd in that moment, and the training would have made that clear. So what? So that goes away.
If he was suffering, I'll repeat, because if he was suffering from excited delirium and then went unconscious, the officers, the use of force experts brought by the prosecution testified that people in that situation often wake up with a more normal than human strength. You're
not responding though, because I just gave you evidence that he wasn't suffering from excited delirium.
But they didn't know that. They didn't know that.
But there's subjective.
Again, real quick, let's talk about the difference. When I said that they had reason to believe he was suffering through excited delirium before he went unconscious, you said, but at that moment he wasn't because he was unconscious. Yes, but then they would have had reason to believe, had he woke up, as the use of force experts say, that he would have exhibited even more irrationality.
No, I'm telling you that at the moments before he lost consciousness, there were reasons an objective officer would think that he wasn't suffering from excited delirium based on their training. Because he was able to respond to them with, I believe that was the factor that was referenced. There might have been another one, but I believe it was the fact that he's responsive and he's answering them and he's talking with them and he's saying words.
But that's not dispositive of excited delirium.
But it's one of
they're taking the entire. And again, you're looking at this with hindsight. The behavior, even his.
No, I'm not. That's not hindsight. That's not hindsight.
Even his girlfriend admitted, even his girlfriend and the people that he was in the car with before this said that they thought there was something incredibly wrong with him with the drugs. They couldn't wake him up. He was unresponsive. You could hear his friends from the audio saying, "George, what's wrong with him? Stop fighting them. Stop." So a reasonable person looking would have been like, "Dude, that guy's high as balls. What is happening?"
Wait. No. So now you're saying the interaction that a reasonable officer would have known the interactions that George Floyd had with the co-passengers when they weren't there?
No, but I'm saying.
Okay, so then why'd you bring it up?
Because even they thought that there was something wrong with him when it came to the use of drugs.
Well, that's not relevant to the officer. I mean, you're. Right, but I'm telling you that training that they
want to have your cake. You want to have your cake and eat it too. You're saying, "Oh, there's no way officers could have believed that reasonably." Of course there is. This is the weakest part of your argument. Of course, an officer. They actually said, "What do you think?" Let me ask you this: what were the officers? So they planned this out ahead of time. They mentioned excited delirium on their radios because they knew that they were going to murder him and do that. Why would they mention excited delirium?
I didn't say there were intent. They could be.
Why did they?
They were unreasonable. They were unreasonable officers exercising unreasonable force and giving wrong reasons. I mean, I don't think there was any malice into it.
Okay, I'm gonna have to stop it here, guys. And it was just starting to get. It was just. This is where I wanted to be at the beginning, but I mean, it's okay though. Okay, so. Great points on both sides. I feel like we derailed a little bit, but that's okay. No, it's not close. It's because we're still talking about the trial, but even then, there's not that much time left either. So I want to get into just the political atmosphere that we're in right now because of the George Floyd case and because of the narratives that are being brought of racism, systemic racism, police brutality, and the how the country is divided right now. So can we just talk about that a little bit? Maybe we can do short 1-minute intros. And since the
can we do a 30-second closing on this part for everyone?
There's very little time left. That's why I'm okay. 30 seconds. Okay, yeah, 30 seconds. Let's wait until 34 minutes at least. But yeah, great points on both sides. Okay, so 5, and we'll talk. Who started last time? Was it the lefties?
Me. I started. Yep.
Okay, so we'll start with cut sleeves. Go 30 seconds.
Okay. So, as I said before, you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. There is reason to suspect. And as Pisco and I agree, you have to consider all angles. Some of the angles that they did not consider was the crowd, was the EMT's response. These are additional context. People can become unconscious and gain conscious after they become unconscious, and there is no bright line. Pisco presents the hypothetical of maybe he puts them on hold for 10 hours, 7 years. But what if you put them on hold for a nanosecond? What if you put them on hold for 1 second? There is no bright line. So when there is no bright line, we follow the training, we follow the consequences, and even if he broke the law, even if he did all these things, it needs to be beyond the scope, and I don't see it being beyond the scope.
Okay, he basically went on for a minute, so everyone gets a minute now. Go ahead. Pisco, go ahead.
Sure. I think that I would have loved to talk about causation. Frankly, I think the defense was stronger on causation than were use of force. I think that there are some hills that aren't, willing to be died on, or people are willing to die on some hills here. And frankly, I think the arguments that this was justified prove too much. If we're only going to rely on training as a dispositive element of what's going on, I think that you could justify a great deal based on bad training. Obviously, the test is more than that. It has to do with what an objectively reasonable officer would do at the time. And that includes, obviously, common sense. And to Cutley's point, I think that the jury did consider the crowd size. They did consider everything you say they didn't consider. They just came to a conclusion that you didn't like. But you have no way of knowing that they didn't consider the factors that you said so. And I don't think you've done a good job explaining why those factors should have led to the result that it didn't lead to.
Okay, Rob, go ahead. 1 minute.
Yeah, Pisco gave up the game when he said, I don't believe these officers were acting with malice. Second-degree murder charge? That's literally what Pisco said. Is weird. You're going to interrupt me doing my close. Yeah, that's literally what he said. So he'll have you believe that they actually, they weren't operating with malice when they said excited delirium. So it wasn't intent, but he's for the murder charge. So he gives up the game there. In addition, he also makes the argument that's actually true, that it's to some extent that it's up to the jurors themselves to decide what type of experts they're going to listen to. I'm not saying I could see a perfectly reasonable juror coming to the conclusion that these charges were justified. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that my personal opinion as a jurist would be to listen to the use of force experts. And if they said there were possible situations where training justified these behaviors, I would heavily take that into account. I thought that that those witnesses were better for the defense. And I thought that was a reason that I would have probably voted not guilty on these charges. However, I have no skin in the game. I think that that's devastating that the training would potentially allow for ambiguity like this. And that's why they changed the training, and they should do so more. I'm just saying that if that was the proper use of the training, or that it was reasonable to be able to do that, then they should change that and say it's not reasonable to hold people like that. Because as an individual, I don't think it is. But that would mean that Chauvin's not guilty if he operated within a reasonable bounds of his training.
All right, Fanatic, go ahead, sir. 1 minute. Muted, bud. Still muted?
Sorry, wrong mic.
You're muted on
Wrong
Discord.
mic. There we
That's
go.
the problem.
Buddy.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Brother
Can you
man.
hear me now?
Yeah. 335, so 29:35. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't think that's what Pisco said exactly. I think what he was basically saying is that they didn't have malice with reference to the crime itself. Murder by definition involves malice, and so second-degree murder doesn't have exactly what Rob was saying. Ultimately, my main point is that I think that ultimately the jury decided what they decided. They were sitting there in that courtroom. They were significantly more aware of what was happening than any of us were. To sit here and try to imply that the jury didn't consider something is absolutely absurd. It's literally what they're there for. It's literally their job. It requires you to be basically psychic, which I don't think anyone here is claiming to be. They clearly considered these things. They did just come to a different conclusion than us. At the end of the day, we all saw that it was absolutely wrong. And common sense all told us 9 minutes is absolutely absurd. You can absolutely suffocate a person with that amount of time. It doesn't matter. We don't have to go past that. We know the average person can't hold their breath longer than freaking 2 minutes. So the idea that this officer put his neck there for 9 minutes is absolutely absurd. Obviously, George Floyd had been talking. The thing is, he did become incredibly unresponsive after.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sure. Go ahead.
He's talked the least. Leave him finish.
Yeah, that's true. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. At the end of the day, he became unresponsive, and like once he became unresponsive, to continue to apply that kind of pressure, I think is the most heinous part of all of this. Men died because of that, and I think the jury was absolutely disgusted, just as I am.
All right. So, country divided, racism, police brutality. Rob, 30 seconds. 30 seconds intro on that. Go.
Yeah, I mean, all this stuff, there could be a mistrial because of all the shenanigans that went on that we were talking about at the beginning of this. So we'll see. That could come back, or not a mistrial, an appeal. So we'll see what happens with that. But this was used to foster a racial narrative, which caused more division, more destruction, more death. We see Joe Biden appropriately weighing in. We see Maxine Waters making calls for violence. The lesson will be learned here is because of these actions, we can't be sure that justice was actually served. And the precedent that will be set is that these violent terrorist thugs will try to intimidate jurors. Remember, they put a pig's head on the defense witness, pig's blood and pig's heads on his former home. This will be the lessons that's learned, that you can intimidate jurists if you're Democrats, if you're people that believe in Black Lives Matter. It's going to be a dark road in cases like this in the future.
All right, Pisco, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Muted. On Discord, you're muted, I believe.
Doesn't even say he's muted.
Here, I'll go while he fixes his mic. Can I just go in this place?
Yeah, true.
And then he'll go after me. Ultimately, I think that this trial, it's crazy how much of a different world that we live in. This trial absolutely...
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, but go ahead, sorry.
Oh yeah, this trial absolutely represents a lot of hope for a lot of people of color. Specifically, we recognize that within our criminal justice system, there is insane amount of bias, insane amount of disparate treatment for people of color versus officers. As I said before, I think this is like the 32nd, or was it 32nd or 36th? I think 32nd case of actual conviction of its kind since the existence of law enforcement. So for Black people and people of color who are actually traumatized by this event, this looks like, hey, we're finally making a step in the right direction. We saw worldwide protests. We saw a chief of police actually testify against an officer. This is unprecedented waters. The idea that people can be so ridiculous and still want to claim like as if some injustice was done here just explains how absolutely tone deaf they are.
All right, cut sleeve. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Right, so before I get in the case, respond to Fanatic's last point, I don't believe in common sense. You have to prove where it comes from. Next, on the current case, this just sets a bad precedent. I'm glad that it was Chauvin, not someone bad, but the president of the United States and Maxine Waters setting their thumb on the scale and saying, if you don't agree with me, there's going to be protests. We're going to light your city on fire. We're going to light your states on fire, and there will be no real justice. This is just as bad as Trump influencing Central Park 5 by essentially putting the death penalty on these kids. So I don't like any influences, and it should have been a whole mistrial. The judge was all whack.
Yep. Pisco, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, with respect to the broader implications and the kind of appeal stuff, I agree that I think that the president's statement on the trial, even though I think the jury was sequestered by the time, was inappropriate. I think Maxine Waters' statement was definitely inappropriate. I don't think they're that prejudicial to a jury which kind of knew what was going on, and they know this is a nationwide case for the same reason. I don't think it's that prejudicial to move it from the state. But yeah, those statements were inappropriate. But to compare them to the Central Park 5, I think is grossly out of whack. And I'll open it for open debate since I know that I'm out of time.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Go ahead. Roundtable debate. Go ahead.
Right. So I don't really care about I was just 30 seconds is not that much, but I really don't like the president set here. Good thing Chauvin's like a jerk, and I really don't really super care about his life. But if this was anyone else, I'd be fighting so much. The fact that the president, you already conceded that the president and Maxine Waters both did
inappropriate.
Act. Yeah, inappropriate act, and I think if this was anyone else, that would just be too much. It should have been a mistrial. The fact that the jury only did 10 hours to perceive 48 witnesses, 3 different multiple testimonies. The fact that's
never a basis for overturning a verdict is how quickly they come to this truth.
Yeah. Well, wait, it's not a basis for a mistrial. What I'm saying is they didn't actually think this through. I think there's multiple things wrong with this trial in general. One of the things is it was heavily politically motivated. 10 hours, it's just disproportional. You don't take 10 hours to do, especially even in a case this big, in a case with so many witnesses, 10 hours is not enough.
Unless the case is easy. Unless the case is easy, and there's only one holdout or 2 holdouts.
Easy, 38 witnesses, even, and it's not easy. 45 witnesses overall, 10 hours is done. I think there's more than enough evidence to say that this trial, this whole situation was politically motivated.
Someone I know who knows a lot about criminal law and criminal justice has told me oftentimes quick verdicts
the person is innocent, right?
Are good for defendants. And
right.
I just want to say that these jurors sat through hours and hours and hours, more than I only got through actually examining witnesses, I think a fourth, if that, of witnesses on my stream. And so there was a lot of witnesses in this case. You saw I wasn't able to give a complete knowledge of every single witness before, and to suggest that this jury, which might have only had a couple holdouts, they might have been convinced by closing. We don't know what went on in that jury deliberation room, and maybe they felt that the evidence was so clear on causation, and maybe there's just a pro forma discussion, or maybe one holdout. We don't know.
Like I agree that we can like never, because like again, no one's psychic. No one can ever know if maybe they did just reach a
cut sleeves. Can I'll let you finish, I promise, I swear. We kind of already went through the trial. I want to talk a lot about the state of the nation. Like how divided we are. No, but I want to cut sleeves because I cut him off. Let's talk a lot about where we are as a nation, how divided we are, you know what I mean? So let's talk about that.
Right, okay.
You're doing a great job, by the way, Af1ershock. I love your moderating.
Yeah. So on the state of the nation, so I feel like there's not going to be much disagreement. I feel like we're at a time where it's like people are scared to disagree. And even if you think this is a set in stone case and you believe in common sense or whatever that means, you still shouldn't be penalized for disagreeing, right? You shouldn't be ostracized to this level of extent for disagreeing. And I think we can all agree by saying everyone's getting more radical by the day. Every presidency, people are getting more radical and people are returning to their thought bubbles. And that's just not something that either side advocates for.
How do you know people are getting more radical? And also, common sense was with reference to what the jury is supposed to consider. And they're explicitly told to think about common sense. It doesn't mean that all of our observations, therefore, is an appeal to just nothingness and common sense. Just be careful.
I don't believe in the concept.
Okay, you don't have to. I'm just telling you what the jury was told in the context of the trial, but don't equate that to all the arguments we're going to make outside of the context of the trial.
Okay, we're done talking about the trial.
Right?
I have a lot to say on this topic. I just
go ahead, Rob. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I don't begrudge you making that point. I'm just saying, like, we're relitigating comments.
Sure.
The point is, like, I just want to respond to Fanatic. First off, there's no proof that this case was racial at all. Zero proof. It is used by the people that seek to foster racial division in this country to push a particular narrative. That's what this is about. If you're falling for that, then you're falling for part of the game of the corrupt people in this country that want to divide us by race, and that's a shame. I don't begrudge people, though, that are satisfied with the verdict. Let me be quite clear. I think that what Chauvin did from the outside looking in was manslaughter or something like that. I was just talking in the first part of the debate about things that I heard personally in the trial that would have affected my opinion as a jurist. The fact that if we could somehow exist in a bubble, in an alternative reality where this wasn't a national story, right? Where it was just, for some reason, this happened locally and I happened to be following this case, but no one really took an interest nationally. I think that I would have complete faith that the jury acted within the bounds, even if I didn't agree technically with the decision. Let me be quite clear. The jury made a decision that I think is entirely reasonable. I also could have seen the jury making an innocent decision, right? But the problem, this wasn't a slam dunk on either end is what I'm saying. The problem I'm having is we have no idea of how much the riots, the talk from talking heads, the media, the inflamed passions, people like Maxine Waters, the fact that there was no sequestration and we had all these people saying how Chauvin was a racist and how horrible this was, the fact that we saw the state of, was it the state or the city, I guess, pay Chauvin or pay Floyd's family right as the trial was beginning in an environment that wasn't unsequestered, the fact that we saw actual defense witnesses have pig's blood and a pig's head be put in their former house, like all of this is geared towards jury intimidation. And even if you could say they should have been sequestered from the get-go, but I'm not talking about the appeal process. The fact, what I'm talking about here is what we're seeing is that the left and the people that are interested in pushing this racial grievance industry are now going to say, anytime there's a case that we want to weigh in and we can intimidate the officers, we can intimidate the jury, we can intimidate the judge. All you have to do is look at LeBron James' tweet today about a police officer that shot a woman because she was trying to stab a black woman. And yet LeBron James is doxing that, or not doxing, but showing that police officer's image and saying, you're next. That's the future we live in now, where police officers that are saving black lives, acting reasonably, will now be targeted. And that's not a good place to live.
Wait, Rob, so this is a bunch of stuff you said. Yeah, man, I don't know. It's like you go on really, really long and you say so much nonsense that it's really hard to interject with almost any of it. Or first off, like you're already phrasing this thing as just like this is an agenda of a bunch of people who just want to divide us racially, as if they haven't literally divided us racially historically, like literally through codified law. This isn't just an agenda that we're falling prey to. to. This is something that we're actually experiencing, that we can actually reference, that has actual evidence and actual merit and a well-founded argument. I don't know what the hell you're talking about there. Secondly, like, yeah, the idea that like people will do things and intimidate witnesses and things like that, that's the act of several bad actors. But what we can also say, and I'm glad that you're able to point out those bad actors, and I hope that you're not painting the entire race that way. But what we're pointing out is constantly there have been so many bad actors. We know there's significantly more than just 32, and for there to only be 32 prosecutions in the history of policing, when we have so many bad actors in so many of these cases, then I think the idea that we would probably be a little bit more alarmed in this case sounds absolutely reasonable in this case. You don't have to be victim to anything to be able to witness that. Secondly, there's like a plurality of data about all of these things, about all of the systemic oppression. This is just a step in the right direction. We've been literally protesting police brutality and these problems for literally 70 years, like more than that, for literally over a century. So the fact that Martin Luther King, who died in 1967, was literally protesting police brutality at this point, and now we're still talking about this in 2021, is absolutely absurd to say, oh, this is just something about people that want to divide us. Like, literally everything you're saying is just ridiculous. What?
Yeah.
Can you show me any evidence that this was racial? That Chauvin did anything for racial reasons?
This individual case doesn't have to be. Well, I don't have to show you evidence that.
Thank you.
I don't have to show you evidence that this individual case was racial. But what I can show you is evidence that there is obvious disparate racial treatment when it comes to the law, when it comes to prosecutions, when it comes to convictions, when it comes to sentencing, and all of those things. And so this seems like a step in the right direction for all of the people like me who recognize it.
I'll leave you. I just want to say real quick, what you see here is, well, we feel that there are other injustices, so even though this case didn't have to do with that, we're cool to go riot and intimidate jurors.
No. Don't mischaracterize my words that way. I never said anything close to that. Don't be that dishonest. I've always had a lot more respect for you than that. Never ever did I say that it was okay to do something like that. I don't know where you found that. It's completely,
you said that,
it's completely dishonest. I never said anything like that. I don't put words in my mouth like that. I know you can do a better job.
Did you say it was
that.
reasonable?
I never.
Did you
said,
say I
never said it was reasonable in any case whatsoever. I never said it was reasonable in any case whatsoever for people to be rioting and intimidating witnesses. Never did that come out of my mouth. If I said that, then quote me on it. I'm willing to bet you $1,000, whatever number you.
He condemned it, didn't he? I
absolutely did. I absolutely did. I'm willing to bet you.
I talked about what we saw occurring as a result of this, and you said, well, given the fact that we see all this historical oppression, whatever, I think that the reaction is reasonable.
I never said anything close to that.
With reference to the jury tampering, he didn't connect that dot. He said the reaction. I'm sure he's referencing some broader reaction, not the specific instances of unfortunate statements he condemned.
So you're condemning. I just want to be clear. You're willing to condemn every instance of violence we've seen from Black Lives Matter, all the riots and all that stuff. You're willing to condemn all of it.
No, I'm not willing to condemn all. This is not a.
Hold
on. What you're doing here now is you're literally broadening the conversation to something completely different than what was happening in the scope of this conversation. Right now, the scope of this conversation has been specifically about people attacking defense witnesses in this case, whom I've never supported, not in this conversation and not in any other conversation. So you're literally making that up. Now you're asking me another question and trying your best to try to make it seem as if juxtaposed these things mean that I agree with all of it across the board. That's absolutely not true. I'm not addressing that.
So
that's a complete movement of the goalpost. Yeah, that's a complete movement of the goalpost. Stop being dishonest.
You're against jury intimidation. Do you think that mob violence occurring in the city around the scope of this case was jury intimidation?
You're referencing multiple different acts, and I'm sure they run the gamut. I'm sure.
Let me be quite clear.
Fanatic would condemn, I'm sure, some violence in some cases if you reference them, but I don't think he's prepared to have as a prior what I think you might have implicit in the statement you're making, that some incidents he might not consider violence, and so I think you have to be careful and sort of cite the instances you're talking about so he can condemn them, or the types of incidents that you're talking about.
Right. Are riots violence?
What is a riot? What do you mean by that?
A riot is when people engage in violence in mass situations.
Sure. Yeah, riots are violent.
So you'll condemn all the riots that we saw that happened around the Floyd protests? or around George Floyd.
So
To the extent that they're unjustified violence, I'm sure I would too.
Sure.
Who wouldn't?
Wait, hold on.
Are there times that it's justified?
Wait, let me ask you a
Is
question.
violence sometimes justified?
Let me ask you a question.
Around the Floyd.
Okay,
Is
I
it
got you.
never
Rob,
justified?
Yeah. Let me ask you a question, Rob. How do you think people should respond in cases in which they are acted upon violently by police officers while peacefully protesting? How should people respond in that situation?
I'll answer. So I got two quick answers to this. One, so everyone in my audience can see. Once more, we have examples from leftists that are making excuses from violence from the left. I have no fucking respect for any people that do that. They're horrible people. Second, and so don't get in your moral high horse and start lecturing me. You're literally making excuses from violence from violent thugs, as I claimed that you would be when you said this.
Is violence never justified?
Second, the idea, yes, political violence is never justified in today's.
Did I say political violence or violence?
Yes, violence is justified if you're personally being attacked. If you're
Is political violence ever justified?
So you still haven't answered the question. I got it. So you're dishonest. I got it.
Was the American Revolution political violence?
Here we go. The talking points from the left that we hear.
There
all
you
the time.
go. Well, answer it.
I've answered this question a million times, so let's go through it. Yes, there have been a few instances in the history of the United States where political violence has been justified. However, for every one time that it was used and it was justified, there are literally 100,000 times when people try to say,
so it's not categorical. So get off your high horse. So get off your high horse.
You'll get your chance to say why this violence around Black Lives Matter is good. You'll get your chance here in a minute. So this is what we're talking about, the greater conversation around this case. So I'm glad that you two have admitted that there's context where violence is justified around the circumstances of this case. They're disgusting, despicable fucking people. And if there's any violence, the people that are saying that it's sometimes justified, if there was any karma, they would be the people that violence was at first directed on. You evil pieces of shit. I'm tired of people like you coming on here and getting on your moral high horse, talking about how violence is sometimes justified. You are hypocrites. You are assholes, and it's not worth having a conversation with you.
Oh, yeah. Cut sleeves. Go. No one gets to respond to that. No, stop. No more. None of that. Cut sleeves. Go.
Finisher right there. Around this political conversation, I never really thought the damage. It's a cost benefit analysis. Even if you think political violence is sometimes justified, this was just too much. I didn't have all the facts of the case. Because at first I saw the video. We all saw the video, and we all thought the same thing. It's time to burn everything right? But seeing more additional context, it really does take a second. It does really take something. Maybe protests are justified. I really don't like rioting, especially when you consider the effects it has on businesses, right? So if everyone riots, it disproportionately hurts the people who are rioting, which are minorities, right? If you burn everything down, the big businesses will bounce back relatively quickly, but it's going to be the small businesses who really take the downsides. And it's the people like George Floyd and the people like Jacob Blake whose parents are saying don't riot. And I feel like you got to respect the parents' wishes, right? If they say don't riot, and if they say like keep the protest peaceful, I think that's what we've got to do. You have to honor George Floyd the best. He loved his mom, right? So if we want to really honor his name, we should listen to what his parents are saying. And on the political climate today, again, I'll just rehash the point because I don't think anyone disagrees that we're getting more extreme by the day. And I feel like everyone from both sides are more seeing each other, enraged by each other's points. And I feel like as time goes on, we get more extreme. And that's all I have to say.
I would like to respond. So I think that violence in this context is almost never justified. Number one, because oftentimes it sort of is enacted on people who are totally innocent. And number two, it's unproductive. It's not helpful. But just what I take issue with is the analysis that riot equals evil equals these people equals bad. That's an excuse for me not to think. And it's an excuse to just totally put to the side critical thinking and to analyze things, I think, in a more nuanced way. I don't think in black and white terms as evil, reject, good. So I agree that violence in this case is totally unjustified. But I don't end my analysis there. I think about, what our responses to this. I don't categorically refer to people who committed singular acts of violence or singular acts of vandalism or property destruction as evil and dismiss them wholesale. That to me is an excuse not to think. And that's why I reject that mode of analysis. I think it's crafted for debate panels like this, where you can have these sort of moments and castigate others as evildoers. And I think that's exactly what it showed and why it's unproductive, even for someone who I respect the rule of law. I condemn violence, but I don't end my analysis with something that's simplistic as what Rob just said. And sorry, I was frowning to Rob.
So my argument is, if you're endorsing violence, then you're wrong. Period. You
Did I endorse violence in that?
I didn't endorse violence.
But
you.
I wouldn't endorse violence. But your categorical statement is wrong too, because sometimes you would endorse violence, wouldn't you? In certain
not political violence. No.
The fact that you gave examples and said that there are some examples in which political violence is acceptable proves the case that sometimes you would endorse it. So your categorical statement here is unhelpful and wrong.
Those very limited situations.
All it takes is one. All it takes is one, brother.
There are very limited situations
what
that can't be
Pisco is
categorical.
doing here, and this is what Pisco and Fanatic do. This is what the left does. They start to make excuses for the violence. Did you say the same thing about January 6th? Did you say, well, wait, we can't just say these people are wrong?
I just told you I condemned violence. I just told you I condemned violence in the context of Black Lives Matter. In the summer, I visited upon quote unquote innocent people and against civil servants. I of course condemn that violence. I think the people should of course have criminal process. Those are crimes that are committed. You think I don't respect the rule of law? The rule of law is my life.
Okay,
so
again.
But
so
your
on January 6th, you pushed
stupid.
back. On January 6th, you pushed back on everyone on the left. You said, no. We don't just end our analysis saying this was wrong. We have to have a serious. I don't know what that means, saying we do more than that. We don't just end our analysis. But you push back heavily on that, right?
I condemned those actions, and I still condemn them. And to say that we just end our analysis and I condemn the riots is stupid. I wrote an entire paper about those riots and about what's going on there. So of course I would.
January 6th.
Yes.
Okay. So what was your analysis? So you went further with the analysis. So what's that look like?
So I looked at the procedural coup and the way in which the violent coup, the second part of this activity, was really kind of a byproduct of building a procedural coup prior to what going on, affecting the minds, institutional incompetency on the part of relevant actors. And I had ideas about it. I wasn't just having this simplistic analysis where all those people are evil. Because I don't think all those people are evil.
It's not simplistic. I don't have a problem talking about issues of people being pissed off of why they riot. If they riot, they're wrong. That's what I was saying. The fact that people are giving excuses saying, well, sometimes the violence is justified, which is exactly what Fanatic was doing. And you saying, well, define violence. What, just because they rioted, I would have to say that it would have to be unjustified. Those were the type of things you were saying.
But you're making
because if you're unwilling to unambiguously say, no, all of this violence was wrong, period, then you're part of the problem.
So, for instance, if there was acts of violence in the protests which were justified use of violence, such as self-defense, you agreed that would be okay. We're not just, there are instances of justified violence. Then you cabined and said, well, political violence is unjustified, and you're making these categorical moral statements which you yourself don't agree with. And so
I certainly do. So was there one instance that you think that any of the riots
in this context, I have not seen an instance of justified political violence in the context of the Black Lives Matter protests.
Right, how about you, Fanatic?
I think you haven't answered.
Muted.
Sorry. Yeah, you haven't answered my question. I just want to point out that you completely avoided that and said you were going to.
What was the question?
The question was, how do you believe people should respond when peacefully protesting and acted upon violently by the police? How should people respond?
Obey lawful orders.
So then, by nature, wouldn't that deny? Hold on, let me respond. Okay. So then, would that by nature, would that deny people the ability to protest if any time the police came together and stopped them from peacefully protesting?
The Freedom Riders, all the stuff that MLK did where he was disobeying lawful orders. I mean, that's stuff that you would condemn, wouldn't you?
I would say that if it's unlawful or if it's against the Constitution and against your rights, then you have the right.
The law?
It's not against your Constitution.
Act in violence.
It's not against the Constitution. You just said if. It's not. We know that. Obviously that's in our first.
Okay, right. So then they have the right to stay there, but they did not have the right to act in violence, to loot, to attack.
Got you. Now let me ask you. No, you said it. Okay, so wait. You just said like you're contradicting yourself. First, you're saying they should obey the police orders. Now you're saying if it's in their constitution, they have a right to stay there. So
and they should disobey.
Right. So now the question becomes: in the cases in which the police are acting violently upon them and trying to make them disperse, even though it's their constitutional right, how should they respond?
They should not react with violence, looting,
I got you.
attacking.
That's no. I didn't ask you. No.
Now, let me ask you a
That's not.
question.
No.
Now,
That's
let
not.
me
No.
ask you a
No. You
question.
can ask a
Now, let me
question.
ask
No.
you a
You can ask a question
Let
when
me
you.
ask you a
You can ask a
question.
question when you.
Okay,
When you
okay,
honestly.
everyone,
When you honestly answer the question.
everyone stop, or
Answer
I
the
will
question
mute
with a no
everyone.
is your answer.
5 seconds. 5 seconds, or I'm gonna mute everybody.
Disgusting
5,
piece of
4,
shit is what you are.
3, 2, stop. Okay, this is easy. This is easy. Stop me if you think I'm wrong, and obviously, in the part where I think the righties will say, oh no, I disagree with that. I can see why. We can elaborate on it, but hold on, because it's going to turn into a screaming match. Obviously, it's literally obvious in a protest. Stop me if you think I'm wrong. It is wrong for people to go and loot places. Stop me if you think I'm wrong. It is wrong for people to loot places. It is wrong to act unjustifiably violent.
Yeah.
Okay. It is wrong to hold. And this is where it might get a little bit. We're a little get hairy. It is wrong for a protester to act violently upon a cop who unjustifiably acted wrong towards them, meaning like that video we saw where the old man was pushed down. Is it wrong for that man to get up and be like, fuck you, and like push him, maybe like punch him or something? Is it wrong for that?
Well, Aftershock.
It's a little more complicated.
It's very complicated because obviously it's like, unjustifiable violence.
You're asking about sort of general cases, and I'll grant you all the general cases for the most part. And I think it's wrong mostly. One is sometimes it inflicts upon innocence. That's wrong. Sometimes even if cops are in the wrong, people are in the wrong, there's other forums to litigate those issues. And number 3, it's wrong because it's counterproductive, because it doesn't help the movement. I think that was something that Cutzley's was saying, was all these people are telling you don't do these violent acts precisely because to increase the likelihood of change happening is through diplomacy and peaceful methods. And so for those reasons, I think in the general, you're right, they're wrong. And I think Rob's, I don't agree with his analysis, but in general, I think that those acts are wrong. Yeah.
Sure. Right, and Aftershock, that I'll be careful on how you frame the question, because it's a little bit of tautology. Like, is an unjustified act morally wrong? Well, I mean, you kind of just baked it into a question. If it's unjustifiable, then it's
I think he's referencing legally or something.
Yeah, like common sense wise, where a person literally just walks up to somebody and punches him. You know what I mean?
Well, he's also representing the perception of individuals.
It was just a dumb one.
No, I think it's a no. If it's the perception, I think it's smart.
I would love for Rob to answer Fanatic's question. I didn't actually get it, so I would love for Fanatic to ask that question, because I would love an answer to that.
You want me to answer the question? Yes. What they should do, not just because it's strategically, but also morally, what they should do is they should comply with the law, the officer's orders, and then there is enough political movement. In fact, every cultural institution is now of power is basically supporting Black Lives Matter. So if there was an unlawful disbursement where there were a bunch of peaceful Black Lives Matter protesters who literally were doing nothing, no looting, no rioting, no attacking police, no attacking innocents, and the police started beating them and pepper spraying them, they should go home, and then all of those police would be summarily arrested. There would be a huge movement to go after them. Now, let me ask you a question, Fanatic. What should police officers do when there are people engaged in unlawful behavior in mass, and there are people that are being harmed, looted, attacked? What should police officers do?
I think they should probably intervene and stop those people from doing those things.
Cool. That's what happened. You can't show me one example where any of these riots were dispersed by police that were caused by the police. This is something that the left often does, where they make excuses for the riots that occur. By the way, there were people January 6th that made the exact same argument. We were peaceful, and then the police started pushing us and stuff like that. That's why we got violent. Do you think they were justified to get violent against the police?
You're thinking too categorically, Rob. You're thinking too categorically. There's a question about whether police efforts escalate or de-escalate, whether or not the original origin of some presence or some amount of whatever. That's not really the question. The question is, are the police tactics the best to use in this current whatever the situation is? Think about, for instance, there were multiple instances in the whole summer protests and everything where police officers hit and abused newspaper reporters. But nothing to do with what's going on in the riots. And it was needless. And it was.
What does that have anything to do with what we're talking about?
Well,
you're talking about.
It shows you that.
Like, I agree. If an individual officer operates poorly, they should be. We should do our best to call that out.
You're trying. What I'm trying to say.
Time. Okay. Well, we'll do closing statements. Okay. I always do this. Red is left. Black is right. Whoever wins gets the last word on this.
That's counterintuitive. Red be right. It's like conservative.
Wait, what's this? What did I say? Black is right?
Yeah, I'm betting on black.
Right. Okay, black. No, black is right, like the right wing,
Why
like
would you give that to
like
them?
right wing.
All right,
So,
go ahead.
So black goes. So right goes. So,
Oh,
which goes first?
so the lefty lefty will
goes
go first,
first.
and right, left, and then right. So then,
Wait,
Fanatic,
is this
2
concluding-
minutes.
Is this concluding everything, or is this concluding this sub?
It's. I mean, we're done. We're gonna take questions. So yeah, like just on what we were talking about, like the divisiveness of the country. Okay, Fanatic, 2 minutes. ahead.
Yeah, I think these kind of conversations, like when we're talking about the divide in this country, it's really easy to see where that divide comes from. When you have somebody that's completely delusional and says things like police have never acted against people violently or like done any of these things, it's just literally never happened. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's been so many reports from like where it's just objectively obvious. We have so much video evidence of this happening over the long hot summer of 2020. The idea that like officers are never in the wrong, like as if we didn't just see Derek Chauvin get convicted. I love a world in which he's wrong, and I'm glad that a jury of our peers all saw that. The fact that he like literally refused to answer my question, and then like as I answered my question, he tried to answer my question with a negative, like what should happen? Well, I'll tell you what shouldn't happen. It's like, well, there's a billion of those things. That's not an answer to a question. He's just completely dishonest. The fact that he tried to mischaracterize my words and say something to the effect that I was like, oh, I justified people intimidating a witness, which literally never came out of my mouth. I'm very careful with my words. So like the fact that he did that, like he's been misrepresenting things this entire time. Then he literally went to just straight ad hominems, these POSs and da-da-da-da-da, instead of actually answering the question. It's absolutely absurd. That's where the division in this country comes from. It's from people who are bad faith actors who actually refuse to look at the plurality of data, who literally won't even admit that there's systemic oppression that's still affecting us to this day when there's so much evidence in front of it, that can look at something as heinous as that 9 minutes and 46 seconds, where 9 minutes when freaking Derek Chauvin was kneeling on that nigga's neck, and he like literally would just ignore that entire thing and be like, I think it was justified. I mean, he was trained. He shouldn't have been convicted for it. Like, it's absolutely absurd. Yeah, that's where the division comes from. It comes from a place of people who want to maintain their ignorance so that they don't have to actually confront the problems, and they just don't want to admit that they're wrong. That's really what it boils down to. He's a bad faith actor. He's demonstrated it very wholly in this conversation.
Okay, Rob, 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Fanatic's a piece of shit, loser, garbage, asshole.
Oh my
God. We'll start with that. I understand it's not normally good to call people names, but when you have people making excuses for violence and riots that have resulted in deaths of people like David Dorn, that have resulted in primarily people of color losing their community, losing their shops and things like that. We just had a report that came out that said that a lot of what we see from these riots and Black Lives Matter have resulted in about 6,000 more deaths in African-American communities since 2018. He doesn't give a shit, right? And what he's doing here, I'm tired of playing games with people like this where he's saying, oh, well, we can't call out the riots. I can't just say, yeah, you're right, all these riots are bad. Instead, he'll say, but isn't it how many of them were started by the police? Yes, if a police, I'm not saying police never act inappropriately. I never said that once. A police officer may do something violent in that crowd. That doesn't justify the riot that ensued afterwards. This is the excuse that you see from people on the left, and even Pisco's engaging in it in some sense. Now, after I called him out, he said, no, I'm against all the violence. But originally he was saying, well, how do we say what is violence and blah, blah, blah. This is what you see the left do. This is the game they play. Just like I said all last summer, this is what would happen. If the right ever follows their example and makes excuses to riot, they'll wail and gnash their teeth and say, oh my God, this is horrible. It was the worst thing. One incident, but when we see the hundreds upon hundreds of other incidents, like I'm sure Fanatic had a good chuckle when the African-American was killed in the Chaz zone, like the 15-year-old kid, when you could hear the audio where they went up and said he's still alive and then they shot him in the head. I'm sure Fanatic got in his high horse and laughed about that shit too, right? I guess that was probably a law enforcement officer's problem. This piece of shit and people like him that are justifying this violence, I understand people say you shouldn't call names. Every one of us should start calling out anyone who's giving any succor whatsoever to the people that are engaged in this sort of political violence. They're not worth talking about. I don't want to have a discussion with them. You haven't been impressive in anything you said up until this point, and that just let me know what a piece of garbage human you are. You deserve to be called out, and us on the right need to start calling out these hypocrites that constantly want to make excuses for the violence that we see that's overwhelming on the left. And this will affect future trials, and it will lead to more people dying, the violence that we see. And he ought to be ashamed of himself, but he won't be because he thinks he's on. Yeah.
Okay, and just to address the whole name calling things, I'm not their parents. I'm talking to chat because I've seen a lot of messages. I'm not their parents. All I could do is just tell them to stop. If not, I mute them. Except for outros because I can't really, what I mean, they're outros, so I can't really start the time again. But that's where I'm coming from here. I'm not their parents. I can't say you shouldn't have done that. You're bad. I can just tell them to stop. Okay, Pisco, go ahead. 2 minutes.
Sure, thank you. I think Rob has mischaracterized a lot of things in tonight's debate. He mischaracterized, I think, the prosecution witnesses. I think now he's mischaracterizing Mr. Fanatic's position. I didn't hear Mr. Fanatic categorically justify violence. I think he was waiting for more specific instances. And I think he explicitly condemned all of the specific instances that you were bringing up as general acts that might be unjustified. My questions that I was soliciting of you, asking what is violence, what are riots, those were meant to take issue with your categorical, like, moralizing I think you were engaged in. I think your approach is an excuse not to think. You're labeling people evil and dismissing them as a result, and it's giving you a sense, I think, of unjustified moral superiority. But it's I don't think not giving you an instance to think critically about what's going on in the situation and what are sort of the factors at play to think about. I do that with the January 6th coup attempt and insurrection. I do think about them critically. I don't think that they're all evil and castigate them in one hand. I wrote an entire paper about what I think might have led to that instance. So that very much affected me. And on the instance of the sort of Black Lives Matter protests and riots, I do condemn the violence in those activities because I think they're unproductive, and I think they can sort of inflict violence on innocents. And I think that ultimately those things, as well as just rule of law, require us not to engage in political violence. I think we all admit that some violence in certain cases is justified as a moral matter, and you can't categorically dismiss violence offhand. Because, of course, you saw Derek Chauvin's use of force and violence, and you said that was justified. So the question is, what is justified violence? And we have to analyze that, I think, a little deeper than your kind of appeals to consensus and the populace.
All right, nice. Cut sleeve, 2 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. So to start, I think this was like the perfect panel. I feel like we got the perfect mix of audience. So this was just an amazing time. And I think we all generally agree that the riots that have been demonstrated so far have been bad. So let's just go with the trial. And with the trial, I'll make 3 key closing arguments. 1, the authorized use of force is a complete defense of all charges in this case by the state. So if I demonstrate that he's been trained to do this, then he gets off scot-free for everything. So number 1, McKenzie. McKenzie basically declared the crowd was in a negative state and he should not have put him in a recovery position. Basically legalizing and authorizing him to put his knee on the position that he was for longer than he needed to, because the crowd was in a position where he couldn't put Floyd in a recovery position. Second point is the second defense force expert. He said Chauvin de-escalated the situation because he could have used more force, which includes hobbling and tasering, which is, breaking people's bones, and you guys all know what a taser is. Number 3, according to Mercil, Mercil himself has done the same thing countless times. He's put his knee on people's neck, which is a dangerous zone emitted by Mercil, until the EMT arrived. So because the crowd was dangerous, acquitted by McKenzie, and because he didn't use all of his permanent force, and because the person who trained them does the same thing on a daily basis, I pronounce Derek Chavez innocent, in my opinion.
All right, nice. I thought it was a great conversation. As I always say, it got catty.
I loved it.
What debate doesn't? Yeah. So we're gonna go to questions from the audience. I say this every time. Some are loaded. You don't have to answer them. You can just say "fuck off." That's bad faith. In our first one, Dylan was like, "Bring on the most fucking loaded ones." He loved it. So if you don't have to answer it if you don't want to. So question from Gryphone Game 68 asks, where would this trial have been non-affected by the public? And by the way, anybody can answer any questions, even if it's directed towards somebody, but no rebutting anything anyone has said, just to respect everybody's time. No rebutting anything. Go ahead.
In a dartboard and randomly blindfold yourself and throw a dart. Anywhere would have been better than Minnesota.
I think that the question indicates the answer, which is everyone and their cat and their cat's nephew knew about this case. And I think the marginal prejudicial effect of having it in Minnesota was slight.
Right.
Again, this answer doesn't make sense because if, for example, then why didn't we just have George Floyd's family on the trial? Everyone would be influenced. So what would it matter if George Floyd, because we understand there's varying degrees of influence, and Pisco understands that as well. Yes, just because almost everyone would have heard of this case, that doesn't mean that they would have been influenced as much as the people that actually live in the community and saw the riots occur in that community. There was a George Floyd zone that was set up in that community where people had been murdered. They'd seen it every day, like violence. This was that was part and parcel to everyone's life that lived there ever since this incident happened. So literally, even though there are other places, if you could, like, if it would have been in California or New York or somewhere else, yeah, those people might still have had a precondition or a pre-information about the trial, but they wouldn't have been as influenced as the people that literally knew there would be riots if they voted a certain way.
Yeah, I think
in their community.
I think his response was just absolutely absurd. Like, it's so crazy that he does this logically. And this is the second time.
Wait, no rebutting.
He just rebutted me. Just to be clear, he
Yeah,
rebutted
I mean,
me.
Did he?
And referenced my answer.
Oh shit. Okay, go ahead, Fanatic. But after I didn't catch that, I was reading questions. My bad. Fanatic, you can go ahead, and Pisco, if you want to rebut back, you can. That's my bad. That's my bad. I was reading questions.
Maybe we shouldn't be doing rebuts. I'll just say in general, the idea that like well, no, this is. But I'm not gonna be dishonest. I'm not gonna be dishonest. I'm too good for that. Like at the end of the day, the idea that like when someone points out like, yeah, man, like this thing was so popular that like literally everyone know it, then stretching it to the other extreme is just so logically like dishonest to be like, well, in that case, and why can't George Floyd's kids be the jurors? It's like, no, we have reasons like for people needing to for people needing to recuse themselves from specific cases when there's like direct involvement. It needs to be a lot more direct. We already have like pretty good ideas of what this is. We have legally defined things about like what would require recusal. So the idea that we're going to stretch it to that is absolutely absurd.
Nice. And Pisco, you can come back. That was my bad. That was complete. Okay, cool.
One thing I think just to mention and clarify for people who care about the Constitution seems to recognize a demonstrative reputational interest in states and jurisdictions having a say in the sort of the outcome of a trial and having that venue be there. And so I'm not there to speak to those considerations. That was for the trial judge to do. But the Constitution seems to recognize some sort of demonstrative interest in having the trial be where the crime took place.
Have trials ever been in a different area?
No, stop. No, nothing. Okay. Also, you don't have to answer the question if you don't want to. You're not obligated to. But yeah, no rebuts, because if not, it's gonna keep going. This is actually a question from me. Anybody can answer it, but it's kind of directed to Pisco because he's kind of like, the more like law informed kind of person. He's going to college for it. Do you think that the elected officials giving their opinions and like all the writing and et cetera has a chance at pushing towards a mistrial at all, or what do you think about that?
I don't listen. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, so this is just my opinion. Yeah. I think the odds of those being sort of the statements that overturn a trial are extremely low. Although you can bet that they're gonna try for it. I just think that because of where they were in the trial and because of like where the country kind of was, and how high profile this was, I think they'll think similarly to the trial judge when he said that he assumes that the jurors follow the instructions and don't watch the news and weren't sort of informed about this. And that's the assumption. If there's some other evidence that they heard about the statement or some kind of extrinsic evidence, perhaps, I don't know if you can raise that on appeal. But I think it's going to be a tall order to see that overturn the verdict. And I think all kind of non-legal, implicit, sort of realistic, emotional, and political thing will be pushing against that as well, which is another reason in a kind of cynical world why you might not see it.
Right. So he just gives away. That's the truth. That's true. People know there will be riots if that happened, and that will affect just like these jurors.
No rebutting him.
I mean, I don't.
Wait, just give your opinion on the. It sounded like he was rebutting to Pisco. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Go. My bad.
Next question. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. From J Bish 870 asks, how did Trump incite violence and Maxine Waters didn't?
I'll field that. I think that it's possible that both of, first of all, as a criminal matter, I don't think that it'll be very hard to prove that Trump incited violence. I think as a impeachment matter, I think it's far more clear that he should have been removed from office for that incitement. I think the context of everything is a little bit different too. Trump had spent weeks and weeks and weeks building the fire and culminating in this one singular event in front of hundreds of thousands of people, as opposed to like a statement made off the cuff or maybe planned, I don't know, to some smatterings of people somewhere else. I think that the two situations are factually different, but that doesn't make what the Congresswoman said justified. And I think even though it's different, it was still unjustified and a silly and stupid and immoral statement to make.
Anybody else?
Clearly, it's clearly what Maxine Waters did was way worse. Democrats that say that Trump should have been impeached and Maxine Waters shouldn't are blatant hypocrites. We see that all the time, even on this panel. They're hypocrites in the standard when it comes to violence and inciting violence. So let's look at the difference. Donald Trump wasn't breaking the law when he talked about there is no evidence that you have to say something that's truthful or non-truthful in order for something to be incitement. So the idea, well, Donald Trump was potentially saying things that were untrue is irrelevant. Donald Trump specifically told people to be peaceful. No one in Trump's circle or his orbit had been enacting violence because of the words he had said previous to that. Now, let's look at what Maxine Waters did. She violated curfew, so she was breaking the law when she made her statements. She went to an area that had seen riots occurring in that week that had very much happened. She said that we need to become more confrontational if the verdict wasn't there its way. And he talks about if we're talking about a long history, Maxine Waters has been encouraging racial violence ever since the time when Reginald Denny got his head smashed in with a cinder block, and she actually befriended and talked to the person who did it. So all of these show that what Maxine Waters did was far worse.
Cut sleeve, go ahead.
It won't be that long. Just a quick thing to say. I do think, whether you think Trump is out of right or not, I don't have I haven't looked into the full context. I can't say, but I do think what Maxine Waters did was more, there was less nuance. She actually flew to the place, and the thing that bugs me is that at least Trump, on the day before that there were any reports of violence, before that there were any reports on the violence, on the same day said go in peacefully. He said sorry. He said go home. Right before there were any reports, before there were any deaths. Maxine Waters, if she just said anything that relates to be peaceful, even if it was just hard hitting, some people say Trump wasn't he wasn't authentic with it, or he didn't actually mean that. He just he didn't actually mean it. But if Maxine Waters did anything to subside what she tried to incite, I'd be way more charitable. And maybe she did. I just haven't been presented with the evidence.
All right, Deals. Okay. The question is actually, this next question is actually for me. So many have said it's very rare for a black person to have justice. What does the panel think?
It's not. It's
This
bullshit.
is
Go ahead. I was going to answer first. I don't care. Or I can go to man.
Yeah. Just historically speaking, I actually disagree with Rob on this. This has just been true historically. Black people usually never get justice. And it's because not, we hate black people. It's more when they see us, and referencing that film, they see an intimidating version of us, right? And this is what you see from The Hate U Give, and it very clearly disposes of it. It's not front face. I hate when movies do that, where they just show you, oh, racism. It's just these two people do the same action, and I hate this guy more because of his color of skin. No, it's more subliminal than that, right? If a white person pulls out a brush, I don't know if it's just the tameness of his skin, but a person sees that as a brush. They don't see that as anything less. If I do something, right, and if I pull out a brush, they might see that as gun. They might see that, they might be fearing for their life more than the person if it was Caucasian. If you ask people okay, think of someone who robbed a store, just a blatant act. Think of people who robbed a store. What do you picture in your mind? It's a black guy, and this has been the case this whole time.
Okay, so it's a bullshit statement. In a way, it's kind of true because most victims of homicide, disproportionately, almost 50% in this country are black people, and rarely do they get justice. That's true, but that's largely because Democrats don't want anyone talking about the homicide that occurs there because they think the police should be defunded and shouldn't be there in the first place. But this idea that they rarely or never get justice is absurd. Even the statistics that are cited, even if there is a discrepancy, it's still overwhelmingly, we don't have examples that the law enforcement, when it comes 90% of the times white people get justice, but only 20% of the time black people. It's just bullshit. We can see it in stats and in surveys that people have done. For example, over 50% of liberals think that the police shot and killed over 1,000 unarmed black men last year. The real number was 24. Proportionately, African Americans happen to commit about 2.5 times more violent crime than other races. That's about the exact same proportion that they have violence used on them against police more. So the idea that they don't receive justice, it's just nonsense. And if we're looking at the criminal justice system, men have it way worse on general than blacks have it, but we don't talk about how men don't get criminal justice.
That is true.
Can the left respond? Okay. I wanted to say that I can't speak to the statistics because I'm not knowledgeable about all the stats, but this is what I'll offer. I think that the harm done by even a couple high profile cases of unjustified violence on blacks is more than the damage done sort of by the life lost. There are societal, reputational, emotional, institutional challenges and costs that we are visited upon because of those instances of those high profile instances of unjustified use going perhaps unaccounted for. I would agree that I feel a little bit uncomfortable sort of referencing them all in one breath. I mean, these cases run the gamut from perhaps even justified use of force to extremely like straight up murder. And so oftentimes I'm not willing to say it's all just one thing. It's just all one pattern. But not having access to those stats, I can at least tell you that it feels for a lot of people that there is this pattern and that there is injustice, and that enough should be reason to consider it.
Yeah. What else?
Yeah, I would say that a lot of times there doesn't really seem like there's a lot of justice for Black people. I think ever saying that like never do we get justice is absolutely absurd. A lot of us believe in the criminal justice system to some extent, and we do see that whenever there seems to be like a Black victim of homicide or something like that, and the perpetrator is Black, in most of those cases, when the victim, when the perpetrator is caught, he is tried, charged, and sentenced, and will get like really hefty sentences. And so the idea that they never get justice is just not true. I think what would be a little bit more accurate is that we probably don't get justice when it comes to systems of institutional power that negatively impact our lives through systemically oppressive ways, and that there tends not to be any restitution or reparations for those kind of situations. But yeah, ultimately, I don't think it's just a myth. I mean, there's evidence that supports the idea that there is injustice within our criminal justice system that disparately sentences Black people.
Okay. The next question is from Sharpie. Sharpie asks, ask Cut Sleeves and Rob if they think Chauvin committed assault.
No.
Yeah, I can take it first if you. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, no.
Okay, I'll answer. I think that outside the context of the trial, I think that he committed assault and he committed manslaughter, right? And Pisco's saying, oh my God, that's what he's saying. Again, as a jurist, what we're talking about is what was offered as testimony within the trial. So leading into the trial, I thought he committed assault and manslaughter. But when I heard the testimony that suggested that the person that crafted the curriculum that he was trained under said that actually that he would reasonably be able to use this use of force, then it put questions into my mind. I don't think it was a slam dunk either way, but I think, no, there probably wasn't an assault charge committed as a jurist based on the testimony I heard from the expert witnesses. That's what I would say about it.
Without responding to any particular thing at all.
You can't respond, right? Aftershock.
No,
Yeah, you can't respond if you're,
I'm not responding.
If you're
So
going to
I'm-
rebut.
I know. So
He said, I'm not responding to anything.
I'm not
If I hear
responding.
any kind of rebuttal, I'm cutting you off.
Yes. I think that in order to believe that he committed a felony murder, you'd have to believe that he committed assault. If someone were to believe that the use of force was justified with respect to felony murder or to any of the murder charges, then it would be incoherent to not also think that it would be justified as applies to manslaughter and assault. As has been mentioned numerous times, justification is a complete defense to murder, to manslaughter, and to assault. And so to be consistent, one would have to have the position that it wasn't murder, it wasn't manslaughter, or it wasn't assault, because justification applies not just to murder.
That's good. All right, next question is from Guess Who Farted This Guy. Here is a question. Would it not be systemic racism that white police officers are charged and convicted at higher rates and sentences than their minority counterparts?
So I'll kind of take this cake. And there is a lot of give and take, right? Sometimes, and this is one of my main pushback, and this is why I hate lefties, where they push back so far against it, or they push like so far against like racism that it becomes like anti-racist and it becomes actually harmful. But if you just look at the disproportionate amount of evidence, I mean, even if this one subsector gets arrested more, on the whole, on 99% of the problems, Black people get arrested more. And then, as Rob Noor said, the even bigger discrimination is men. Men get arrested way, way, way more than women get arrested. I feel like that's common knowledge, and that's kind of why people don't talk about it. But also, yeah, the fact is, men are disproportionately affected in 99 other percent of circumstances of criminal justice. Black people are disproportionately affected by the criminal justice, and black men. Go on, keep going.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you ask the question one more time? Because I had a response, but I can't remember what it was.
Given that,
I remember. Yeah.
I have it
so
right here.
I got it. It's fine. I remember now. Yeah, the idea that like that white police officers are like sentenced are sentenced. I mean, are fired more, or you're punished more for like killing of people, whatever. Like, in order for you to be able to say that it's like systemic racism, you'd have to be able to show that that the white officers are not doing something at a higher rate. Like just to prove an inequity in an outcome does not mean automatic systemic oppression. You have to be able to prove that like the system itself was either designed with that intention, or that it's not merit, that it's not based on any form of merit that disparate outcome is occurring.
Yeah. So it's absolutely. One data set does not mean that there's systemic racism. That's something we should apply in every single account. We should look, for example, if there's more violent interactions with police in one community, it could be because that community is committing a disproportionate amount of violence, which explains the violence that's coming from police officers there. So I don't know this data intimately, and I will say that I will be consistent on this and say that we need to look at the potential reasons for this, but it is plausible that one potential reason for this is that police departments feel more pressure, or they feel more comfortable going after white police officers because they think that the political pressure and the narrative, the cultural narrative, is that white police officers are racist. Therefore, they're worried if they don't go after them, they'll get in more trouble or something like that. But I think the statistics that I've seen show actually it's counterintuitive that what you would think, that actually black police officers are more likely to shoot unarmed black men than white police officers. So if they're arrested at an even lesser rate, that would seem like something's going on.
Cool. All right. You go ahead if you want.
No. I'll leave that there.
Yeah. A couple more questions. From Sharpie. Set aside the trial. From watching the videos, do you think Chauvin is guilty of manslaughter or murder?
Well,
I know that's kind of.
It's tough to answer, right? Like.
Yeah, he already answered it,
right?
and now it's
I'll
tough
just
to
be
answer.
I don't. I think it seems to me.
I love whoever
like what Chauvin
Sharpie?
did. If we're taking, let me put it this way, if we take the trial out of it, right, and we take about what Chauvin, what his charge was or not, this is what I would like to see happen. There is clearly, based on what I saw at the trial, a problem with how we train police officers, at least in Minneapolis. There is a huge problem. And no one deserves to die in the manner that George Floyd did. Is that a result of Chauvin operating outside the scope of his training or operating within the scope? That's the discussion we had all night. But I'll say this. I had a huge problem with what I saw occur. I don't have a problem with the jury voting guilty either. I'm just saying what I would have determined as a jurist. But even when I determined that as a jurist, I'd have felt sick in the pit of my stomach because I'd have said it's a goddamn joke that law enforcement officers think that this is acceptable, and there's training that suggests that it could be suggestible or acceptable at times.
I will say I appreciate Rob's candor on this, that there was a visceral gut reaction to the video. And I also kind of agree with him at base that, or at least the implication of what he's saying, which is obviously you can't convict solely based on the video, because there's other factors that of course have to go into it. And so I agree kind of with the implications of what Rob is saying here. And I would also associate myself with him in being disgusted by what I saw. And you can make an argument, I think, and I think that's what kind of Sharpie's getting at, or maybe that's something he's getting at, I don't know, that this case might have been decided at opening when they played that video. And so, I think anyone who sees that video has a reaction to that video. And I think most people's reaction is one of disgust. But obviously what should rule the day is law and admissible evidence and the process. And so I would not sort of, can I yield to Rob just for a second?
Yeah, I want to ask.
I let it because
if I could ask them a quick question, right? Like, in all seriousness, is after seeing that video, is there anything that you think the defense could have said that would have justified?
Yeah.
I don't know that there is because jurists are human, right? And when you see that, you're like, fuck, right?
Yeah.
So I just to ask either of you, if you were a jurist, is there anything the defense could have said that you would have been like, oh, well,
Yes. I'll tell you. I'll say yes, and I'll say what I think it's a hard sell that it was justified use of force. But remember, there's another element that we didn't really get to talk about, which was causation. I think it would have been hard pressed for him not to think that that was an assault of some kind. But if you could have proved that the knee hold wasn't a substantial cause of death, if they didn't have someone like Dr. Tobin, I think there would potentially be a lot of reasonable doubt here on whether or not that hold was a substantial cause. It is the case that his heart was 75%. They were like the arteries were clogged. He had Dr. Baker, even though there was contradictory testimony, said that if he didn't know anything about the hold, he might have ruled it a fentanyl-related death. He might have ruled it a heart-related death. And so the causation argument, I think, is actually the stronger argument for the defense. I wish we would have gotten into it because that could have made me uncomfortable, and that could have been enough doubt if we didn't have Tobin's testimony.
Nelson was weakest on causation, though.
I think he was strongest on causation.
Oh,
I think it was okay.
I think it was obvious. Like, to me, he was just outclassed by the experts.
On Tobin, he was outclassed, but on the other ones, I'd say he did. I would agree with you on the main one.
Yeah, Tobin was very persuasive. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
For me.
Go
Oh.
ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, for me,
you guys can respond.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing. I feel like that testimony from the person who did the autopsy that like kind of revealed, like he said he did like that really, really tiny incision on the back of the neck to be able to determine like what exactly happened, and that small little piece of information is where it's like, no, this was like literally where, again, like it's like where he was able to come to that conclusion and be able to say what he said. I think that's what really like kind of like sealed it. I'm trying to think in light of all of those all of that information. I think it was almost impossible to like dissuade me. I feel like that was just way too good for the prosecutors. What could have happened with it? So yeah, if we didn't have any of that information, and they were like able to prove like conclusively that it was like just the drugs and stuff, that would have been it.
And he could have been guilty of other stuff, right? For that,
yeah. Then at that point, I'd want him fired, and like I'd say he needs to be fired, and like clearly like there's an assault, maybe, but like then we wouldn't be able to tie it to the death, and then the conviction would have been a lot less.
Okay. All right. Just to give like my 10 seconds. I want to agree with everybody here that like I think what everybody was referring to is that you could never just go off of the video, and that's something that I have learned wholeheartedly, because when I first saw the video I was like, this motherfucker, throw him in jail and shit, and like regardless of if you agree on what happened or not, the fact is there were some questions that were like, oh wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? Like there was a lot of things that popped up that I was like, oh shit, I probably shouldn't have said that so early on. You know, I just wanted to throw that in there. So from I'm Just a Coom Machine asks, can you ask what an appropriate response to a tyrannical government would be? And we have only a couple questions left. Just a heads up to the panelists. So what's an appropriate response for tyrannical government?
I think the appropriate response to a tyrannical government, assuming overthrowing them won't cause a nuclear holocaust where everyone dies, those are considerations I would, as a utilitarian, I would take that into consideration. But in general, I'm not in favor of tyrannical governments, and I'm not sympathetic to them. And to the extent that they're inflicting under color of law damage to and horrible acts towards their citizenry, I don't respect that color of law if it loses its own legitimacy by its immorality. And so thankfully, I think in the United States, we have instances where the law, I feel, is illegitimate. And frankly, I think on felony murder, one of the charges that Chauvin was convicted of, I don't agree with felony murder. I don't think anyone should be convicted of felony murder. I think that it's an unfair doctrine. But we're not at the point, I think, in these kind of states where we can justify political violence outside of the political revolutions of elections. And I know some people don't trust elections, and frankly, that might explain some of their frustration. If you don't trust elections, what else do you have? So I empathize a little bit with that kind of line. So I'll give you something.
I think that the problem is it's a question of proportionality again and thresholds, right? Like, for example, a tyrannical government like the Nazis, that's clearly different than a situation we see here, which warrants a different response. Obviously, we definitely have a tyrannical government in some senses, right? Like, for example, one definition or one way that we have tyranny is the Patriot Act, right? The idea that we've taken away a guaranteed right of yours, the Fourth Amendment, and what I think is tyrannical means, and they're spying on you despite the fact that they lied on you, that's a form of tyranny. Does that justify a violent overthrow overthrow of the government? No. I don't think on its own the Patriot Act does. I do not think that we've came close to this part of tyranny that justifies some sort of violent overthrow of the government. So that's one but it's not just moral. And it's something that I do have to credit Pisco with, where he's talking about not just the moral justification for rioting, which is important, or violence, which is important to discuss, but also the strategic value, right? And what I tried to warn my friends on the right before January 6th, when I said that this violence was bad, not just because it was immoral, but because it was unstrategic, because it's going to result on a crackdown on you and your cause that will put you in a worse position when you started. So it's dangerous to talk about what do we do to a tyrannical government because of those reasons.
Anybody else? Okay. All right, moving on. So, from Gaming Crimson T 001, ask, does Rob endorse the Revolutionary War?
Yes.
He said yes. He said yes. Yeah.
Cool. From Sharpie.
To be clear on that answer, I think it was. He said there's a threshold, but it sounds from what Rob is saying that that threshold is like quite steep, and he's doing what he can to avoid violence. And on that, you got to respect.
It's irresponsible as people as small of a public voice as all of us may have. It's irresponsible for someone in our position to make any sort of advocacies for violence. And other than purely self-defense. If you're getting attacked, then clearly that's in the scope of you're allowed to use defense back. But when you start and even if you're just a small influencer, I mean, shit, sometimes I'm lucky to have 10, 20 people watching. If I come on here and I say, well, the government's tyrannical and the Revolutionary War was a good idea, and so therefore someone might take that and go out and commit violence, which is heinous and it's not justified. Secondly, the other reason is because things are different now, and we're talking purely on the strategic sense of this. I don't think that we'll ever see a point where a strategic violent attack on the government will end up working in your benefit. We're in a more information warfare type. So you're better off to try to influence the culture and to get your ideas out there, to get a big crowd on your side, to overthrow what you see as tyranny, than you would be to try to pick up arms and attack the government. It's just not going to work. There's so many disparate crowds and information out there that your movement's going to get quickly crushed by the people you think are allied with you.
Yeah, and adding on to that point, so what the data actually supports is that violent revolutions are 4 times more likely to end up in authoritarian governments, especially left-wing violent revolutions. Because what happens, and maybe you do overthrow the government. We see this in Syria, where they're overthrowing is like revolutionary, and it was successful. But who's going to replace the government? That's the main question. You can overthrow the government, but who's going to replace it? It's usually an authoritarian. It's usually a dictator. So even if you combat the territorial government by doing an authoritarian means, it usually does not end up well. And that's what the data supports.
Okay. Question from Sharpie asks, would you be okay with a cop kneeling on your back for 9 minutes?
No.
Would you be okay with sucking my dick?
But I mean, that's like, but again, right? Think about it this way, right? Would I be okay with a cop handcuffing me and throwing me on the ground even for 30 seconds? No. Right? Like, so, I mean, there's degrees of this. Again, I don't think anyone on this panel, including Cutsleeve and myself, have said that we thought what Chauvin did was good. No one said that. We were saying within the context of this trial, was there reasonable doubt to say that perhaps he was operating in a way that a reasonable person could have? And my argument was because of the people that crafted the training saying that, yes, there are circumstances. Even then, I'm saying if those circumstances exist within the training, they need to immediately be corrected. So I'm not okay with the fact that they did it to Chauvin. I'm not, right? And people want to say, and maybe Pisco will respond to this, right? The truth is we have an adversarial court system, right? And sometimes that means you defend people you think are heinous pieces of shit. Like, it's just the way our system has to operate. So no, I'm not okay. I wouldn't be okay with it with me, and I wasn't okay with it with George Floyd.
To be clear, I think that this case was not sort of the most clearest thing it was going to be at the start of the start of it, and there were, I think, genuine good faith arguments that the defense made, and I certainly don't hate this or Attorney Nelson for protecting someone who I thought did something heinous. I'm more defense oriented myself, and I'm sure I'll have to defend people who may have done some things wrong or not in the best ways. So I definitely think that the mere act of thinking that there's reasonable doubt doesn't make you an awful person. And I'm happy to have people in my chat and elsewhere and to talk with people who disagree. I strongly think that there wasn't any reasonable doubt. I'm sure Fanatic feels the same way, but I'm not going to castigate you and sort of label you as evil just because you think a little differently. And so on that, I'm glad that Rob and I can have an honest disagreement.
Nice. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Next question from Poop Midas asks, would 2A supporters who feel their rights are being violated be justified in engaging in political violence?
No.
Wait, what's 2A?
Second Amendment.
Oh, okay.
I think the answer is no, especially considering many Second Amendment advocates' view on what the Second Amendment actually entails, which seems to be a quite departure from our case law, even though our case law respects up to now an individual's own right to own their gun. It's not just about militias, according to our Supreme Court and our precedent. And so gun advocates have had a lot of friendly gun-related rulings in the past, and I think they should be content at that. And the fact that there doesn't seem to be, despite posturing, a concerted effort on the federal level, other than some federal action and some legislation that's not going to go anywhere, to take the guns. And so I don't think that we're at a situation now where violence can be justified. And it seems like Rob agrees, although he might disagree with my characterization of where gun legislations are and what Democrats' intentions are.
Yeah. So again, there's two ways to look at it. There's morally and strategically. You're making a huge mistake if you think strategically this is going to pay off for you. And if you disagree, look at it this way. Do you know how we look? And I had a conversation with someone on my channel the other day. We look at when someone's pulled over by police and they don't comply. Even if I assure you that person not complying probably thinks that it's wrong for them to be arrested, right? But when they don't comply, what happens? It escalates the situation, which results sometimes in the worst outcome, which is someone gets killed or someone gets harmed or they get more charges, etc. So strategically, if they enact stricter Second Amendment controls and they try to come for your guns and you try to fight back violently, it's probably not going to work out for you, right? Morally, it's also probably not a good idea. Now, if someone's literally coming into your home, your guns away for no reason other than they've arbitrarily said you no longer have that right, that's a completely different situation. But that's not that's not even what's being suggested to my knowledge right now. We're just talking about limiting certain forms of firearms. I disagree with those limits, but I think that strategically and morally trying to pick up arms and fight them is a huge mistake.
All right. Three more, guys. We're almost there. B Gal, but 1985 says, with police cams on all the time and how the videos go viral that very same day, will police ever see a truly fair trial?
Yeah, no, they won't see a fair trial because it seems like our system is completely geared against us. And most of the time, whether or not they actually go to trials based on prosecutorial discretion, and the attorney general can decide not to let someone be prosecuted, right? So then at the end of the day, in most of these cases, even with clear-cut evidence, even with these things, that they won't even get a trial. We had stuff like with the Rodney King case, right? The Rodney King trial, we thought this is going to be the one where we finally get some justice, where because it was very clear. It was at a gas station, so we could very clearly see what happened, and then there was still no justice in those situations. Sometimes just having evidence isn't enough. And then so no, I don't think that the idea that the trials wouldn't be fair just because the videos go viral. I don't know if that. I don't know. I mean, yeah, in most of these cases, Philando Castile's video went viral. It doesn't change anything. A lot of times, people will still hold their same position.
So I think I think the problem's less. I understand what the questioner is asking. It's not just that things are on video. That's not what the problem. And certainly to make an absolute statement like no one could get a fair trial, I think that's going too far. But to the heart of the question, does it make it less likely that we have a fair trial? Yeah, but it's not just that. It's the context around it. I think it's because people that shape our national narrative have a vested interest in causing this division and arbitrary. The reason that study exists or that survey exists that said that liberals think that over 1,000 unarmed black men were shot and killed last year, the reason that that's the case, when in reality the number is less than 25, is because the media has a vested interest in pushing this division, as does the Democratic Party and in some people in the establishment establishment Republican Party. And so because that's where you're going to find it difficult to have a fair trial, because when you have the president weighing in, when you have Congress people like Maxine Waters weighing in, and when you have the media pushing this, like, I mean, for God's sakes, you won't find a more clear-cut case of justified use of violence than this cop that just shot this young black girl who had a knife and was attempting to stab someone. You won't find a more clear-cut case. And yet we have celebrities like LeBron James that are posting that we need to come after that guy now. So how's he going to get a fair shake?
I will just say on the question, I agree that police officers ought to have a defense of justification. And I'm sure that to some degree, Fanatic agrees with that if we lived in a society where, I mean, cops by nature of their job have to commit what would otherwise be assaults every day just because to do their job. So I think that some of these cases are hard just because of the natural way that we have to operate in order to have law enforcement at all. I don't know what we would live like in a world if every use of force was now a potential criminal case and we didn't have that defense. On the question of, I do want to say one thing, not necessarily in response, but I suppose sort of in response. I think we should wait on all these cases of use of force to get all the evidence in, and the same sort of intuition that was behind, even though a lot of people came to conclusions all the time, I think we should rise above and say, couch in terms like, all right, it appears that this was justified use of force, but, we don't see the whole thing. There could be other things, just like we would in this George Floyd Chauvin case. And as we learned, it was more complicated than the video.
All right. Cool. So,
okay. And I would also like to say, whether it's, political hacking, putting people's thumb on the scale, like Biden and Maxine Waters literally driving out to Minnesota and trying to, make the election be a guilty trial, or whether it's just qualifying immunity. Police will never have a fair trial. But whether they get off innocent for things they shouldn't do, or whether they're guilty for things they should do, it's never going to be fair. Why? Because we're people and they're police, and that's a dichotomy in this. That's a dichotomy in our social stigma right now. We separate people from police, and maybe it's not us. Maybe the police are doing it too. Maybe the police are pushing back to that at certain extent, where they're actually creating this dichotomy further, where they're like, okay, we're police and you're citizens. And you can see this with the riots. You can see this with, the pushback from protests. There's a social stigma. There's a social line. There's a line drawn in the sand. And people can have fair trials, but the police can't.
All right. Okay, two more. Rob Nor's Body Double asks, ask the lefties their take on the Bryant shooting yesterday. Do they feel like LeBron and condemn the officer for saving another black woman?
I don't want to comment on that case, but from the facts that I'll premise it by saying these are the facts that I know. From what I've seen, it appears that a knife was being used on another girl. That's one fact that I appear to see. Fact number two is I know that knives aren't playthings. Knives kill with regularity and often in more painful ways than guns. And so I wouldn't, in close combat, I would liken a knife to a gun for those purposes. And so I'm not willing to state anything on those facts alone that this was or was not justified. But you can't miss the plot that knives are extremely dangerous. And it appears that she is using it on someone else. Again, not a comment on whether or not what the disposition is, but those are serious facts that I think it's going to be a tall order to suggest that this is like a murder. But that's just on the facts I know.
Yeah, for sure. I will agree, like with everything Pisco said, and I think the only contention I would bring up with is that I can understand some people being willing to condemn just based on the idea that this person probably should have been tased. They have other non-lethal ways to handle this situation. But yeah, ultimately, I think this is going to be a lot more complicated a case than like something like the Derek Chauvin case, where it was very obvious that this dude was like evil. You want to call somebody evil? That was evil. Yeah, it was very, very malicious the way he looked at the audience and smirked at them as they were literally concerned for this dude's life. But ultimately, yeah, I would say that like that's what it really boils down to. Like the idea is he probably could have used some other non-lethal means, and I don't understand why that didn't happen. But yeah. I don't condemn him outright because I can understand in the heat of the moment and wanting to spare someone's life, I can see why that would happen.
And I'll just say real quick, yeah, we absolutely should. Like, I know I say it appears to be justified, just like with the Rittenhouse thing. You never know what more evidence could come out, though. Like, and so anything could come. You could theoretically, there could be an email of that guy saying, "I'm going to shoot this lady today." Like that theoretically could happen. It's unlikely, but there could be more to the story. But the real problem is the people that like the people like LeBron James that are out there putting that person's face out there and saying that people have to go after them. That's devastating. That's horrific, and this happens, and this is in a context where Maxine Waters just said that we need to get more confrontational. This is the temperature that's being escalated, and which is why maybe I go overboard on the profanity I'm using when I'm talking to people, but it's why I think more people need to push back, like me, when we see people making excuses for the violence that occurs that we see predominantly happening on the left, because it's going to get worse, and we're going to see people push back and start using violence back against it. It's going to get really, really ugly, these prejudgments and division based on race.
Moderator, I want to appeal to your good nature, and I don't want to be. We kind of dodged that part of the question, and I want to make sure that that I come out and say the people who are, for everyone, making statements about what this case should be, other than like these kind of equivocal statements that, it appears this way, appears that way, giving your opinion in those terms, I think is unjustified. And so to the extent that LeBron made a definitive ruling or statement about something being or not being justified, I would say that that's not right. And frankly, it's not the first time. I like LeBron as a player. I think he's a good person overall, but I don't think that's the first time that he's like put his foot in his mouth on some things. If that's what, I haven't even read the statement, but if that's the case, I don't like to prejudge in that way. And so I would think that that's silly, just like Joe Biden's statement and just like Maxine Waters' statement.
And do we all agree with this? Like, anytime there's someone that dies at the hand of police, no matter how justified it looks, there should be an investigation, right? Like that.
Yes.
I assume there is, but there should be if there's not. And and I know it's a mistake that I'm sure every one of us have made in this panel. We all have opinion. Like when I saw the Floyd thing, I was like, guilty. Right? Like that's just how I felt. It's hard to step back and say, wait. Regardless if you think guilty or innocent, it is hard to step back. So we have to leave the process play out. And it's dangerous when people with influence put their thumbs on the scale. It's dangerous.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's dangerous, and I think, but I don't know. It does seem, we always talk about whataboutism, and I guess this is a classic version of it. It does seem like though sometimes that people will have those things, but when you look at like someone like Trump, like when it came to like talking about the Central Park Five, and like literally taking out an entire news article on it and like putting his scale to the thumb there, it was just like, ooh, that seemed a little bit gross too. So it does happen on both sides, and I think it's really gross when we do things without having the evidence or having the information. Though I can also understand the trauma that an individual going through, constantly seeing people that look like themselves, probably having negative experiences in them and their loved ones, having experience with the police. I could see them like developing this sort of callous accelerationist ideology that kind of makes them want to start amping people up. I think it can be harmful, and I think people need to be responsible with their platforms, but I understand where it's coming from.
Nice. Okay, last question, probably the most important one. Cancel the Communist asks, if you need a last question, ask them who they think did the best in this debate.
Me.
Peace,
Is
go.
anyone gonna not say me? Oh,
Peace, go.
Good sleeve.
And Cut Sleeves out. So
Well,
there he is. Oh,
or no, actually, I modified my position. I think Aftershock did a fantastic.
Hey,
Wait, Aftershock, I have one viewer of mine, a dear viewer, who had a very important question you want to ask.
What's that?
The panel, if it's okay, could I introduce it? Okay.
Go ahead.
Do you think the trial would have happened if there had been no riots?
yes.
They really wanted that asked.
Yeah, the trial would have happened. Would it have had the same result? That's a dangerous question.
I feel
Because
like
if the riot influenced the jurist in any way, that is not justice. And we have no way of knowing whether that was the case. And this is why it was a huge mistake not to sequester the jury from the outset. It's
But the
why it was a huge
prosecution, would the prosecution even started, would the trial even started, but for the riots?
Oh yeah, of course. Like as soon as one, I think there would have been a trial regardless. But second, as soon as that video hit the mainstream, that was it. Even if there wasn't one riot, there was damn sure going to be a trial. Like it was going to happen. I think there would have been a trial even without the video. But because there were enough witnesses so it's one, would the trial have happened? Absolutely, I think it would have. Second, that question implies, did the fact that these riots happen influence the jurors?
Influence the justice system at all.
Yeah, and I think that we can't know, so you can't positively say it did. But if you're human, this is the way I looked at it. Like, and see if anyone disagrees with me here. I think that I'm a decent enough person that if I went into a trial and said, no matter what I think will happen to me, that guy's 100% innocent, I'm confident, I would vote not guilty. But if I thought, man, this guy seems like a shithead and I have some reasonable doubt, but I ain't willing to risk my city, my family, and myself, so I'm still going to vote guilty. I think that that's likely to have happened. And that's not justice.
All right. Nice. Those are all the questions. I just want to say, guys, great conversation. You know what I mean?
I loved it.
It got a little derailed. I feel like a little of that was on me, but it's all good.
I do think you're terrible for defending the riots like that, family.
Wait, I just wanted to answer. My answer is I don't know. It's crazy to be able to live in. I didn't get to answer that question. I'm sorry. I think it's really crazy to live in a world where you just really can't see the idea. No, we're not addressing it to anybody else. Just to the person that asked the question. I'm sorry. Like the idea. No, I don't know that this would have happened. I think there have been countless cases. Tamir Rice, obviously, there was like such a long pause before the Armand Arbery until there was like crazy protests and everything happening with the Breonna Taylor case. It took a lot of pressure in order to get them to get that to happen. Philando Castile, like it didn't happen for a very long time. Like there's just so many cases where it like seems like they don't actually want to prosecute. So the idea is, no, I don't think that this thing would have happened. I live in a world where I see this kind of injustice happening on a regular basis. I have direct family members who are absolute victims of police brutality. And yeah, they didn't see any justice. A lot of times these things aren't tried. So I think that the protests and everything that was happening did have a large impact on the idea that on them actually being even willing to take it to trial.
Was the question protest or riots, by the way?
The question said
it was I think it was riots.
Question said riots. It said riots.
So let me just ask you, Fanatic. I know we're ending here, but do you think the riots were worth it then?
No, I don't. I think the riots weren't worth it, and I think that the protests probably had a bigger effect.
All right, so just to like close, I think it was bullshit. I think I did the best in this debate, but that's neither here nor there. So guys, thank you guys so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. Love you guys. Fanatic, who are you, and where can we find you, man?
You can find me on Spotify under the name Fanatic, Fanatiq. You can find me on Tidal under the name Fanatic, Fanatiq. You can find me on Apple Music, Fanatic, Fanatiq. You can find me on Google Play and literally any other place where they sell music, because what I actually do is music. I'm a musician. That's how I make my money. That's how I earn a living, and that's what I'm best at. So look me up there. Obviously on Twitch, Mr. Fanatic. It's Mr. Fanatic on a lot of places. I think on YouTube it's Ask Fanatic. On Twitter it's Mr. Fanatic. On most video games it's Mr. Fanatic. Yeah, you can find me in all those places. I do debates most frequently on Prime K's channel. And then I just started a brand new panel called the ADOS panel. If you don't know what that is, ADOS, look that on up. I just started that panel that we did our first day today. And yeah, you can just find me in those kind of places.
Nice. Cut Sleeve, where can we find you, sir?
Oh, can I just say some last words?
Last words? As long as it doesn't spark another, like, you can't refer to anybody, just like closing thoughts, like, yeah.
Last words.
Actually, no. Who are you, and where can we find you?
Okay. My name is Cut Sleeve. You can find me on Discord. I'm usually talking with Prime. I'm usually talking with Pisco. I'm talking with everyone. Yeah, if you just add me on the Discord, the ID's right there. It's literally right there. I'll debate anyone at any time. And I do feel like, I really had fun with the panel. If you guys could remind me back, that'd be awesome.
Nice. All right. Pisco, where can we find you, man?
Sure. I'm twitch.tv/Pisco95. So yeah, you can follow me on there. We do a lot of law stuff. This was a ton of fun, Aftershock. I had a great time. And I know that it got a little fiery, but I think you did a good job, and I appreciated you trying to keep things afloat and actually listening to the debate and responding to it and getting us back on track. I really appreciate that, and thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. Rob, where can we find you?
Yeah, Rob Noor, like it's spelled, on Twitch, on Normal America with Rob Noor on YouTube, Normal America on D Live. I have other channels, but I haven't uploaded anything to them lately because I just do live streams. I stream usually at 10 p.m. Eastern on weekdays. So yeah, Aftershock, I thought you did an awesome job too, and I had a lot of fun at talking about the legal analysis because that's something that I've really wanted to do, and I do think that everyone had good input on that, even though I am still pissed off about like possible justifications for riots and things like that. As far as the actual conversation about the trial, I thought that it was
no closing. Just where you're at.
Okay, so yeah, I thought it was good.
All right. Thank you guys so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. Again, it's the Normal Debates every Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you guys. Make sure to sub whichever chat you're in. Sub to the content creator. Show them some love. And thank you guys. I hope you guys come on in the future. We'll see you later.
Yep.
Yeah.
See y'all.
I will say that the person who helped me most in this debate, unironically, was Pisco. We've had 2 to 3 separate conversations about just like legal stuff and philosophy. Those were killers. Those were killers to help me prepare.
I'm glad you liked them. And it was a pleasure. Have a good one, guys.
All right, peace out.
See you guys.
Hey, Rob, would you be willing to have a civil conversation on the existence of systemic oppression in the United States? Like not now, but like
yeah, certainly some other time. But let me just, if we can, I would certainly do that. I absolutely would. But let me try to be a calmer tactic. Do you not see the danger of kind of making excuses and deflections for the riots that we saw happening? Because particularly after that, you started saying, yeah, I'm against them. Like, I asked a real simple question, like, do you condemn these riots? And when you ask people on the right, 95% are like, shit, yeah, I condemn any riot that the right winger would have. So it's a constant source of frustration for me when we see these riots over and over again. And I ask leftists all the time, and none of them could just say, yeah, of course I condemn them. And so I've taken a tack where I think those people should be shamed and called out because it's bad, because it's not going to end until we as a society say this shit is wrong.
Sure. So I think one of the biggest problems, though, is I think a lot of us can't afford to be particularly smooth-brained, right? Like, you can just ask really simple questions like that, and it seems like you're almost ignoring like the heart of the matter. And in this case, like just saying, "Hey, do you condemn all riots for all reasons?" and whatever, it's like, yeah, I don't know. Like, that sounds really, really rough. I'm a person that goes out of my way to very rarely use absolutes. So if you ask me things in absolutes, more often than not, you're going to get extremely reluctant answers because it's very difficult for me to ever think that there's reasons for absolutes. So that's probably why you did that. But then also you had presumptions where you like started like literally putting words in my mouth and saying, yeah, you defended this and you made excuses, and it's like I didn't make excuses for. It just, I don't know.
When I gave a big, like when I talked about jury intimidation and violence and riots that we saw, and then it seemed reasonable to me when you said, well, I think you could understand, given the systemic racism and things like this, how the reaction would be reasonable. And the only reaction that we had talked about at that point in that context of the debate was the reaction I was talking about of the violence, the jury intimidation. It seemed like a logical conclusion that you were saying, I could understand why those things happen because of systemic racism.
That's not what happened.
Okay.
What I was saying, what I was saying was, I think I can understand why some people feel oppressed, because you were saying, in fact, I didn't start out my conversation that way. I was saying it's absolutely ridiculous to me that someone would be able to try to phrase something as if, I don't remember the exact verbiage, but it was about someone phrasing the idea that it's just people dividing us, and that people want to just feel oppressed, or that like that they're only feeling this way based off of the idea that people who want to divide us are creating that. And I said, and I think that's ridiculous, and I think more people can understand. I can understand why people feel oppressed, and it's not at the hands of people trying to divide us, because of the fact that we have a plurality of data, we have our own personal experiences, and we have so much information obviously demonstrating how much systemic oppression we still face on a regular basis. And that's what I got at. If you heard something different than that, I really urge you to go ahead and listen back to it. I never in any way, shape, or form tacitly, covertly made justifications for that.
I will take your word for it. Nonetheless, when directly asked if you condemn the violence, you were unwilling to just wholeheartedly say yes. And
sure.
Here's the problem, right? You could say, well, it's nuanced and things like that. It's not nuanced. And here's why. Because if we don't have rules set for example, right? If we had this debate and we were in room, right? And I said, and you said, will you condemn getting up and punching anyone in the face if they disagree? If they say something you disagree with? And I said, well, hold on a second. I can't wholesale condemn that, right? How can we have a conversation then? And the same is true when we talk about the degrees.
Stop, Rob.
Just real quick. The same is true with the acceptance of things that we agree that is acceptable in the political discourse. And if we say sometimes it's okay to go ahead and use violence, if you feel that what's going on politically in the country justifies it, then we can't have a conversation, because every single person's going to say, yeah, of course, you're right. Sometimes we can use riots, and my situation right now is important enough to justify it. I believe in systemic racism. I believe in government tyranny.
I'm getting lost. Dude, you're doing the Gish Gallop thing. Like, you do this really consistently.
It's not Gish Gallop. That's one point.
It is. It's not just one point. You say all sorts of tangential things supporting your point, and then before then, I can't. The thing when I wanted to stop you, what did you say when it made me want to stop you right there? Because you said something that was absolutely ridiculous, and now I can't even remember what it was because of the Gish Gallop. What was the thing?
If I was
I got it. I remember now. It's when you started drawing this absolutely ridiculous comparison, talking about, well, like, wait, hold on, Mike. If I was in a room and I made a question about, like, do you agree with punching everyone in the face who disagrees with you, or punching someone in the face just because they disagree with you? Everyone would agree. And it's like, yes, that's not a good example. Bringing up an example with, like, literally no nuance whatsoever that automatically everyone automatically agrees with, while recognizing that there's never any nuance in that situation, or at least I can't think of it. It just sounds a little bit absurd to me. I think that. And even that, if you were to ask me that question directly, do you think you should punch anybody in the face that disagrees with you? I'd be like, well, it depends on what the topic is. Now,
exactly
right, if for sure,
that's exactly the point.
I know,
it was a good
exactly. Because if you start coming to me and you start saying something ridiculous, like, we're trying to defend the chastity of your mother, or we're trying to defend whether or not your mother's a whore. It's like, wait, this isn't up for conversation. This tacitly is offensive just by questioning it altogether. So no, I can't automatically just say, nope, I'm going to take this conversation in good faith. I think some things are absolutely offensive. So no, that's why I have such a problem with absolutes. And that's why I think your posing was so smooth-brained, because it doesn't include any room for nuance. And that's why it was so ridiculous. And that's why I was hesitant to do it. But what's even more ridiculous and more smooth-brained about it was that even though I didn't even say no, or I didn't even agree to anything, like the fact that I was hesitant, you automatically said, see, he's making justification for riot. And it's like, what the freak, bro? Like, come on.
You did. You specifically, because what you said was, well, wait a minute. What about the cops that blah, blah, blah? That's literally one of the first justifications that everyone on the left uses. It wasn't that the left was violent. The cops goaded them into it.
No. Pointing out that some of the riots that are happening are a result of cops literally bringing violence to non-violent protests isn't justifying the riot. That could just be saying this is how the riot got violent, not necessarily a justification, right? You understand logically?
So let me just ask you real quickly then. So let's say that you're at a protest, a cop punches someone in the face, and then we see a bunch of rioting. You say that riot was then justified because the cops started it?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, then we're talking. So when I said that the riots are unjustified, will you condemn them all? Your answer would be yes.
Wait.
But it wasn't.
Wait, no. Because first off, I do feel like some of the riots did happen as a result of that. Some of the riots were literally people being acted upon violently by police officers while they were peacefully protesting, who were originally being peaceful. Like, I do think that was happening. And a riot becomes a riot literally the second police. If people are peacefully protesting and then the police come and actually start acting violently against those people, even if their violence is only in self-defense against the direct people that are doing harm to them, it is still classified as a riot. And in some of those cases, I would say that a person being hit for exercising his First Amendment right by a baton, I would say that person has a legal right to be able to respond to that police officer. And in that case,
does the rest of the people have the legal right to riot?
Well, typically what we've noticed is that in these kind of cases that it doesn't normally stop with a single police officer. But in those cases in which those people did do that, it literally only takes the actions of It doesn't have to be the majority of a protest that's violent in order for it to be classified as a riot. Because people sometimes like to do smooth brain things, like just kind of representing everything all at once, even based off of based off of a few bad actors. So in those cases, I would say that response would be justified. And even though it would be technically considered a riot, I would say that the person responding in that case does have a right to self-defense.
Okay, so I just want to be clear here. You're saying that in a case where a police officer, a hypothetical situation where everyone's peaceful, and then a police officer attacks a peaceful citizen, and then other people start to riot, those other people are justified to riot because they're responding to the violence from the police?
No,
not the person that was directly hit, the other people.
No, I'm saying the people that were directly the people that are directly hit have
well,
a
then
right to.
that's a completely different situation.
Oh,
Yes,
you're right. We did need some nuance. Yeah, you're right. I agree.
I mean, even then, I don't think it's justified,
right,
though.
it's
Like,
basically
even
not
then.
justified, but even still, so then all the riots would not be justified.
So wait, you don't think that a person being who said that even then I don't think it's justified?
I was just saying that it's not justified. Like,
so
either way.
Would say, so I'm just making sure that we're clear here. So you're saying if people are peacefully assembling and protesting, and a police responds and hits a person in the face, or I don't know, takes his baton and starts beating a person for peacefully protesting, that person doesn't have a right, or doesn't have a right to respond to that individual officer violently, or to violence.
Okay,
violent.
Okay. Even though, no, I think they should have their day in court. An actual riot where people are actually like, people see that and like, hey, what the and then they start.
No, no one else. Hold up, don't take it somewhere else. Just the individuals that were physically assaulted. Do they have a right to respond physically to physical
wait,
abuse
hold
from an
on.
officer?
What does respond mean?
Do they have a right to respond physically to a person who physically assaulted them during a peaceful
But that's not a
protest?
riot, though.
Okay, hold on. Do they? Just answer that question.
Okay. I don't want any weaselly kind of thing.
It's not
One
weaselly.
person.
Hold on. The reason why I'm asking.
No. I want to understand what you're asking is what I'm getting at. Is where I'm getting at. So if a person, let's say I'm outside protesting, a cop sees me, gets his baton, hits me for no reason, and then I, as an individual, attack him. Do I think that's justified?
Right. That was a question asked.
Okay. Cool. So just me, not everybody else.
Yes.
Not anybody else.
Sure.
Nah, I don't think that's justified.
Okay, so then we fundamentally disagree. I don't know why we needed to go around in circles. Just
I honestly think I would just have my day in court with that guy. Honestly, I mean,
no. You can make that choice.
Right?
You can make that choice, but the idea that you can tell an individual, "Nah, you just got to take that beating," is absolutely ridiculous to me. And I think that's what we disagree.
I think they have the right to defend themselves.
Defending themselves and doing that is two different things.
Defending themselves and doing what?
Yeah, defending yourself is different.
What is different than what?
At them and stuff like that isn't justified.
Yeah, Fanatic, you made it seem as if like I'm beating the shit out of him. That's what you made it seem.
Wait, no, I did not.
Let me just say,
when did I say those words? One, I don't curse. Number two, I didn't say that phrase. Number three, I asked a direct question. Never did I say anything. I just said, do they have a chance to respond violently? What did I say? Beat the S out of
Respond violently. Respond violently.
Right, and you're saying that's beat the S out of? Where did you qualify that?
Respond violently? How is that not beating the F out of him?
If I push the officer away, is that responding violently?
Okay, so now,
first of all,
anything can be violently, like saying "fuck you." That's responding violently. Okay, you made it seem as if it's an actual fight. That is completely different.
So I did not qualify it, and then now so I did not qualify it, and now you're bringing up. So I did. Let me finish. So I did not. I'm gonna finish my sentence.
This is not healthy.
I got you. So let me finish my sentence. And then it'll be healthy. So I did not qualify it, and now you added a qualification that I literally never mentioned. When clearly all I said was just respond violently. If you needed specificity, you could have asked questions to get. If obviously
I was trying, but like you do, like you accuse people of doing, you use the nebulous term.
You literally just answered a question and created a specificity where there was none.
Because responding violently can mean so many things.
Well, then at that point, that's why we said we needed specificity.
the greater impact is you could see how Weasley and Slimy, people, shitheads on the left. I know I said I wouldn't swear anymore, but you're bringing it back out of me. You see how
I'm not
Weasley and Slimy they are. So he says, I couldn't say that all the riots that occurred over the George Floyd thing were bad. I couldn't say that because I define it as a riot. If one police officer punches someone and they in self-defense push them back, I consider that a riot. And I think that's justified. So therefore, I couldn't say that all the riots were not justified. I couldn't say that. I had to say there was nuance. Like, it's so slippery. And what this is a defense. Like, first off, you don't have any evidence that riots started because of police. You can't show me one fucking incident.
I sure can. Yes,
Second,
I can.
You know,
there's also a difference between defending and responding violently.
In every one of those situations that there were people doing unlawful shit that weren't in direct response, that one person was just directly defending themselves against one police officer. You can't show that. You can't show an incident that happened. This is just clear bullshit that we see constantly employed by people on the left. Again, so if I could show you video on January 6th of cops attacking Trump supporters first, you'd say, well, that's justified. I can't condemn that riot, correct?
No. So there's a very big difference between these two things, right? This is why we should have this conversation another time because it's already getting late. There's a very big difference, right? So cops being violent against people who are violently acting unlawfully is a very big difference than cops being violent against people who are peacefully protesting. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Than cops who are peacefully protesting, right? So I think the idea that you now equated the Capitol insurrection to people who are peacefully protesting, which is something that's like literally a constitutional right. The idea that you're trying to equate those two is absolutely disingenuous.
What's a constitutional right?
Wait.
The right to peacefully protest.
Let me.
It's literally
no one's disputing that.
Excuse me.
No, I know. I'm saying, but I didn't say anyone's disputing it. What I'm saying is the right to peacefully protest is not the same thing. When people were protesting,
but no one's making that comparison.
He did make that comparison because literally what we were talking about. No, I didn't say you did. I said Rod Noor did. Because what we were talking about at this time, we were having a conversation about. I gave you a hypothetical.
I can't hear either one of you guys.
I got you. Well, here I could just. If I got to mute Rod Noor, that's what I have to do. But yeah, we were having a conversation about.
So I'm muting you.
Okay, good. Go ahead. So I'm talking Aftershock right now. So the idea was I was talking about. I created a hypothetical, and the hypothetical was about a person peacefully protesting and a cop acting violently against that individual. That was the hypothetical I created. Rob Noor then decided to go ahead and introduce the idea. Okay, so then you would use that same justification for the Capitol riots. To then do that, that's called a simile, right? To say this is the same as that thing. Right? So then at that point, now you are making a comparison because I just gave you a principle with a specific confine and you tried to apply that confine inappropriately to the Capitol insurrection. Do you understand that? So that is a comparison, right? Aftershock?
How was January 6th?
Wait, let Aftershock answer.
Fighting with police.
Let Aftershock answer.
I need Rob to clarify what he was doing because from what it...
What I just explained to you, the words that just came out of my mouth, is that an example?
Okay. Say it again, and I'll answer.
Okay.
Because I was like, okay, it's against Rob, so there's no reason for me to answer because Rob's gonna answer you. So I was like, okay, just go.
Okay, yeah. So there, I'll answer the question really quick. Again, he just literally asked me to. He literally just asked me to, and clearly you were whatever. So yeah. So the question was, I created a hypothetical in which I said people were peacefully protesting, and in that situation, if they're peacefully protesting, which is obviously their constitutional right, and police act violently against those people, do the people who are acted violently against have the right to respond? That was the direct question. And so then obviously that's supposed to give you the principle that when people are defending themselves, then in those cases that they have the right to do this. Now, the reason why I said that you kept making the statement that no one compared these two. Clearly, someone compared those two because what he did was he made a simile, right? Which is a comparison using like or as. So he said, would you use that same thing with the people? Would you use that same thing? Would you use that same justification for people at the riot on January 6th who responded violently to the police? See that right there, when I gave you a hypothetical and we're talking
did Rob say that? I didn't hear Rob say that.
Yes, he did.
So the answer.
Hold on, I got you. So the answer, Aftershock. So the answer is yes, he did. So If he
Oh,
did, I got you. I got you.
Rob, just let Rob clear up.
Wait. So the question I asked you that you refused to answer, that you said you would let me re-explain.
Because I'm not
so
going to
you can
answer if I don't think Rob actually
I got
said
you.
that.
No. You can answer it hypothetically, and then afterwards, then we can go to it. I know for a fact Rob did say that. So the question I asked you that you refused to answer, that you told me to re-explain, that you would then answer honestly this time, was if Rob did say that, would that be a comparison?
No.
Okay, now
Wow,
he
your
answered.
brain is bad. Okay.
So here we go. Can you explain to me how on January 6th, before they fought with police, that it wasn't a constitutional right to protest?
No, I never said that it wasn't.
So you said I was comparing that. We're talking about two hypotheticals. I talked specifically. I said my question to you was, if January 6th the cops attacked people first, was that self-defense? And you said no, that's different. That's an insurrection.
Wait, it depends, because it depends on when the cop attacked the people. If the cops attack the people after they're literally going into a Capitol building that they don't have lawful entry to, and the cops are doing so at that place, then at that point, then it would not be. Then they're literally breaking the law. So now they're violating rights, and at that point, then that gives the cops the right to do so. Now, if your question is, if before the people even go into the Capitol building, if they're literally just sitting outside and peacefully protesting, and the cops responded violently in that case, then those people would have a justification. Sure. But that's not what happened.
That is what happened. Certainly
God.
the clash. Listen, certainly the clash with police started before they entered the Capitol. That's beyond dispute.
Sure.
No,
but
real quick, what I'm telling you is I had Trump supporter after Trump supporter that was there that told me we did nothing and the police attacked us first.
Okay, so listen. First off, now you're doing something very dishonest, right? Like, yes, if the clash with the police happened before they entered, but happened as they were trying to enter, then at that point, then it's still wrong. If you're still on grounds, like you're not directly in the building, but you're on grounds that you're not allowed to be in, and you're literally trying to force your way into it, at that point, you're doing something illegal. And if things get violent during that point, then you brought that on yourself by breaking the law in those cases. The same way I would say for any protester, for the same way I would say for any rioter. If a person starts engaging in looting, if a person starts, let me finish. If a person starts engaging in looting or rioting or any of those kinds of things that they're not legally allowed to do, then at that point, if police respond to that sort of action, it's 100% permissible, it's 100% lawful, and it's encouraged. But these are not the same things.
Excellent point. Let me ask you a question then. So let's say that people are unlawfully blocking a street or unlawfully out past curfew. That's all illegal as well, and the police have the right to use violence against them as well, correct?
Well, it depends, because obviously within our Constitution, we have the right to peacefully assemble. And so then at that point, if somebody starts making laws for curfews and things like that, because of people peacefully assembling, then that can be interpreted as a law created and drafted against people's constitutional rights, which would be unconstitutional. And at that point, then now we get into some murky legal ground about whether or not whether or not that law is whatever.
What about blocking roads? That's property they're not supposed to be on.
I think at that point, blocking roads, I would say that'd be probably something that's not peaceful, and at that point, then police probably have a right to to disperse those crowds if they're causing numbers of harm. They're blocking off freeway. They're like increasing traffic, preventing people from preventing medical equipment and things like that, like medical teams from being able to get to places. At that point, then police have a right, because they're doing something illegal in those cases, to act violently to disperse those people, even if it's violently necessary.
I don't know that I've seen one protest from Black Lives Matter that didn't have people on roads.
Well, so here's the deal. Like, plenty of times people do have roads because they're trying to march down places. And if there's a large enough crowd, then that's going to happen. Again, the idea is, and again, you have to probably say that there's some decent measure of harm. We've had plenty of marches where they've been down roads, which have been highly effective, which have been largely peaceful. Obviously, we had the Million Man's March. We obviously had the March on Washington by whatever. We had some of the Freedom Riders that were happening with Martin Luther King. What's that place in Florida, I want to say? Either way, like there's all of these different places where people have done those things. So the idea is, yes, I get in like just blocking off a freeway, like some of those things, and like I said, preventing ambulance and other things like that from getting by, and like the cases of emergencies. If it's causing a measurable harm, then I think police have a right to respond violently in those cases, to disperse those people if it's doing something that's actually harmful. But just in general, the idea that if they're at all on police on our street, that gives police police the right to that. I will not grant that wholesale. That sounds stupid.
Okay, so again, we can see that you had a bunch of things that were a conflation or deflection of what actually you said. You said
What?
that people before they went into the Capitol were doing something unlawful. That police, there is nothing unlawful about being on Capitol grounds. Trying to breach the building would be one, but
That's what they were
before
trying to
that,
do.
when you're just on the grounds, that they're allowed to be there. Secondly, the marches
No.
you talked about being on the roads. Yes, of course they are.
No,
Secondly,
you're not. You're not legally allowed to be there. During the point when they're actually voting and stuff, they actually block those areas off, and at that point, you're not allowed to be on those grounds. And if you
They
do,
weren't voting.
if you, they were literally preparing to be making a final vote. They were preparing to certify. Congress was going to certify during that time. So during that time, during the time when you're trying, during the time when they're trying to certify the Capitol, during the time I got you. During the time when the Capitol, during the time when the Capitol Police are trying to certify, they do block that thing off. They block the ground. Let me finish. During the time when the Capitol Police are trying to certify, they block off the grounds and the actual building. It's not just the building itself. They block off the grounds surrounding the building, and those people were trying to enter into those grounds, which were blocked off, which they were not allowed to be in.
Okay, so again, this is no different than when people think that there's reason to be violence, they set a curfew. You just said, well, wait a minute, curfews, that stuff. Same thing would be said here. We're allowed to be on Capitol grounds. It is the people's grounds. You're allowed to be there. And so them arbitrarily saying, well, we're not going to leave you here today is akin to a curfew. Now, the second thing is the examples you gave when people were on roads, like the Million Man March, were permitted. Those were literally protests that got permits. I'm just trying to make the point. It's that what you're saying here is it's just absurd, right? It's just absurd. Like you're literally giving the reason why basically 99% of all Black Lives Matter rallies, which occurred on roads, which are public property, that you're not allowed to block. If you go out today and block a road without a permit, you'll get arrested, even if you're saying something really helpful and really impactful, right? So they were breaking the law, which you say justifies the police using violence to get them off there. That's literally 99% of the Black Lives Matter rallies. And this all comes back to the point that all you had to say was like, yeah, I think that all the riots were bad. That's it. That's all you and Pisco had to say.
Yeah, I got it, because you don't like nuance, because you don't like to think. Aftershock, let me ask you a question. Did he just make a comparison or not?
No.
Wow, your brain is
He's
something
using.
else. No, it's okay. No, I don't need to hear your
against you,
explanation. I
fanatic.
don't need to hear
He's using
I don't
your
need- I don't
logic
need to hear- I
against
don't need-
you
I don't
and
need
how
to hear- I
that
don't need to
logic
hear
is
your
very
explanation.
dangerous.
Okay, I got
That's
you.
what he's
I got
doing.
you. I don't need
You're
to
making
hear
it seem
your-
as if he's
I don't need to hear your
comparing them as if
explanation.
those
That's it. All
two
I
things
wanted to know
are
was your
just as
answer.
justified
That was
as
a
the
simple
other.
thing. You've already
That's
said what you had
the
to
problem
answer,
with
and I
it.
literally
Those
got that
aren't
out.
comparisons.
Everyone literally can obviously see what a simile is. Clearly, he's using it. I don't need any more explanation. You've already clearly demonstrated what your brain is capable of. Now, Rob, the idea. First off, I get your
just ad
ignorance.
homs. Like, I'm not gonna keep going those ad homs.
I get your ignorance on the idea of whether or not it's illegal, like to be on the grounds, like while Congress is in session. Someone just like informed me of that. Blocking off the grounds while Congress is in session is written in the Constitution. It sounds like the idea that the Capitol Police don't block off the grounds themselves and they only block the building is just absolutely absurd. But you said that they don't. Like that's absolutely ridiculous. They clearly were blocking that off, and the people were clearly trying to get in. We literally have video evidence of the police literally creating a blockade to prevent it. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're just saying stuff, and that's why, like I said, you always want to gish gallop. You say these really stupid things and then want to just go on and on and on and on.
For the past 20 minutes saying nothing.
Sure.
Right? And the point is, like, again, how is this not akin to curfews? Oh, so you're saying if police set up ropes and say it's time to go home, well, then it's unlawful to be there, correct?
No. So here's the deal. Again, I get it. Oh, I get it. Compound compositional logic. You can't follow it. I'll try to break it down really simply. It's two factors. I got you. Yeah, I got you. It's two factors. You can't understand it. So here's the first factor. So the first factor is if something violent, it's not a gish gallop. You just don't understand what the word gish gallop means. I get it. Keep demonstrating your ignorance, brother. So the first factor is if someone has a constitutional right to do something, then if someone makes a law against that constitutional right, then that law becomes unconstitutional, and people have constitutional rights, and those things are inalienable. So that's why I said it gets into murky legal ground. So that first thing, that matters very much. that informs the second part of it. So if people are doing an action that is justified by the Constitution, then if a police officer is violating their constitutional right, then the police officer is in the wrong in that situation, and so therefore that person, the police couldn't do
got
that.
a good gish galop going.
Gish galop. Don't even know how to pronounce the word. Jeez,
there's
your
an
brain is
assimile
special.
happening here. It's an assimile, a logical
A
facade.
simile?
Yeah,
An assimile.
a simile gish galloping going on. We got an assimile of a gish gallop going on here.
Your vocabulary is
Do
laughable.
people have the constitutional right? Do people have the constitutional right?
This is how Republicans think, apparently. He doesn't know what a simile is, and he doesn't know what gish gallop is. Holy smokes!
No, I know what they are.
Oh,
I know
sure.
that you keep accusing people of doing them when they're not, and then you're doing exactly what you're accusing me of doing.
Okay.
That's what I know. Do people have a constitutional right to be on Capitol grounds?
Not when Congress is in session. No, they don't.
Can you show me the law that says that's the case?
Sure. I guess I could look for it. Yeah, I can look for it if I need to. Let me find it.
Maybe I'm totally wrong about this.
Let me see.
It might say something about not allowing people in the building.
Oh, here it is.
I would be shocked.
Here it is. The Senate and House galleries are open to visitors whenever either legislative body is in session. However, galleries are not included as part of the U.S. Capitol tour. Passes are required to enter the galleries. Visitors may obtain gallery passes from the offices of the senators, of their senators or representatives.
That's in the Constitution?
I can look and find out where it is in the Constitution.
Wait,
but they don't.
You're saying
they don't have a right to be there. Obviously,
the Constitution.
I,
That says gallery. So two things. One, that's not the Constitution. Second,
it isn't.
Gallery is referring to the actual building, right? Not the grounds. The grounds are a public park.
Yeah, sure. I guess I'd have to look for it. I don't know where it is right now. I can look for it. We can revisit it if you want to.
If you can, okay. So if you let's just say hypothetically, you can't find that in the Constitution.
Okay.
Wouldn't this be the exact same thing as the curfew? They're putting unconstitutional things there that say that people don't have the right to peacefully protest.
No, oh my God, so you don't know this. So obviously we have plenty of like Supreme Court rulings already on the right to peacefully protest. There are restrictions on these kind of things, right? Like none of these things are just absolutes. So if you're like you don't have for example, you don't have a right to peacefully protest in my house, right? I'm peacefully protesting inside of the house of Rob Noor, right? You don't have the right to peacefully protest on private property. You don't so those things are already restricted. Now you do have a right to peacefully assemble in public property. You have the right to peacefully assemble on private property with the permission of the owner of said private property. But the idea is that Capitol building is government property, and they do have the right to restrict people from being there.
You have a right to peacefully protest at night.
What's another word for government?
Wait, what you said?
Public.
Huh? What's another word for government?
That's public property, correct?
Wait, government property and public property. I think these things are probably legally defined a little bit different. Obviously, for example, let me answer the question. I'm gonna answer the question. For example, obviously you have things like court buildings, right? In court buildings, even though they're like technically public property, they are considered government property or federal property, I think is actually what they refer to them as. And in those cases, then there are specific restrictions on those things.
Okay, so everyone could see what you're doing. You're making excuses when you say, oh, the curfews are unconstitutional. That's limiting people's ability to peacefully protest. But you have no problem with the fact that they apparently, according to you, did this and blocked off the Capitol before people even came to protest. That's what you're saying. And so it's clear to see the double standard. And it's because you're doing exactly, let's remember how we got here, because you were unwilling to condemn all riots. You say that that's smooth-brained. It's smooth-brained to condemn political violence and riots. It just goes to show the hypocritical pieces of shit that are on the left that want to make excuses for violence on the left. And I'm tired of dealing with you people like you're operating in good faith. The fact that the further we go in this, the further we go, you can say, I'm against these curfews. That limits people's ability to peacefully protest. But I'm totally for the ability to say, oh, Trump supporters can't go to the Capitol grounds, which is public building. I'm for roping them off and saying that they can't peacefully protest there. So it's clear that you're a disingenuous actor. I really don't give a shit to deal with you anymore. It's kind of like, at least Pisco was at least engaging in, arguments that made sense on the Chauvin case.
Yeah.
I think you were just more of a cheerleader that just wanted to make excuses for violence on the left. So thanks so much for being here. I'm gonna head out. Y'all have a good one.
All right, bro. So look, at the end of the day, this guy is very clearly demonstrating his lack of intelligence here. I will be honest, and I will be honest about this though. I actually really didn't for this conversation. It seemed like when they added me to the group, it seemed like that Peace Corps had very clearly demonstrated like, hey, I can have this conversation by myself, yada 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 yada. And so because of that, it was like, hey, I'm not really going to say much. I told Peace Corps in a private DM. I'll let you have 90% of the floor. Like, I'll just let you do the talking. I happen to be a very opinionated man. I wasn't particularly opinionated on this specific topic, but on this specific case, I decided, I'm just going to go ahead and let him have 90% of the floor, and proceeded to do so because he felt very confident, as he's a person that's obviously more informed than both of you guys on any legal matters. I think he was able to handle his own and make you guys both look silly. So that's why I was just sitting here being what you would call a cheerleader. I have no problem. My pride is not going to be harmed by the idea that I was just letting my friend handle the situation and make you guys look silly. I think that was really, really good. And then lastly, this idea that I'm creating some sort of double standard by saying that the Capitol Police can't by saying that the Capitol Police can't just block Trump supporters. I didn't frame it.
It was hard
Trump
to listen
supporters.
with all the yelling.
It was just one.
Yeah,
It was just one person.
It was hard to listen. It was fun to watch though.
It was so fun. I feel like we had the perfect blend of everything. We had the experts. We had oh, this was a good pick. I like this Aftershock. This was very good. And I do respect
it was good.
Doing their part. And I do wish that I could, see you guys again in a different panel. Invite me back on sometime.
Right? Yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah, cuss leave. Send me a request send me a friend request on Discord. I just started an ADOS panel. We don't have any right-leaning individuals. I guess you'd be the first. But I think I would like that just to add some nuance to these conversations.
Nice.
And if you know any other black, any other ADOS that would be interested, that'd be right-leaning in particular. That'd be great because I'm not in any short supply of left-leaning.
Oh yeah.
They want to talk about everything all the time. It's the Republicans that are always running from conversations.
Okay. You'll see. On Twitch. On Twitch. There's not many Republicans on Twitch. I'll say that.
But no, it's not just on Twitch. If you go to Twitter and you look at that, if you go on Facebook, where a lot of them are present, a lot of them won't actually engage in conversations. They literally run from them on a regular basis. It's actually insane how little these people want to talk because their arguments don't actually stand up to anything. That's why it's it's crazy.
I could say the same thing about it's just
really?
anecdotal, but a lot of people that I know on Facebook and Twitter, I always tell them hey man, come on, it's been I've asked a lot less recently because I've been getting into real estate and stuff, so I'm trying to first of all I don't have time, but second of all I'm trying to not get so out there with it because I'm afraid of my political opinions affecting it. But yeah, a lot of people on Twitter and Facebook that I know, I was always just dude, come on the show, we'll talk about it, we'll talk. They're no, and I'm all right. It's all anecdotal.
I do really respect what Rob's doing. A full panel's just too much.
Yeah,
and
it was actually my idea. I told him I was just I'll host and moderate and stuff if you want.
That's nice. And that you do this every day. And this is every Wednesday or every Thursday?
Yeah, every Wednesday.
Oh, today's Thursday because we went past midnight. So
yeah.
Dude,
okay.
I don't know. Rob he's something else, man. But I doubt. Yeah, I doubt he'll be willing to have that the actual conversation on systemic oppression. Because again, right-leaning people never want to do that.
I'll call him.
He's had him on many occasions.
You'll be shocked. Call him.
He always takes call-ins. He always does that.
Yeah, I'd rather it's prepared so that it's not like on the fly. It's not taking up too much time, and we can actually do some preparation, and he can actually have an argument, as opposed to just flying from the hip because he's clearly uninformed about this. I think it would just be better that way, for his sake, for both of our sake. Honestly, you can't have a real conversation with no preparation. I'm going to be honest with you. I saw less than 10 minutes of that freaking Derek Chauvin trial. I was just I wasn't in on it. But I just was you guys clearly didn't want it to be just one-on-one. So I was okay, I'll just look for the logical lapses that these people will invariably make, and I'll just wait for that. But in reality, I was
what do you mean a one-on-one?
I mean, 2-on-1, because I didn't want the conversation to be a 2-on-1, right? Like, because you guys didn't want the
Oh, I
conversation
see.
to be
Okay.
a 2-on-1. So, like, it was going to be Rob Noor and Cutsleeve versus Pisco. He very clearly, like, explained, hey, I'm more than willing to have this conversation. The audience won't see it that way. I can handle it. And then it was like, no, we got to have two people. So it was like, okay.
Yeah.
So then, like, I literally messaged him and I was like, hey, look, I'm going to
Yeah, but I don't think it was because they didn't want to have a one-on-one. I just
No, I
mean,
didn't say
it was
that.
first off, it was my. Oh, I thought you said like they said that they didn't want to have a one-on-one.
Oh, if I did, then maybe I misspoke. I meant 2-on-1. Like, yeah, because you guys wanted
Okay,
to be
okay.
2-on-1. Yeah.
No, it was me. It was honestly me. In fact, Cutsleeve was saying like it's all good if you want, but I was the one that was like no, because I don't think it'll look good optically. You know, like having like a 2-on-1. Even if Pisco like would have been able to take them and stuff, like I wouldn't have wanted that optically. You know, like just I don't want people to think like no, I saw that last show and it was 2-on-1. You know, even if Pisco did well, like I didn't want that optically. I don't want people to think that there's a chance that that'll happen. You know.
Yeah, and then it looks like you're biased and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
I totally understand it. All right, man. Well, it's nice talking to you guys. We'll be in touch. Send me a friend request. Next time, if I have a little bit more nervous, a little bit more notice, and I could actually be prepared about something. Yeah, and if it's not like
All right.
a person wanting to do a 2-on-1 or something. All right, though. I'll get you guys later.
All right. See ya.
All right, peace. All right, that was silly. That Rob Noor dude is absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe that Aftershock literally couldn't tell that he was making a comparison. Like two very obvious times. He's like, no, it's not a comparison. He's just using your logic against you. Oh, did your brain actually do that? I don't even know how people can think that way. Well, not think that way. Because he's not thinking. That was wild to me. That was insane. Did you? You checked out right then. That was OD. At that point, you could tell I just didn't. I was done with the conversation. That was stupid. That didn't make any sense. Like I don't even know how you could like logically do that. That was impressive to me. Like he knew it was like okay, well we got you. Yeah, I feel like at those points, once I get you like in those kind of ways, like where it's like okay, this is very obvious and you just don't want to admit it. At that point, I just back out. Like or it's like I'm not this we're not really having a conversation anymore because you're absolutely absurd. I'm gonna lose this run and then afterwards I might try to hit up Knives to see if we can play some NPCI. I haven't played him in a long time. Oh, he's probably asleep. Dang.